Jags.
It was a real good day for Collier Racing. I got one more thing to do. Tori Green, will you marry me?
How about that? A marriage proposal right here in the winner's circle on Moser Engineering Friday. What a special moment. Awesome job right there. The Collier family is living it up. Congratulations, this young.
Looking for high performance? When you want high performance, there's only one place to go. Jegs.com. Jegs.com has the largest selection of high-performance automotive parts on the web. When you need high performance, Jegs.com has the part you want, when you want it. Want performance? You've got it.
Jags.
RAD torque guns are the world's most powerful and reliable torquing systems with the highest power-to-weight ratio. RAD torque guns are available in pneumatic, battery, and electronic drive systems with torque ranges from 500 to 15,000 foot-pounds of torque. RAD torque guns are being used around the world by companies such as Boeing Aerospace, Caterpillar Equipment, GE Wind Towers, the U.S. military, and many, many more. RAD torque systems are also very involved in the drag racing community, sponsoring many events, as well as a large fleet of RAD-sponsored race cars. For more information, visit radtorque.com.
For those who don't settle when others do, who will give everything but won't give up. For those who believe in unlimited while others limit themselves. For those who are set free by performance and believe innovation can take you anywhere.
60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
Law Chevrolet Buick in Boonville, Indiana is a family-owned sales and service center proudly serving the tri-state area for over 10 years. Racing has always been in their blood, and over the past few years, they've been blessed with the opportunity to serve hundreds of racers from all across the country. All of the crew at Law Chevrolet Buick would like to thank each and every racer for the opportunity to do business. Remember, if you buy a vehicle anywhere else, it's not the tires you'll be kicking.
Greg Mocha, you're going to take the lead.
Meet the next generation of Autometer's legendary Ultimate Tachometer line, the Ultimate 3 and the Ultimate DL, which places the power of more advanced data acquisition systems in an affordable, convenient, and compact package. With the Ultimate 3, you can record the engine and driveshaft RPM at 100 samples per second with up to 60 seconds of available memory. Playback data right on the tach itself or easily download to the award-winning Data Pro Analysis software. Availability in black or silver dials in 9,000 or 11,000 RPM ranges. More advanced users should consider using the Ultimate DL, which adds the ability to record wideband air-fuel ratio and pressure channel data to the Ultimate 3, which can help you diagnose fuel delivery issues and improve tuning. For more information, visit us at autometer.com.
Racers serving up the very best parts. That's what Mazir Enterprises is all about. Since our first product introduction in the 1980s, we have been in the relentless pursuit of excellence on the track and off, with a mission to produce the very best parts. Problem-solving parts for your high-performance vehicle. No matter if it's chassis and fabrication, water pump and cooling system, starters and the accompanying electrical, or full billet flex plates you're after, look to Mazir for the best solutions.
You know, it's the old story. You do well, you win a couple of races, and then right away, everybody's against you, everybody's your enemy. You know, it's not fair, but that's the way it is.
Watch carefully. These stock eliminator finals are always so close. And how about this? Sal Biondo takes the win. It's the 100th final for the Biondo family, and it's a winning one for Sal. Sal Biondo, Peter Biondo, many national event wins. Of course, brother Peter has won any number of sportsman championships. For the third time in the last 12 years, here at Maple Grove, Peter Biondo, Sal Biondo both win their respective eliminators at the same national event.
Biondo Racing Products, a family-owned and operated business, now in the 35th year of racers, providing racers with over 50 years of racing experience and expertise. Please check us out at beyondoracing.com.
Welcome to day last of this wonderful Fall Fling 5-day event. It's been spectacular. They're doing a couple of new entry time runs right now, and then we're going to get right into it. We had a few driplets this morning, but we're hoping that they'll be on their way. Okay. Thank you to Jegs and Mickey Thompson for bringing MotorMania TV in and keeping us free to you, the viewer. Okay, last night we had Ray Miller in the Mosier Engineering 100K, took the victory over Jack Collier. Of course, the Collier family had a proposal. Did you see that? Isn't that cool? Okay, also then Thursday at the ATI 30K, we had Josh Lugke with his victory over Kevin Brannon. Wednesday at the APD 15K, we had Blaine Mayer with a victory over J.R. Lockhart. Oh my gosh, I can't speak. Yesterday we had, well, let me finish this. Okay, and then Tuesday with the American Dragster and Race Tech Dragster Shootout, Corey Galletti took that victory and picked the American, and Gary Williams got the Race Tech. So they may have gotten exactly what they wanted. I don't know, but they're both great prizes. Okay, then we also had Lee Dixon won the Brodix runoff. Now you gotta understand too, yesterday we had 600 674 entries to round one. Yes. We had 674 entries to round one. We were looking back at different large events. We believe this is our biggest round one ever. So I'm gonna go ahead and let you watch what's not on track, actually, and we'll get to going today. Okay? We'll have opening ceremonies any moment. I better be quiet. Let's go here. All right.
Showed up this week and goes to show how much you trust me, my staff, Bristol Dragway, and the brand, and that really means a lot. You guys have a lot of choices to spend your money, and with this economy, for you to spend your time and money with us, I can't say enough. Thank you, and Kyle is definitely looking down, watching us. But here we go, last day. We're gonna please have you guys get ready for the invocation and national anthem.
Let's have just a moment's word of prayer. Father God, we thank you so much for what you do in each and every one of our lives. Father, we don't ever want to take for granted the little things in our lives. Father, I ask your blessings over this place, over this track, over each and every person that'll make a trip down this track. Just be with them. Father, thank you so much for the people who have worked so hard to put this event on, and I ask your blessings over them as well. Give us wisdom and guidance in all we do, and may all we do and all we say be glorifying to you. It is in your wonderful name we ask and pray these things. Amen.
And if you would please continue standing, place that hand over the heart as we pay tribute and honor everything that is great about this country and our great military serving us across the land and across the world, and the first responders who rush in when others rush out, with the playing of our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
$30,000 Saturday. Thank you, Scott Tremp, for providing the invocation this morning. Here on day number last. No buybacks today. You turn on a win light. You get to come back around and play with us again. You do not turn on a win light, that entry is done for the event. Sometimes it's a cruel, cruel deal. But we have a Thunderdome situation where 2 enter and 1 will leave. Kevin Brandon, and Norman Vaughn. KB out of Gaffney, South Carolina, the Monza. 565 for Rabbit. Norman Vaughn, Bean Station, Tennessee, the 88 Monte Carlo. 616 the dial-in for Norman this morning. Brandon, 565 on the car. Norman Vaughn got it in the pre-stage bulb, and the car quit. Ended up getting timed out. Kevin Brandon. We'll get out around number one. We'll ignore the reaction time thing because of all the extracurricular stuff that was going on down there on the starting line. On a tough break for Norman. Here in the first round, first car down the track, and it quit running. Norman is double entered, so hopefully he can go back and assess the situation, get everything repaired to be back here in round number one in the C categories. Ted Barnes and Tim Denton. Ted out of Ontario, Canada, and that really unique 72 Datsun. 672 is the dial. Tim Denton out of Long, Tennessee, the 69 Camaro right side. Denton gonna get the win on a double breakout. 595.4 on the 596. Denton was 001 at the hit. Ted Barnes was 21, under by 6 thou. And in a narrow double breakout victory, Tim Denton. We'll see round two. Rodney Fincham and Ethan Dean. Fincham in the Vega. 638 the dial for Hot Rod. Ethan Dean in the Malibu. Churchill, Tennessee, 678 is the dial. Red light start for Rodney Fincham. 15th thou in front of the green light. Ethan Dean, a free look at 678, goes 681. Was 2-4 up front. And Ethan Dean with what basically ended up being a time run here in round number one. It's Tommy Plott and Wes Neely. Plott in the Mustang. 536 the dial this morning for TP. Wes Neely out of Florence, Mississippi. 57 Bel Air Roadster. Red light start for Neely by 7,000. Tommy Plott. We'll get out of round number one, 009. 537 on the 536 is what Tommy Plott will read when he grabs the time slip. Wes Neely. Red and 4 above. But we'll have the opportunity there in the C group. Sarah Major and Jeff Verdi. Sarah the Maverick, left side out of Bean Station. 605 is the dial. Jeff Verdi, 2 mil 1 year. Glen Allen, Virginia for the Top Gun Firebird. 594 for the OG. There's Mr. Verdi. A nickel, the difference on the starting line. Verdi, 33, dead on 0 to get the win. Sarah Major was 28 at the start, a little bit better on the reaction time, but then under by 0.03 of a second. Jeff Verdi. On the drop to be dead 0 and get the win. Sean Carpenter and Chuck Roycraft. So Sean Carpenter left side out of Elm City, 587. Chuck Roycraft's going to advance via the red light. And Chuck Roycraft got up all sorts of feisty this morning. 006 dead on 2 to be 8 total. All right, attention to the pit area. We have a car parked in a racer's pit area that really shouldn't be there. Gray Honda Civic, Virginia license plate, USG 8206. It's again a gray Honda Civic parked in a racer's pit area. And these specific racers, they're real creative. That's all I'm going to say. I'd highly recommend going and moving your car. If you have a gray Honda Civic, Virginia license plate, USG 8206, if you could move it, that'd be greatly appreciated. Zach Fulcher and Nat Moore. Fulcher out of Farmington, Kentucky, 589 the dial. Nat Moore, Atwood, Tennessee, 22 on the green light. Start 660 feet later. Zach Fulcher, 004, one above 9 to be good. Nat Moore was 22 up front and is out in round number 1. So, word on the racing surface says that somebody from above is spitting on us, which isn't too kind. So we are going to be in just a slight holding pattern as we assess the situation.
And I think, Pete, you know, as you're watching this, say you're on the sidelines and you're 10, 12 pair back further, you know, you're hoping what's happening on the boards is kind of reassuring all the math that you went through from the time you computed your first run, what you thought you would run, to what you think you can run while you're standing in the staging lane. So yeah, that plays into my game plan as I left the trailer and as I have right now. Or you're on the other side of it and you say, well, you know, what am I missing here? You know, I'm seeing all these breakouts. Is there something I'm missing here? And kind of go back through your math or through your routine, whatever it may be. You know, you've got to be confident, you know, when you fire up the car that, you know, what the number you put on the side is what you think. Obviously, you want to run it, but you might be holding 300s, you might be holding 500s, you might be, you know, going one above and plan nitrous spray through it. So I mean, there's so many different things, but I think the most important part of that scenario is it fitting into the game plan of which I already have, or did I miss something, and do I need to reconsider a game plan because now I'm 10, 12 pair back and it's go time.
Me, it's more kind of like Pete said about controlling the race. I feel like when you hold numbers, and sometimes when you hold a lot of numbers, you're really controlling the race. You're giving your opponent, they have to do whatever their game plan is, whether it be flat-footed, whether it be
you're adding a lot of pressure to them, their run.
Yeah, and it's intimidating, and I like that because when you intimidate them, like you get them.
There's more likely to be red late, make a bad run.
Yeah. And they screw up, they look at you, especially if you catch them early and you start ripping it from.
They make them think their car's broke. One of them kind of do it.
You good? You're controlling this conversation right now. No, it's about controlling the race, and I feel like, at least for me, like when I control the race, I feel confident.
This next decade was basically bracket racing evolved, and as a response to Edmund and Scotty Richardson, they basically dictated what happened next. Because everybody said, "How the heck do we beat these guys? We can't give them a clean wheel down there. Clean wheel meaning an easy target. So let's mix it up, and that's when a spot drop became popular. And basically, a spot drop was hold a couple of numbers. Edmund and Scotty will pull up alongside of you. You give them what they call a moving target. So it made their job a little bit harder. This is it right here. As far as finish line driving, these two, you're learning how they think. So in my mind, you know how they think. And I'm not going to turn this into, I'm going to show you how to beat Johnny Zell, but I'm going to say running your own race, but staying in your lane. In other words, when he has you covered up by, like he said, he's ripping the throttle and he's wearing you out on the way down the track. Your job is to stay confident, and I'm not screwed. I got a chance here. He's doing his thing.
Some people just think parts is parts, but not us. Because we know when you order any of the over 1 million parts at jegs.com, you get the whole company. Expert advice, day or night, from the pros who know how to make you go. From now on, get your parts and your smarts only at jegs.com. Selection, service, and sweet satisfaction. That is jegs.com.
All right, so we do have just this little light. So we are still here in a little bit of a holding pattern. Appreciate everybody's patience while we continue to assess the situation.
All right, so we're sitting up here in the Jeg Suite on the last day of the Fling. It is the Jegs Summer Fling presented by Optima Batteries. We've asked Chris Bear to come up here and join us in the tower because we wanted to talk a little bit about a new program that we started here this weekend. It's called the 000 Hero Program, where basically any driver that goes trip zip on the tree and then wins the round gets a commemorative Kyle Seipel coin as well as $50. And it's kind of a bragging rights type of thing, right? I mean, you get an actual token. It's a very nice minted coin. And you can kind of start stacking those up in the trailer and almost like it's a little bit nicer than a sticker to go on your car, but it's something that's really cool. And of all of the guys that have been out here, you seem to have figured that one out, and you've got a collection of those coins already back at the trailer. I think, this weekend alone, we're counting 6 perfect reaction times, and since we started handing out the coins on Thursday, I think you've collected up, 3 of those?
Yeah, so far, been able to have the fortune and luck to collect 3 of the coins so far. Almost collected a 4th here, trip 0 on the tree, but unfortunately Cameron Manuel threw 6 total at me, and I just couldn't get in on that, so...
Yeah, it's a little tough when somebody's got 6 on the other side, but I mean, we're talking 6 perfect reaction times. The weekend for you has been pretty impressive. I know. Tell me a little bit about the coins that you've collected. What do you think of how they look and just the fact that something like that was introduced?
Oh, it's amazing. It's just an additional opportunities for us as racers, to get a little bit of cash in our pocket, but also just have a nice keepsake for the memory of Kyle. Pictures last a lifetime, and it's just a great way to show appreciation, obviously, to his memory and obviously, the racers. So I think it's a great program. I definitely think it's something Peter should keep with, hopefully. It's absolutely amazing. Love the new format, the doubles. Things move real quickly. We're done at 8 o'clock at night with 300 entries. Anywhere else you race until almost midnight. You don't have an opportunity to hang out with your friends, grill, so on and so forth. Kind of, again, and I believe that's what Peter wants to do, is just have that national event feel. And you definitely have it when you come to a Spring Fling event.
Well, that's cool. So, again, I'm glad you brought up kind of the doubles thing because for a guy like you, the way that the format was working out yesterday, today, the day before, you had 2 cars entered. You took those both very, very deep, even into the latter rounds. And the fact that we separated everybody out in the first round, came back, brought them all together, that give you the chance to kind of get your head straight in between running the first and second entry. Does it help you out at all? What do you think of how that is planned out?
It's nice to have that little bit of a break, but, to be honest with you, if I had to look at my time slips, I think I had 15, 20 minutes between runs at some points, and even earlier than that. I know the one run, we only had 7 or 8 minutes between them, but it allows you to keep in a momentum that you're not able to attain when, you have a couple hours between each hit. It's one of the things, they tell you to practice is, take 5 hits, walk away from the practice tree of the car for 5 or 6 hours, walk back up to it, hit 5, see what your consistency rating is over a course of time. Kind of the same deal here. You don't have that longevity. You don't have to worry about 3 hours later, what's the sun look like, so on and so forth. So it gives you a better opportunity to come up and repeat the same thing.
Well, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions here because we made some notes, and I'm just kind of looking at this. So, like on Thursday, you were still double at round number 6. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think I was double to the round of 12.
And then on Friday, you were still doubled at the round of 5.
Yeah. Oh, no, actually, maybe. I can't remember, to be honest with you, on that one. I know I made it late with the double and then fell out of the car.
Okay. And then you've had all of those perfect bulbs. So you've gone deep into the rounds over and over again. You've had all of those perfect bulbs. And I'm going to tell you this right now. This whole coming up here to talk to you about the 000 Hero thing and the being doubled up in the format was a complete hoax. It was an absolute ploy to get you to come up here. Have you heard of a little thing called the Todd's Extreme Paint MVP Award?
Yes, I have.
Well, guess what? You've been selected as our Todd's Extreme Paint MVP of the Jeg Summer Fling presented by Optima Batteries. You are going to get this custom painted Impact Vapor helmet. You are going to get a check for $1,000. And, sir, your performance out here this weekend was amazing. I mean, we were sitting there debating between several drivers, but looking at what you have done here this weekend, it was a heck of a performance, and we are honored to present you with the MVP award.
Thank you. This is this is really cool. Words can't describe how I feel right now because when you show up to an event like this and you hear the packages going on over the last 4 days and you could have elected something like this. That's top notch, man. I mean, there's things you can't just do in this world, and this is one of them. Again, this is a special moment right now. Thank you. This is the world.
Well, congratulations to you, man. This is an honor to present it to you. And ladies and gentlemen, this is the man right here of the hour of the JEGS Summer Fling presented by Optima Batteries, Chris Baer, your MVP, the Todd's Extreme Paint MVP of the 2022 JEGS Summer Fling. Congratulations, man.
Round number 1. On day number JEGS. The RAD Torque Systems Fall Fling presented by Optima Batteries. Lane Dickin left side, 603. The dial for the S10 out of Lebanon, Tennessee. Glenn Williamson out of Ontario, Canada. Orange, 79 Camaro right side. 678 the number for Glenn. Glenn is in a very difficult spot. Leaving the starting line, Lane Dickin is going to get the win. 16 green. Dialed 603, goes 6075. Glenn Williamson was 68 thou on the green light start. Got to the finish line first by 17 thou. On the breakout win, Lane Dickin will advance. This is Doug Milner and Matt Daddis. Milner in the Astra at Laurel, Delaware. For Mr. Milner, 556 is the dial. Matt Daddis out of Vermilion, Ohio. Grand Am over on the right side. Matt was our best door car package participant in the Brodick shootout yesterday. Ended up taking on Lee Dixon for those Brodick's SR20 heads. And, well, Lee Dixon, after qualifying on the dragster side with 1 total, threw down 2 total in the final alongside Matty D, which that was pretty impressive. There for Mr. Dixon. Data 615 the dial. And right when the tree was being activated, there was a call made to shut him off. As we're going to be in a holding pattern again for some sprinkles right down there, down track. So literally right when they staged, the tree was already activated. The call was made to stop them. We threw the reds as quick as we could, but the tree was already triggered.
Hello racers, it is Thursday at Bristol Fall Fling. I'm here with the Williams brothers and the son of Gary Williams, Donovan. And if you haven't heard of the Williams family, you're pretty much living under a rock, or you don't know anything about bracket racing. These guys have been the baddest dudes for the last couple of decades. And then this guy comes along out of nowhere and picks up right where whatever they're feeding him, whatever they're telling him, he caught on like that. So this is Troy Williams. This is Gary Williams, younger brother, right? Yeah. Who's the better, what are you better at? What are you better at? I know you guys would call a spade because I can't tell. You guys kick ass no matter what you do. So tell us a little bit about what you think you're better at than him, and you tell me what you think you're better at than him.
On any given day, I think we're equal on the tree. He's probably better day in, day out, being in a tighter window. But you know, strategy-wise, he's fairly one-dimensional. I mix it up a little bit more at the finish line, but you know, if you got something that works, continue to do it, right?
If it's not broke, don't fix it.
Right.
What do you guys say about you guys?
I don't know. Like for a long time, he's always been the winning on most consistent. Probably I go on spurts and win a lot, but it's as long as we keep winning, we feed off each other, and it just is what it is.
We used to call him the designated hitter. You know, if there was a points battle or something like that, I would do typically pretty well in it. And whenever there was a huge race, he's the DH. You know, he'd come and knock it home.
Hey, you go send him after him, right? The hitman.
Right. That's it.
And then came Donovan.
Oh, yeah.
I watched Donovan race the first couple of times. I'm like, yeah, I'm not sure about this guy. And then all of a sudden it was like, bam, 100 grand, bam, 50 grand.
Well, I think the biggest difference is the last year and a half, he's had opportunity to do it at this level all the time. And as opposed to my kid who jumped right in here, he was racing at home, which I think making a lot of laps at home at, you know, the local level, that helps you get ready for it. And then whenever you come out here, you know, you get to make a lot of laps in a short period of time at a local bracket race, right? But whenever you come out here, you know, there's a good opportunity for you to only make 4 runs this weekend, you know.
And you're forced to bring it because the best is here.
Oh,
and
absolutely.
So it just raises, you're forced to bring it, otherwise you're gonna be done.
He'd won 10 granders when he was 17 years old, you know, but it just took it, bringing him out to the big stage all the time, you know.
So mentally, have you done anything different this year than last year? Because you won, what'd you win, 100 grand this year? What else? $250,000 this kid won this year alone. All right, he's coming with me. We're gonna travel the circuit. I'm just gonna sit on the captain's chair. What have you done mentally, strategy-wise? What have you done differently this year than last year?
A lot of it just comes from my head, getting out of your own way. You know, previous to the actual 100K that I won originally in Capital City, I won a shootout earlier in that week, and that, a lot of people don't know that, but that like put it in my head that, you know, it is possible. I can win here. I belong
Give you the
here.
confidence, yeah.
A lot of it just came out of like I said, getting out of my own way, and then now that I kind of have a little steam rolling, I just feel like it's a lot easier to be confident going into those rounds where you know you have a tough competitor, or you know your car is not exactly right or something. You just have an internal feeling like, you know, I've been here before and I can do this, and it makes it a lot easier.
Yeah, so once you basically break the ice, you knew you can do it and you got confidence, and the rest was history.
Yeah, I mean, I started driving a little bit more aggressive this year, but I think that's also with being in the car more and being more comfortable. So I'm a little bit more comfortable holding a little bit more, or whatever it be. I've started taking tricks from him. I can spray now. I have a spray program. I'm trying to put more clubs in my bag as I go, but really perfecting on what I'm good at, you know.
The best of the best right here, guys, and some good words of wisdom. Good luck this weekend.
Thank you.
Thanks, bud. I'm here with my good friend Anthony Bertozzi. My name is Peter Biano from the Spring Fling events. Anthony, how are you?
I'm doing great, Pete, as always.
Yeah, you always have, you know, one thing about Anthony and I, we go back a long way, but he always is, if you're ever having a down day or a bad day, you just talk to Anthony. He seems to boost your mood up. And how the heck do you always stay in a good mood? Let's start with that.
Well, I always look at it positive, Pete. You know, we got a pretty good life, you and I both. And you look at the people in Ukraine, imagine being them. So I just every day I look at the positives and enjoy every day I get on this earth. And I've been blessed my whole life and just love life.
Yeah, well, I wish everybody could take a little one page out of your book there, because you're always pleasant to be around. And so how long do we know each other now? What, like 25 years?
Dude, it's been more than 25. What was it? 90s, probably 30 some years.
So
we getting
30
old, Sneaky. You couldn't even rent a car when I first met you in West Palm Beach. So
yeah, when I met Anthony, I came up. We didn't know each other at all. Jimmy the Shoe, Jim Harrington introduced us, and I came off the plane as a punk kid from New York with a rat tail, and I showed up to the racetrack with my luggage in hand with a taxi cab, and the rest is history. We've definitely had some good times together.
Oh yeah, you had to be probably 20, so it's got to be 30. Remember, you start with a 5 now, Sneaky.
31, yep, 31 years.
Yeah.
So as far as I mean, he's a great guy to be around. Pretty much keeps to himself at the races. But tell the viewers a little bit about Anthony Bertozzi. What goes on during the week?
During the week, back when I first met you, I would work 12 hours a day, 14 hours a day in the drywall business. My father started, or actually my grandfather started 100 years ago. And then here lately, the last few years, I've changed that to about 3 days a week. So I come in, still run a drywall business, have some rental property, some commercial real estate. But I usually try to take Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and either go racing somewhere. And when I don't want to go racing, I'll go to a house in Fort Lauderdale I bought a couple of years ago, or we got a house in Virginia Beach. So I try to stay grounded for 3 days a week and then enjoy life the other 4.
Well, enjoy life, you definitely do. I've been with you many times over the years, and there's not a day goes by that you don't enjoy. As far as racing goes, you have the most world championships out of anybody I know. What do you have? 17 between NHRA and IHRA?
I got one last year, but well, you probably counted a half of one since it was a COVID. But I got 18 now. Yeah, I got 16 IHRA and then 2 NHRA.
18 world championships. That's crazy. If you can give, let's say you had a little brother that just started racing, if you can give him one piece of advice after all your years of experience, all the championships, what one piece of advice would you give somebody if you could only give them one?
If I could only give them one, it'd be learn from your mistakes and don't blame everything else for your losses. You know, look at why you lost. Most of the time, it's I've told people before, you look in the mirror, you can find the answer, but just try to figure out why you lost, what you did wrong, how you can execute better, and don't blame everything on everybody else. Most of the time, it's your fault.
Take responsibility and learn from it.
Exactly. Very well said in a couple of words.
We can't finish this interview without one Jimmy the Shoe story, or just one story. If you could pick one story over the years at the racetrack, whether it's Jim Harrington related or not, what's like your most funniest story or your best memory at a racetrack?
Well, it'd have to be the first time I met him. So I met him at Kinston, North Carolina.
This is Jim Harrington, right?
Jim Harrington.
Yep.
Kinston, North Carolina. Me and the Big Chief were down there racing, and they're getting ready to call first round. It's a New Year's race. Getting ready to call first round of the lanes. Here comes this dually with a flat trailer with a dragster hung off the back, flying across the parking lot into the grass. I mean, smoke, dust flying, pulls right up beside me and Big Chief. And I'm telling you, they were done time runs. They were calling first round to the lanes. And this Jimmy the Shoe jumps out the truck. And he's like, man, can y'all give me a hand getting this car off? They said I could get a time run. And so we lift this car off. He's got on his flat trailer sticking about 6 foot off the end.
Was it a dragster on a flat trailer, or?
Yeah, he had the mother's dragster on a flat trailer. And I'm telling you, he's coming across this field and it's bouncing up and down, dust flying. So we help him unload it. He gets a time run. I think they made a couple of rounds. It rains out, so nobody really stayed at the track. Nobody had motorhomes back then, or not many people. So there was a hotel in Kinston. So we go to the hotel. Well, I got to know him that day, and he's gonna go to the hotel with us. So we go to the hotel, bunch of racers there. All of us go in to eat. They got a restaurant at the hotel. Now, of course, I just met him. I don't know Jimmy the Shoe from Adam. So we go, probably 10, 12 of us, and we finish eating dinner, had a ball. Check comes. Jimmy jumps up. He grabs it out the lady's hand. He goes, "I got this." I'm like, "Damn, this dude from New York. I got a high roll on my hands. I'm liking him." So he takes the check. He signs it, puts a room number, puts a name on it. We all leave. We go out. They got a bar there, club there. We all go to the club, and we're drinking, having a good time. They did dancing and stuff. About 1 o'clock in the morning, the DJ stops and turns the music off, and they come over the loudspeaker, and they said, "Would Joe Jackson please come to the front desk?" And I'm standing beside the shoe. The shoe taps me. He goes, "We got to get out of here." He done signed a tab, Joe Jackson, to put a room number on it. And that was my first time I ever met him. Again, I think he's some high roller from New York. And we have many stories after that. He become a really, as you know, really good friend. And one thing I love about racing is the people you meet. Of course, I'd never met you. Well, I might have, but I probably wouldn't have. We wouldn't have the relationship we have if it wasn't for Jimmy the Shoe. So we had a lot of good times with him. I mean, just everybody knows him, great guy. Just definitely was taken from us too soon. Another reason to enjoy every day. And he lived that life that way. He enjoyed every day. Didn't matter if he had a dime in his pocket. Just a great guy.
Yeah, I remember after Jimmy the Shoe passed away, my father, who was also close to him, said that he lived a fuller life in his short life than most people do when they live to 90 years old.
I'll agree.
And that was an eye opener to me. Yeah, the Shoe. There's, if you don't know Jim Harrington, if you're a youngster or the next generation of racers, you really missed out on absolute one in a million guy. Everybody has a Jimmy the Shoe story. And I, like you said, Anthony, we may have not met if it wasn't for the Shoe, because the way we met was you told the Shoe that you had back then the Moroso 5-day was the race to be at. That was like, you know, the biggest race, everyone wanted to be there. And I remember that you asked the Shoe, you said you're gonna have a spare dragster down there. Do you have any drivers? And the Shoe said, "I know this young kid from New York. You won't be disappointed." And I guess the rest is history. We've won a lot of races together and had a lot of good times together.
Yeah, we definitely did. But that's exactly how it happened. He said, "I got a guy." He actually said he's going to be the best bracket racer ever, and he won't far off.
Wow. That's a
yeah. He told me that when you were coming out of high school. I said, "Shit, send him down."
Yeah, we didn't have much to lose, but we had a lot of fun, that's for sure.
Yes,
so moving forward, what are your plans for this year? You're building a new house. If you don't know, Anthony's house caught fire. What was that, 2 years ago now?
Yeah, 2 years ago. Yeah, I was in there sleeping 1 o'clock in the morning. Caught fire, burnt to the ground. So I am almost finished. Probably 2 months. We'll be back in that. My plans are just what I did last year and the year before, running some NHRA stuff. You know, I still love the bottom bulb, love super stock. I love the bracket racing, but it's kind of, you know how it is. You're probably the only one that can come and go in it and still do really, really well. It's kind of like trying to play golf against Tiger Woods. You play once a year. You know, I bracket race 3 or 4 times a year. So I still love it, still love going and having a good time. But back when I was successful at it, back in the 80s, I would race, you know, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, pretty much every week, race 2 cars. So you get a lot of laps. And now I just enjoy, you know, I enjoy watching buddies of mine drive my stuff and do well. And, you know, until you come up with a spring fling thing, you was my driver. But you done left me high and dry. So now I got, you know, LaBoose, and he does well. And, you know, Cisco won the million, and Santangelo does a great job. So I'm just planning. I'm going to run probably 3 or 4 bracket races. You know, I wanted to run both your flings, but both of them are on Charlotte. I'm going to run Charlotte, the first Charlotte, and then run the Bristol fling. So I still enjoy it. It just, you know, it gets a little frustrating that 8-mile bracket race and top bulb, double low dead on. Just, it's a whole lot tougher than when I started in the 80s.
Yeah, it's definitely the bar has definitely been raised. But listening to you talk, and being with you over the years racing, you don't take racing like as serious as some other people. I could only imagine how many world championships you would have won if you do take racing as serious. You're more worried about having a good time and what everybody's eating at the racetrack that's with you and cooking for them than you are turning the wind light on. You still turn many a wind light on, so that says a lot about you.
Yeah, if I put a little more effort. I remember you told me something one time years ago, and I'll never forget it, that you said, because I asked you, I said, as good as you are, Pete, why wouldn't you race every weekend? And you said, if I concentrate as much effort as I put into it, I'm putting 100% when I go. I'd rather go 10 times a year, put 100%, not get burnt out and do really well those 10 times than to go 40 times a year, put 80%, not quite do as well, go to have a good time more or less. But I'm all about, I love to win, don't get me wrong, but if I went now and just helped the guys that drive for me and cooked and had a good time, I'm just as happy with that as I am driving and trying to be competitive. I just don't spend the time I used to on a practice tree all week. And, I got a couple of beach houses and a couple of boats and a couple of grandchildren and a daughter and a whole lot of other stuff that I love doing. Once you get a little older, your priorities change a little bit, but I still love it. And everybody loves to win.
Yeah, and you have a knack for picking winners. You mentioned some of them, Santangelo, Cisco, and now you got Johnny LaBouche driving for you. He's already won world championships, and the future is bright for Bertozzi Racing. No matter you just have a winning way about you. It's hard to describe, but whether you're at a casino, rolling the dice with you, or you're racing with you, just good things happen to good people, and that shines on you strongly.
Well, I appreciate that, and I believe a lot of it's that positive attitude. You go with a positive attitude, and good things happen to you, and you help people. Good things happen, like you said, to good people. But I don't know if I got a knack for picking. I got a knack for listening to good advice. Let me put it to you like that. So Jimmy the Shoe gave me the good advice about you, and I got to give it, pat you on the back. You give me, when you quit driving the super gas car, you're the one said, hey, you ought to talk to John LaBouche. He's really driving good. You spend a lot of time looking at everybody's runs and numbers. So you turned me on to him and Santangelo.
Yeah.
I think Jimmy the Shoe turned me on to Cisco. But yeah, I do listen to smart people and good advice, and then add a little bit of luck to it.
Well, we wish you the best of luck in 2022, and sure you'll have more world championships down the road, and appreciate your time coming on, Anthony.
RAD torque guns are the world's most powerful and reliable torquing systems with the highest power to weight ratio. RAD torque guns are available in pneumatic, battery, and electronic drive systems with torque ranges from 500 to 15,000 foot-pounds of torque. RAD torque guns are being used around the world by companies such as Boeing Aerospace, Caterpillar Equipment, GE Wind Towers, the U.S. military, and many, many more. RAD torque systems are also very involved in the drag racing community, sponsoring many events, as well as a large fleet of RAD-sponsored race cars. For more information, visit radtorque.com.
Nobody beats Jegs.com. Choose from millions of name brand parts and support from experts who know and love cars. 24/7 for life. There's only one place to go. Jegs.com. Nobody beats Jegs.com. Choose from millions of name brand parts and support from experts who know and love cars. 24/7 for life. There's only one place to go. Jegs.com.
It was a real good day for Collier Racing. I got one more thing to do. Tori Green, will you marry me?
How about that? A marriage proposal right here in the winner's circle on Moser Engineering Friday. What a special moment. Awesome job right there. The Collier family is living it up. Congratulations, this young.
All right, Mother Nature. Being a little difficult this morning. But we are a resilient bunch. Spray rig is out on the surface, doing what the spray rig needs to do. We've told all the drivers to get back in their cars, shoot it up, and get warmed up. As soon as that spray rig leaves the racing surface, we're going to release the hounds. Here on Jegs, $30,000 Saturday, the RAD Torque Systems Fall Fling presented by Optima Batteries. Just the same as the other days. No buybacks. Turn on a win light. Or that entry is done for the event. Cruel, cruel deal sometimes. But that's how it is when it's 2 go down, 1 come back. Greatly appreciate everybody's patience this morning. When you do these events, you know, you plan and get everything ready and all this stuff is in your control. The only thing that is out of your control is the weather that Mother Nature gives you. But when you have things like this, you have very, very skilled people in place that know what to do. So it should be just a little bit longer. Hopefully just a cars doing burnouts are a good thing. Shane Boney, Gordon Wan. Shane out of Bellevue in the state of Minnesota. The S10 left side, 596 is the number. Gordon Wan, Port Charlotte, Florida. The Vega wagon over on the right side, 628. The dial-in for Gordon. Red light start for Shane Boney by 9,000ths of a second. Gordon Wan was 006 green and then goes 629 on the 628. To get out of round number 1, Shane Boney was 9 red and 1 above 1. Larry Hamby. Steve Collier. Hamby out of Orlando, Florida. Really? 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 Well, very rarely on race day do you want to quote "The Price is Right." But I do have to quote "The Price is Right" when I say, "Ba-bum, ba-bum, boom." This is a bummer. As we got everything dry, and now Mother Nature is really angry. So the call has been made. We're going to clear out the staging lanes. This one could be a little lengthy. Unfortunately.
Remind them once we do get.
So Mother Nature is definitely more aggressive. We are clearing out the staging lanes at this time. We're sending everybody back to their respective pit areas, as what was just some light sprinkles here and there has turned into a little bit more than that. So we are sending everybody back to the pit areas at this time. And we will have an extended period of quiet time here at Bristol Dragway, Thunder Valley. Here on JEG's $30,000 Saturday here at the RAD Torque Systems Fall Fling presented by Optum Batteries. We'll do our best to keep everybody updated. But this one's going to be a little bit.
Hello, racers. Thought I'd take you a little bit behind the scenes with the queen of the diva desk at the Spring Flings, Emily Biondo. Emily, how are you today?
I'm good.
So Emily's hard at it right now because we're about to leave for Vegas, and as soon as we finish Vegas, we're going to be trekking east to Galat with very little break. So if there's a little bit of stress on your face, we'll give you some leeway there.
Thanks, appreciate it. Yep.
I want to start off with the first question. You know, people see us running around at the Flings, and we rarely get any time, personal time. So tell us first, here's my first question to you. I want the racers to get to know you a little bit, but my first question is a hard one. It's, you've been, everybody knows, most people that are watching this know that Kyle Seipel, my best friend and business partner, passed away recently. And you, myself, and Kyle worked hand in hand for the last 12 years with the Flings. Tell the audience what it's like working with Kyle and I.
Okay,
Being
yeah,
being a
that's hard.
buffer, whatever your role was, whatever you did, tell the audience about it.
Yeah, a couple roles. Buffer's a good word for it. It's us three musketeers. I feel like we just had such a great like 1, 2, 3 punch. The three of us. You know, the boys can be so stringent with certain things and more analytical, and I would throw in some things that would be more personal, more personable for the racers. But the three of us working together was just like nothing else. I mean, the 1-2 punch of Peter and Kyle are unlike anything that I've ever seen in a friendship, and especially living so far away from each other. We all worked together for 12 years, and we miss him dearly. But you know, I've stepped up in the last couple of years and taken on some more of his roles. But he'll never be replaced, that's for sure.
There's no doubt about that. As a best friend and a business partner, he'll never be replaced. But you definitely did step up. So let's talk about that a little bit. You're a mother of 2, and you're now my right-hand person at the Flings. So tell us a little bit about your role, leading up to the event at the Flings, what you do, and what it's like.
Yeah, so leading up to the races, it's really turned into a full-time job these past, 3 or 4 years, I'd say. Thankfully, my kids are in school now, so I get a good chunk of time every day to do the grind, all the prizes, the sponsors, the spreadsheets, trying to organize everything so that when we arrive at the event, we can, actually take it in. And that's the best part of working with the Flings is once you arrive at the track, you get this, the aura is just really cool. It's fun to be in the mix. I love being at the diva desk. It's you're right there on the front line. So the racers, they're coming to buy back, and they're just excited too. They've never been so happy to spend money with you, because you hear all the good stuff. So it's cool to be on the front lines like that.
Yeah, the diva desk is a fun place to be at the Flings. I know it's stressful.
There's controversy
sometimes.
though whether the diva desk was created because the racers are the divas or because we're the divas. But I'm sticking with that it's the racers that are the divas.
Maybe a little bit of both. Well, you guys.
The wives will all agree with me.
Yeah, you guys work hard and you make it fun for all of the employees at the Flings and all the racers as well. Tell us a little bit about your racing. How did you get started, and your transition into motherhood from racing?
Yeah, so I started racing when I was 14, which would have been 22 years ago, which seems crazy that I'm even old enough to be racing for 22 years. But my friend's dad raced down in Florida, where I lived in Seminole, Florida. And I went out to the track with her one Friday night, and it was just fun, being around the racing atmosphere. We were like brushing off the tires after the burnout, thinking we were like the crew. My dad was always into muscle cars growing up, but he never went to the drag strip. So I was like, Dad, you got to come out here. And it was right up his alley. So the family just plunged right in, and I started racing juniors when I was 14, stopped competitive gymnastics at that point, and never looked back. I got, my first big car when I turned 16. I raced some foot brake here and there. And now I'm lucky if I, get in the seat like once a year, but it's fun to do that now as a mom, jump in the seat and let the kids kind of cheer for me. And Peter will bring the kids down to the finish line, and I'll see him when I turn off. Sometimes like Severio will hand me the time slip when I'm at New Media racing, because it's such a cool, close family knit atmosphere there. So he jumps in the time slip booth, and it's hard to transition from one role to the other back and forth like that. So I don't race very often, which is fine with me. But it's nice to let the kids see me, doing my thing, and that the world doesn't revolve just around them. Like, I think it's so cool, these moms out here racing, often. I think it's neat for the kids to realize that the moms and the dads, they had lives before they became parents. And we have to bump these kids down a little bit into thinking that the world doesn't revolve around them.
Yeah, and probably you're underplaying how much you transition from a racer to a mother and a housewife. And the thing that I admire about you the most is how you unselfishly put your personal racing totally on the back burner, except for that 1 or 2 times per year. And I don't think there's too many people that would unselfishly make that conscious choice like you did. So definitely lucky to have you as part of obviously my wife, the mother of my kids, and the Queen Fling at the Diva desk.
Thanks, babe.
What's your biggest win? Tell the audience what your biggest win.
You were there for it. It was 2012. I ran Super Gas for the first time. I had raced Super Comp a handful of times at Gator Nationals, our hometown national event in Florida. But I hadn't really, gone very far in those races, 3rd round, 4th round. And then all of a sudden, Peter puts me in Anthony Bertozzi's Super Gas car that is, 170 miles an hour in the quarter?
Yeah,
Right.
what she's not saying is she's never did a burnout with with a line lock in a door car before racing at this national event. And she's never, and so we chose Bristol because Bristol's altitude a little bit. I figured it would take some horsepower away, just the weather in itself, because I was nervous. That thing hauls ass. It's 170 miles per hour. And here I am, put my wife in it, who didn't have much experience or any in a roadster. But 7 rounds later, I was pulling behind you in the tower. I was in the final as well in Superstock, and I watched you be double-O, take dolo, and light up the scoreboards in the final. And to me, that was between that and my father winning a national event in front of me at Englishtown. Those are my 2 most memorable moments at the drag strip. So,
yeah, that was neat. We had already had 2 flings at Bristol by that point. It was 2012. We were only just dating still. We weren't even engaged yet. And, so the Bristol staff was like family to us already after those couple events. So they were like rooting for me in the tower, and they were in my winner's circle picture. It was really cool. And then thank God Peter was behind me, because I think if the pressure was on me, if he won in front of me and I lost, oh my gosh, it would have been terrible. So I was glad that, the strong point was behind me and I got it done. And then he followed it up with a win. And it was really neat to share the stage in the national event like that.
It definitely was a special day for sure. Being at Bristol where the Fling all started made it just that much better. I like to leave off with this. So you're a mother of 2. We have a 7-year-old and a 4-year-old. We obviously wouldn't change it for the world. It's but when we had Severio, our first child, and we were thinking about having a second, we were back and forth whether we should or not. What advice would you give a mother of 1 that is debating on having a second? Let's give some advice to the mothers here that's debating on having a second child. What advice would you give them? I'll start with one piece of advice. It's more than twice as hard because you start the numbers, now it's 2 on 2, but go ahead.
Yeah. So I would say first, we were so fortunate just to have 2 children. So, if you're in the position of being able to choose whether to have a second child or not, it's a hard decision. We had Severio, we had our boy, we were so excited. Everything seemed, perfect. And then we thought that would be a perfect little family, just the 3 of us. We were starting to really ramp up with the flings, and it was starting to take a lot of my time and Peter's time. So we were good. We thought maybe it'd just be the 3 of us. And then Kyle comes to New York one weekend and takes Peter out, and they had a couple martinis, and then came Olivia. So I would not change it for the world. But yeah, you're right. It definitely ups the parenting game. I always say that with the second child, it kind of turns into the dad's first child. Like the dad really has to step up because that tiny little newborn baby just needs the mom for everything. So the dad really has to step up for the older kid, and it really puts a lot of pressure on them for that part. And then, but now obviously I wouldn't change it for the world. We love our Spitfire, Olivia.
Yeah, she's definitely a Spitfire, and she completed our family for sure. Well,
It's fun to watch them together too, because the two have totally different personalities. She'll just ramble about everything for, how her day went and tell you who got in trouble at class and, everything. And then he's more reserved and more serious. And, but he's a goofball too.
He's me and she's you, basically. Well, appreciate your time today as we get ready to head to Vegas next week for our spring fling and then back to Galat. Busy couple of weeks. Thanks for taking the time and thanks for all you do.
All right. Thanks, guys. Good luck, racers.
All right. My name is Peter Biondo from the Spring Fling Bracket Races, and I'm joined today by the multi-time NHRA World Champion, Dan Fletcher. Dan, what's going on?
What's up, Pedro? How are you?
Doing well, buddy. Doing well, getting ready for the events. And you just came off a big foot brake win. Well, you won't call it a big win, but you I heard you had numbers that were top bulb like. So pretty good start to the year for you.
Yeah, could be worse. It's nice to win something. I don't seem to win as much as I used to anymore. It's gotten a lot harder. We all know that. But no, it's fun. Galat's only 33 miles from the house. Greatest little track in the world. Looking forward to being able to race there more this year and running the fling there in another few weeks. I won't be making Vegas, but I wasn't invited, so I'm not going.
Well, I beg to differ. I heard there's an open spot in the Domino trailer.
Well, yeah, that's kind of right outside. I guess I could go, but yeah. I need to, as Brad Plower would say when he left Gainesville, I need to make a good adult decision here. So that's what I'm trying to do.
All right. Well, listen, you're an adult. Well, I still think you should pack it in, put your big boy pants on, and strap it down in the trailer, and let's do it.
In my weaker moments, I considered it. Believe me. I mean, it's a pretty good opportunity, and obviously it's a great race, and I'd like to go. But the 2-week commitment with driving out there and back, and just they got a lot of stuff going on here. Have 2 dogs and a cat to watch, so I'm home on a puppy patrol.
All right. Well, there's going to be a lot of racers that aren't going to be disappointed that you're not there. Tell us the story. Well, I'm always intrigued, and I think our audience would be intrigued. Tell us the story about, call a spade, how you were miserable working your 9-to-5 at Xerox, and you took a huge risk with a family, and I believe you had young kids at the time, and decided to roll the dice without any designated income unless you want to race. Tell us that story. And what was that, 93?
I actually walked out of Xerox for the last time in 97, but I basically was there part-time, whether they knew it or not, from probably about 94 on. Yeah, just, typical guy that didn't like his 9-to-5, just, clearing paper jams and writing reports about paper tray handling and dog ears on corners of papers just really wasn't my thing. It didn't, back then it was what? I mean, God, it's almost 30 years ago. I made a decent living there as an engineering technician, and, it was warm in the winter and cool in the summer. It wasn't terrible, but, I had aspirations to be a racer guy. And back in the day, you could make $20,000 in a national event, or damn near 20 grand. And it looked like a very winnable bottom ball bracket race. And that was kind of what I was good at. If I was good at anything, was, trans brake bottom bulb. Seemed like a doable deal. Back in the day, you would turn your nose up at IHRA races that paid like 10 grand. NHRA was the better part of 20. but there was a lot of opportunity. And you could, again, back in the day, you could count on winning class at a couple races, and you could, make the better part of $1,000. Tim Warner used to make 1,500 winning class. And class actually meant something back in the day. So I looked at it and laid out a business plan, and it felt like if I went to, 6, 8, 10 of those NHRA races a year, that, I got to be able to win 1 or 2. And if I went to, 3 or 4 IHRA races, if I could win 1 of them, some round money, so a couple class wins, a divisional win, I could put together, my God, if I can't gross 60 grand and not spend that much and be as ahead as I am at Xerox, I just thought it would work. I really did. And I felt like I was killing every day of my life walking into Xerox. You're only going to be alive so long. Like I just saw on the Google Snaps today that everyone's good friend and announcer guy, Bob Unkefer, and he's not doing good. And it doesn't look like he's going to probably make it through. And it's super sad, dude. Tim Warner passed away back in December. You aren't going to be alive forever. So you gotta kind of do what makes you happy. And I'm not saying that working on race cars like I do these days makes you too happy, but it's still better than Xerox, that's for sure.
So you had kids at the time.
Yeah, I had Thomas, and Timbo was born in 95. So yeah, but at that, well, the way, it's a different world now. Guys get maternity leave all the time, right? But back in the day, when Taylor was born, and Timbo was born in 92. I don't believe I just said that. Taylor's born in 95. So Taylor's born in December of 95. Right about that time is when they came out with a deal called the Family and Medical Leave Act, FMLA or whatever. And basically I took it as 13 weeks of unpaid leave, maternity leave for a guy. So Taylor's born in December. She's born, whatever, go back to work. Well, I walked into my boss and say, I don't know, May-ish, whatever, probably before the Western Swing, walked into my boss and said, hi, boss, I'm going to do this Family Medical Leave Act. I'm out of here for 13 weeks. So he wasn't too happy, but it was, I wasn't getting paid for it. I think you might even get paid at this point, but it was unpaid leave, and it was my dry run to go out there and see if I could make this work. We went on the Western Swing. I think we did, as I recall it, but I know that I won Brainerd and I won an IHRA national event in Scribner. So between those two, I grossed about 30, probably hit a points meter. So, and it was like after I came back after a few months, dude, I can do this. This can work, So I went back to work after that point. I tried to make an adult decision. I went back to work, worked through the winter, worked through the fall and the winter, whatever 13 weeks I ended up, went back to work, worked at Xerox all that spring, started out the year out west, and I won. At this point, I'm flying back and forth or, however I did it, but I won, I think, like Phoenix and Gainesville to start the year. And I wasn't planning on walking out of Xerox for good until like June. And after Gainesville, I just called up and said, I'm out. Thanks for coming. I won't be back. So that's how it went.
And as a racer, I know you can drive good under pressure. You and I have been rivals turned into good friends now, but back in the day, sometimes we wouldn't even look at each other in the stage lanes. We were pretty intense competitors. Mm-hmm. And I always thought you had a great knack for racing under pressure, but man, what was it like? How does that change your approach to a round? I'm sure there's sleepless nights going up to it, but you start the year, let's say, in a slump, and you got to put food on the table. Did it help you or hurt you performance in a race car?
I got to tell you the truth, it really had like no impact. I would, honest to God, it had no impact. And when I walked out of Xerox, there was no catching that. I had no sponsors, zero. I had an orange Camaro. I had nothing. I had my dad's 77 Dodge van in a beat up old. Oh, hi, Mommy. Hi. I had a beat up old enclosed trailer. I had my dad's Dodge van. The beat up enclosed trailer was actually one with barn doors and ramps. That's how old it was. So in an orange Camaro, dude, I had no sponsor dollars. So I had to make it all happen on the track, you know. Fortunately, Valvoline stepped up not long after I walked out of Xerox as my first primary sponsor, and that helped out. At the time, I thought that was the greatest thing in the world. I got like $1,000 a race or something, you know, for a national event deal, up to 15 races. I mean, obviously that wouldn't hardly get a man to Vegas and back at this point. But like Bertozzi, Anthony said, you know, that he, you know, I can't believe you can even stage a car. You know, I mean, you got to win to feed your kids. And about, dude, the minute I would, and I'm not BSing when I say this. When I would start the car, I mean, sure, my nuts were in a vice all week or something. I mean, if you know, I knew I was close to, but at the time, you didn't need to make that much. Life was simpler. The mortgage was small, no car payments. You know, I mean, the overhead was down. You know, things didn't cost what they cost now. You didn't have to make that much, you know. But when I fired a car to go in the water, there's nothing else other than what's ahead of me. And it never really affected me. Sure, when I would leave after I lost, and now I'm like, I didn't win, and I don't know how I'm going to pay the rent this month. Yeah, then the drive home was pretty rugged, you know. But I had raced that whole way when I was a kid, when I was 18, 19, 20. I didn't have the money to go do it. I had to win. You know, if I didn't win, I couldn't afford to go do it. It's the way it's always been. So that's not really ever changed. And unfortunately, well, I guess things have changed now. Now when the win light comes on in the final, it's about just satisfaction that I won. But 15 years ago, it was, okay, there's another month's worth of money. You know, that's what the win light in the final meant. But now it's, with sponsor dollars, I mean, it's gone inverse. You know, I used to have no sponsors and have to win a bunch. And now it's, you know, I'm blessed to have MicroStrategies and ATI and VP and Denzo and Mickey Thompson. You know, it just, if I didn't have them, I couldn't do it now, because you can't win enough. And I can't win physically enough races, and you can't make enough money. So if it wasn't for sponsors, forget it. So there's my deal.
Yeah, and I've watched it play out over the decades. So now I'm 51 years old. You're a few years older. What are you, 56, 5?
Yeah, I like your thinking. You're close.
Okay, I'm close. Mid 50s.
Yeah.
I mean, so I can't help but ask, because this is starting to, I've never thought like this before, but now I get to a race, you see a lot of young guys. I used to hear my father talking about this and think he was crazy, but you start to wonder when you're not going to be able to compete at the level that you and I hold ourselves to a high standard. I mean, you see people in all kinds of sports. You see Tom Brady, who's coming back at it again. Like, where do you see it ending, and like how?
Yeah. Well, let's face it. You know, careers never really end well, right? I mean, you generally, you got to hit a Rusty Wallace wall, right, where you're incompetent before you finally recognize it's time to hang it up. I'd like to think I'm going to be smart enough to realize, or be a realist enough to realize, I think that I'm still very, very good at what I do, but I will say that I make some mistakes that I don't think I should make, that I might not have made before. My friend, again, Tim Warner, used to say that as you get older, it's harder to concentrate. You're up there staging, and not that your mind wanders per se, but you're noticing that golf cart on the return road that's driving by. You know, you've got to have a level of focus where you aren't seeing any of that. And I don't want to be that guy, you know, with a friggin' little peephole, you know, in my shield or something, you know. Who was the guy from back in the day, Rard and Bob, with the paper towel tube? Your dad used your father's telling that story.
Yeah.
I don't want to think that my focus is so bad that I need that kind of crutch, you know. But
yeah, if I start seeing you with a toilet paper hole, paper towel hole, I'm gonna flag you down and say I think it might be time to hang it up, Dan. I think
you're right. There's a
lot
of young kids out there, a lot of talented young guys. It's hard for me to believe. Like, there's some kid there the other day talking to me, whatever, and you know, I find out from Timothy that he's like 23 or 4 years old. I'm thinking, my God, I'm over 30 years older than this guy, you know. And I just, like the old timers always used to tell us, right? You still think that you're 20, but then your back and your legs tell you aren't. But when you're out there racing, you still think that you're just as young as them. But when I went to a bracket race with the guys at Pittsburgh a couple years ago, the one guy said, "Oh, you brought Pops with you." What the F? I'm Pops now? I'm the old guy? Yeah, that's what happens. I'm the old guy now. And I'm not really down with that, but that's just the way it is, right?
Yeah, it happens fast, and I agree with you 100%. You tell yourself one thing, but your body tells yourself another.
Yeah.
So what's give us one thing. Let's say you're transitioning out of racing, and you have your son, Timothy, let's say, and you have taken him under your wing, and you have one piece of advice to give him. Just one. What would it be?
Just one. Just one's hard, but just discipline. Just discipline. That's it. All facets of life, discipline.
That's a good way of putting it, because you can relate discipline to all facets of racing and of life. So where do you see you have any? I mean, how many world championships have you won? And you won 102 national events, right?
Yeah, I've 105, tied Manzo last year at Charlotte.
That's, by the way, that's a huge deal right there. 105 NHRA national events.
Yeah,
but go ahead.
Yeah, but it's not near as easy to win them now as it was. I've won 3 championships, but I haven't raced for points in, really in like over 10 years probably. I mean, the divisional events aren't that lucrative, although divisional events used to pay like $3,500, $4,000, and nationals paid like 20. And now divisional events still pay like $3,500 to $4,000, and the national event's like 9. So divisional event is really a lot more appealing than it used to be, right? So I might have to start going to a few more of those, especially I'm only a half hour from Galat. I'm only 2 hours from Rockingham, 2 hours from VMP. I can probably hit a few more where it might make sense. It didn't used to make sense to go spend same amount of money, the same assets, same. That's one problem is bracket race. Yes, I want to go out this weekend, but I made 20 runs on my equipment. Like Stennett would say, to double honor, you got to hate your equipment, right? I made 20 runs. Kyle's dad used to budget, right? Exactly how many dollars per run it would be. And it used to be like $20 a run. I can't imagine what it is now. I lost money. I won. I lost.
Well, and for the audience that doesn't know Dan as well as I do, Dan's he's very articulate. He's very, he looks at all of the angles when he makes a decision on what to race, what class to race, what combination to build. With all of that said, he chooses a 4,000-pound station wagon to run into these spring flings, which I still shake my head, and I have shaken my head for a while about it until I raced with you down in Montgomery at Brits Race, and I saw how that thing printed tickets. But it's pretty ironic that you have a dragster, you have a lot of good cars, and you pick a 4,000-pound station wagon. Can you tell us why?
It's a super fun car to drive. I mean, really fun. It's got personality, right? I mean, I think wagons are cool. I like wagons. And it's an easy car to drive. It's just a super easy car to drive. And I'm not like bragging or anything, but I'll put that car up against anyone's car, dude. I mean, it really runs good. And it stops like a son of a bitch. I mean, I know where my spot is, and it's just a really good car, and it's super fun. And unlike a dragster that's just a giant pain in the butt to load and unload, and if it's raining, you get caught in the rain, the trailer's heavy, jack them out in the air, get the nose off of it. Just the wagon, it's very comfortable. And if it was comfortable and not good, that would be one thing, but it's pretty good. I mean, I know that everyone probably chuckles. They all got real race cars that are $80,000 cars, and I got this old street car, but I'm not afraid to go try with it,
No, I think it's great. Dan Fletcher, gas or alcohol?
I'm different than a lot, right? I'm gas. My kids always wanted alcohol, and I'm just not down with the whole alcohol deal and the problem stuff that comes with it. And I think a good gas setup is, I might move just a little where alcohol's maybe not gonna, I guess. But again, like Pete Dagnolo is a super great racer, hard worker, pretty smart, works hard on his stuff to make it better. And he runs on alcohol, and he's been with us with the Nova and the wagon. And, I think he'd tell you that it's, pretty damn good. So I'm a gas guy. I don't have, when you bring two cars and you go for these long races, I don't have enough room for that much alcohol.
Well, let's close it out with, do you have one story from the races? What's your most embarrassing story at the racetrack?
Dude, I can't pick one. I got lots of embarrassing stories. Okay, you could pick where, I fell off the top of my motorhome, where I ran my scooter into a fence, where I ran my scooter into the guardrail at the end of the track, where there's a million, but probably one of my most embarrassing on-track races is I'm at Gainesville, and I'm running Bo Kinney, who is Cambria's friend that I sold one of my old race cars to. So just that's kind of funny, right? Poor Paul Cambria, an attorney, got some money, whatever, good guy, wanted to get into racing. I sold him my LT1 Firebird. Well, I've probably cost that guy $5 million with all the race. He's got 2 copos and just all, the amount of money that, well, then he drug his buddy Bo Kenny into it, and he had all kinds. So I'm running Bo Kenny. Bo was a great guy, probably not the best racer in the world. And he was having problems with his GT car at Gainesville and someone to transmission or whatever. I got to, I think it was probably the 1,000 foot. I can't believe I'd do it earlier than that. But I got to the 1,000 foot, and he's like, 18 bus lengths behind me. He had a problem with the transmission again. And I threw the freaking car in neutral. Like I would in a time run where I'm shutting it off at 1,000. And here he comes. And I'm in neutral. And I had to have almost thrown in neutral at the 8th mile. But the bottom line is I watched him drive by me first round at Gainesville, and I lived at home in New York, right? So you're 20 hours from home, and I watched him drive by me and turn a wind light on, and then be broke and not be able to go up for the next round because I threw the friggin' car in neutral. Just complete brain cramp.
Yeah.
That might be one of my most embarrassing on-track efforts.
What's crazy about that story is not only do I remember it, but I'm pretty sure I was happy that it happened because I had a buy run next round. I'm pretty sure if we look into the archives, I ran Bo Kenny that next round.
I don't recall that, but that would make it just all the gooder. Sure.
Well, Dan, we appreciate you coming on. Wish you the best of luck in 2022. Hello, racers and race fans. My name is Peter Biondo from the Spring Fling events, and I'm joined with Craig Marilees from Sonoma, California. Craig, how you doing today?
I'm doing well, Peter. How are you?
I'm doing great. This is going to be a treat, Craig, for the audience, because we're going to dive into a hot topic, electric cars and drag racing, more specifically bracket racing. Craig, I'm going to call you an innovator. I'm going to call you the leader of the pack in the electric cars. Tell us how you got started in drag racing and how you ended up getting so serious with a Tesla, with a delay box, bracket racing.
Yeah. So, boy, that goes back to 2018 when I ended up doing my first street drag race at Sonoma Raceway. A friend of mine we were mutually in a car club, and we were doing autocrossing and EV or electric vehicle, electric go-kart racing. And yeah, I ended up going into street class and really falling in love with the first night of taking a hit and realizing what bracket racing was all about, a game of milliseconds, and had no idea. I mean, I grew up right next to Edgewater in Ohio and would hear the drag cars go down there every night and go out and see them and remember, the Blue Max and Don Perdome and Shirley Downey and all that other stuff, and loved it as a kid. It took me 50 years to finally get to the track and be on the other side and actually drive the car and had a blast. Kyle did me probably one of the biggest favors he ever could have done. And he kicked me out of street.
Speaking of Kyle Seipel, correct?
Yeah, you bet, Peter. I couldn't believe the amount of support that came from that man and interest in what I was doing out there. I mean, they wouldn't let us run street class anymore after the first year. And so they put us in comp rod, and for that class at Sonoma is basically you can run a delay box, you can do whatever you want. There's no crosstalk, but you can go off top bulb if you want. So there was a bunch of cars there, and I really didn't even know what top bulb racing. I was, just getting introduced with street and foot brake, so it was all new territory for me. Saw these guys that were doing top bulb stuff, and I'm like, wow, I'd like to. I don't want to be, I want to compete. I want to see if I can do what these guys are doing with it. So, I did a little bit of digging and bought an accelerator pedal off of eBay and bought some wiring and figured out how to basically build an EV trans brake, and the rest is kind of history with having a delay box in it and starting to do NHR racing up at Sacramento in pro and super pro with it and just loving it, having a good old time.
So when you, on a typical weekend at Sonoma, when they have their bracket series, you run two classes?
So if they're doing the ET, I'll run pro and super pro. Yep. And I'll put the box in and out of the car and use the trans brake and blinder and go deep. And, if I'm going pro, it's kind of an odd setup. The car's pretty slow leaving the beam. So, I've got to go deep with it, and I blinder third bulb and just use your Terminator button on it into my EV trans brake and launch that way in pro. And then in super pro, hook her up to a delay box and go off top bulb. Yep.
And that's very interesting. And tell us, Craig, tell us about some of the interactions you had with Kyle Seipel, who was the manager of Sonoma Raceway at that time. Like, what was a typical conversation, or like, what would you guys talk about?
Well, I mean, in the tower, I don't want to bring up all the conversations with what he was struggling with there. I mean, I don't want to revisit all that. I'd like to focus on really the interactions about racing, and him coming up and just like filming what I had going on in the car, or paying my entry fee on some little money race that I felt like I was in over my head, and he's like, no, you're my horse in this race. I want you in there. So he was so cool and supportive about it. You'd hear on the radio or on the announcing where he's betting on me and the announcer's betting against me and stuff. So anytime I'd win, I'd go up there and give him a thumbs up and give him, that I won him $20 or something like that. So I totally appreciate the interactions I had with him. I felt very, very fortunate to know him for the short amount of time that I did from 2018. Yeah.
Well, most people who were lucky enough to get a chance to know Kyle Seipel realized he was a giver. He was always giving, helping people, especially with racing information, whether it be weather or strategy. So you're definitely one of the lucky ones, and you're joined by a lot of other people. So let's dig into the controversial topic, electric vehicles. We're right at the point that there's no denying they're going to make their way into drag racing. We're at the transition phase, in my opinion. Speak to what it's like running an electric vehicle at Sonoma Raceway. Do you have a lot of, is there some bad blood there, or is everybody supportive, or do they think you should be running separately, or just talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, Sonoma's pretty good, I got to tell you. I mean, the guys that I raced with at Sonoma, you might get some heckling once in a while or something, but it's all in. It's like anything. And I wasn't doing good until like the last half of last season, things started coming together, right? And like anything else, if you get successful, and maybe I was getting a little too successful on some of this and getting lucky, and had a streak of wins at Sonoma just on Wednesday night stuff, right? Not like NHRA. NHRA is still difficult for me to compete in at the, kind of the ET Division 7 level. But if you get to that point, it's kind of human nature. You tend to, maybe mess with the guy that's on top a little bit and try and get in his space a little. And that's cool. That's part of what's going on with racing. It's a mixed bag. Even the guys that don't like the fact that I'm bringing a Tesla, that don't like racing against an EV, we got no problems having a conversation about anything else and shaking hands and whatever. I mean, so I totally respect, and to be quite honest with you, Peter, if the shoe was on the other foot, I see it. I mean, I get it. It's something different. There's, and I don't know all the answers to it. I don't have experience running anything but this car yet, so it's hard for me to be a good judge to say if this car has other advantages. But all I can tell you is what this car is like to me. And to me, the number one thing is like staging it right. Like that's the biggest struggle for me, is still putting it in the right spot. And this system I got set up here helps me do that, right? So I've got a system kind of like a stage assist or whatever you want to call it, that I can set the accelerator pedal to whatever position I want, essentially, and then modulate the brake pedal to go in, or turn it down low and try and just go smooth in or whatever. But I think that this car, from what I'm learning, again, I'm a noob at drag racing, really. I haven't been doing it a long time, but since it leaves the beams kind of slow, it seems like it's more important that thing's really staged where it needs to be, so you can have consistent reaction times and even your ETs as well. So, that this has made a world of difference. Trying to foot brake and stage one of these things is a challenge. You don't have that inertia of your torque converting your flywheel and everything. You're trying to take a dead, rotor essentially and spin it a little bit and have that car. And to me, it's hard to control. Maybe other guys have better success at it, but I would think that doing a transmission, an automatic transmission, again, I can't really speak to it, but I've seen guys bump them and pretty dang good at it. So ETs, the biggest thing for me, battery temperature, state of charge, wind speed, but not for the air density obviously doesn't matter to me at all. But wind speed does for cool. There's a big exposed area underneath the car where the battery's at, basically from the front wheels to the rear wheels. Underneath it, that's all battery. So if I've got a lot of wind blowing through and it cools that battery down, the suffers on it. So those are the things that I worry about. And sometimes it doesn't run its number. I mean, I broke out last night and Wednesday night. It was my fault. I had 2 hun. I took the stripe by 2 hun and broke out by 15. So, I should have tightened it up a little bit better and done a better job. But that's all part of racing and learning how to drive the big end. That's what keeps me coming back every time.
Yeah, there's always room to learn. That's for sure. I've been doing it for 30 years now, and I still learn something new every time I go to the racetrack. For you guys who just tuned in, I'm talking to Craig Maralise. He is an innovator in electronic vehicles, EVs, and he has a Tesla with a delay box. Craig, the common perception is that I hear is those damn things don't care what the weather is. They're just going to print tickets to the 1,000th all day, all weekend long. What's the reality?
Yeah, sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not. I'd say it's no better than a good drag car that my experiences running the NHRA Division 7 ET stuff. You know, it'll swing 500-600 on me sometimes. And I don't really know why all the time. Sometimes I can put a number on it and maybe not. I've definitely been able to put a number on it and not change it. But then I'd say that's not, I don't know how often I can do that. Most of the time I change it. I'll dial up or down, you know, a couple on it, couple hunt on it. But yeah, it's like anything else, you know, if there's any moisture, that's a big problem. Obviously losing a little bit if you know, especially on a Wednesday night and we get condensation out of the exhaust of a street car or something that gets out there. Everybody's got the same problem with that, and I'm not immune from that. You know, there's definitely positives to it, you know, not having to worry about air density, moisture, you know, so all that stuff doesn't impact the car. Yeah.
So you don't have to worry about air density, or a lot of the weather variables, or any of the weather variables, but you do have to worry about, if I'm understanding you right, battery, the state of the battery, as well as battery temperature seems like it's a big thing. What else? Staging the car is a challenge.
Staging the car is super important. Yep. You know, ripping a good light, driving the big end, you know, it that regard, it's similar to, I think, the other, you know, hitting the tree and then driving the big end right. I don't see much difference, you know, really, but between them. Yeah, there's.
Well, I will tell you this, Craig.
Go ahead.
I was watching the live timing for a few of the events, and about a month and a half ago, I wrote down all of your incrementals. I was basically spying on you. I wrote down all of your incrementals, and then I took Marco Paravolaris' Nova, which is a good bracket car, and Ted Seipel's Ferrari, and I basically jotted all the numbers down on a sheet of paper. And obviously it's not a very big sample, but I did have about 10 runs from each of you because it was a 2-day race and you all went rounds. Your car, the Tesla, you run it up that day, as a matter of fact, but your car was, I'd say, about 15 to 18 thou was your spread at the 330 over a course of, let's just say 7 to 10 runs, which was ironically the same as the other two cars. So Marco Paravolaris, his conventional car, and Ted Seipel. So I can tell you from my point of view, your statement that the EVs they're good, but they're no better than a good bracket car has a lot of truth to it, because I saw it with my own eyes.
Yeah, there's exceptions that happen. I've been totally impressed, and other people have seen it, but it happens on good drag cars too. You know, sometimes you just have days that everything clicks and you don't even know why. It's just the car does a good number, and so it'd be interesting to see long term on how it all shakes out. I appreciate you taking the interest and checking that out on that. That's interesting information to hear. Yeah.
So how do you see? I know NHRA is for, well, how do I put this? I know NHRA, from what I've heard, is open to electric cars coming in and playing with the rest of everybody. And I think they're going to start, if I heard it right, they're going to start with their own class, possibly. Hear a lot of different things, but they're not opposed to it, that's for sure. And I don't understand enough about it yet, but I know it's coming. And one of the reasons I wanted to have you on here is, electric cars aren't voodoo. They're not going to run dead on zero every single time. I think we all should keep an open mind to it, and because it is the future. At some point, there's going to be more and more of those and of EVs, and we're going to end up all playing in the same sandbox.
Yeah, I mean the kind of the new blood thing. I hope we can get new people. I'd love to see the tracks not have issues with car counts, and if the EVs come into the races, I get it, they're boring sometimes, especially if you get an EV on EV run, it's a whole different experience. What do you do in that environment? We need to make it interesting. Right? What kind of other sounds can we bring into it? Can we play somebody's favorite rock and roll music out of the car when you're staging the thing or something? I don't know, but yeah, it's different for sure. But from a driver's perspective, I still think a lot of the exhilaration and just the thrill of racing is there. I mean, to be quite honest, I get a little bit of an adrenaline hit every time the dragster or door car next to me does a burnout and we get ready to stage and do the thing. So I love running gas cars just because of I totally appreciate what's going on over there in the other lane. So I don't know what it's going to look like if it ends up just being an all EV class. We don't have enough cars in there to do that yet. I know that's kind of the goal, and everybody says that's a good idea. And how many if we had an opportunity to run some of these bigger races or something, can you do an EV on EV until you're down to a car or something and then fold them in? Or I don't know what a good way to do it is. Or when do you just put them in with all box cars or so? Who knows? I think time's going to help for us all to learn a little bit more of what the capabilities really are in these in the long run. And I trust everybody's going to figure out to get it into the sport as best as we can. And so, it's best for the sport for everybody involved. Hopefully we can get as the tracks living for get them on long-term, usage and just keep this sport alive. So yeah.
Craig, show us a little bit, since you're sitting in your Tesla, show us what you got going on there.
Sure. Right. So this is kind of bread and butter here. This is, I got your button for the trigger into the delay box. I got, my power that basically, lets me, I can set whatever. This is kind of a beta test mule unit that I've got. Danny Hoff has got this same thing on the East Coast. I got bump down, bump up on it. It's like anything else. You stage the car. You try and figure out if you did good on your hit, and if you want to take a little time, out of it or put it in it, I've got the opportunity to do it. So I basically got the set up the same thing as the dragsters or other door cars that have a delay box and bump up and bump down. The only thing that I've got is, instead of like a stage assist that you guys know more about, I've got that ability to kind of crack the throttle or the accelerator pedal a little bit for staging assistance.
And you're, like I mentioned, you're a leader. You're the leader. When Kyle and I always talked about electric cars, you were the name that always came up. So you have a program that if someone buys a Tesla and they want you to set that car up, quote unquote, with a delay box, you'll fly out there and do it.
That's what I did with Danny. I that was kind of a special deal, flying out and installing it for him. I'd do it for other people, but I'm trying to get some documentation and videos together, install process. The thing that is a little dicey on it is you remove the airbag for the knee airbag underneath the steering column to kind of get down to the wiring, put the wiring harness on the pedal. Other than that, it's pretty basic. You just I'm just nervous anytime working on airbag stuff, so I try and take a little bit extra caution there on that connector and everything. But other than that, you can put it in about an hour and
wow,
put it in and out of the car in about, I'd say, less than 60 seconds. Like I can switch between Pro and Super Pro in probably about 30 to 60 seconds on it, set it off to the side, have it completely unplugged from the car. So yeah, as far as from an operator's perspective, I tried to learn over the past few years of using it and make it easy, make it how I wanted it, to get it in and out of the car, to make it quick, and I don't have to think about it. Right, I got enough stuff just trying to deal with the race that's in front of me than trying to worry about, did I put this jumper back in or all that other stuff. You just unplug it now, and you plug it in, you race, you unplug it, you still race. So it's just going from top to bottom is as easy as that.
And do you potentially see this as a side business for you to go out and set up Teslas for people to bracket race?
You know, I'm working on the next version of it, and I'm totally open to putting it in other people's cars that want to race it, not just Teslas, but any other EV, a Rivian, or it doesn't matter to me who wants the technology. Almost working a drive-by-wire car, but I suppose we shouldn't go down that path because I don't know if that's if we've talked about that at Sonoma a little bit, but that's kind of a but yeah, if somebody wants to run it. EV Rippers is kind of a company that we're starting up a little bit here, and you should be able to Google that pretty soon and do a website. Not quite yet, but yeah.
Interesting. One last question for you, Craig. The big fear of a Tesla catching fire and all the rumors that a race promoter or a race track manager will not be able to put the fire out. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's a valid concern. There's no doubt that lithium ion batteries of a certain chemistry have a runaway propensity if they ever catch fire, right? They just take off, needs a lot of water to cool them off. It's not you're not putting out the fire, you need to cool the battery down. That's the nickel cobalt aluminum chemistry that's in this car. There's a couple of good sides to, I hate to say good sides to it, but there's considerations you need to take into account. These cars are pretty darn safe. You know, them catching fire is really quite a rarity. You have to bang one up pretty bad and do physical damage to it to get the cooling system, the internal cooling system that's operating on the car to stop. If that cooling system stops working and you're in a race environment, you need to get that car somewhere else, because if it catches fire, you got a problem. There's no doubt about it. The likelihood of that happening, I think, is pretty low. There's other battery chemistries that are in play right now. If you talk about lithium ion, there's a lithium ion phosphate chemistry that doesn't have the same propensity of running away, and that Tesla's using that in a lot of their stationary storage. It doesn't have the same energy density. It's like 15% less energy density. But, you know, it might make sense for guys to take a little hit. It's be a weight hit, to have a little bit more in the car, to have the same power or same energy density, I should say. But you don't have to worry about the fire issue. So I think that should be considered in this type of environment. But if it did happen, like I think tow hooks, I think everybody should have a tow hook that's running an EV, period. If you have an issue, get that car off the valuable real estate out there, hook it up and drag it somewhere. I mean, you'd have to have safety things put in place there. You know, if I had my three-layer Romex, Nomex suit on, I'd feel somewhat safe of approaching it and getting a hook on it at least and trying to drag it out of there. But I hear it. I'd hate to see any track get damaged to it. I haven't heard of a car in a racing environment that actually caught fire. I think all the ones that I've heard of have been in street accidents where they get banged up pretty good. I don't think that I've heard of one. I mean, there was some software failures that some of the other manufacturers have had where they're not cooling the batteries appropriately when they're charging them and such, and they catch fire away. Tesla's beyond that. And I think, you'd have to have a pretty new car that would suffer to something like that. So, like I say, if you don't bang one up bad, I don't think it's a worry. And if you do find it, get it out of where it needs to be as soon as you can. Tow the thing somewhere else and get it out of the way of people, and just have the fire department come and deal with it, because it takes a lot of water to cool it off and keep it cool so it doesn't catch back on fire.
Well, I really appreciate your perspective and the time you've taken. You're an innovator in my book, and you're leading the charge with these EVs. As far as, I mean, you're the only one I know that's put delay boxes in Teslas. So I don't know, very impressive, man. I appreciate your time, and Any final thoughts? Do you have any? I mean, do you have any goals of winning a big buck bracket race when the time comes?
I'd love to run my Tesla in whatever race that I can, that I have an opportunity to. I still got the day job that I gotta put the priority. But I'm hoping to see you at Vegas in a rental, so I'll be out there, and I'd like to shake your hands to say hello and hang out with some of my North California, my new friends that I've made drag racing, and meet other drag racers from across the country and say hello. Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, we look forward to seeing you and following more of your success stories in your EV. Thank you, Craig.
Thanks, Peter. See ya.
Bye.
Jags.
Hello, racers. My name is Peter Biondo, and I'm here with Johnny Ezel, aka Johnny Bracket Racer. How you doing, Johnny?
I'm doing good. Hey, y'all.
Johnny, so fresh off two 10K wins this weekend. Let's just start there. You told me that you were tired and your kids were having to bring them to the doctor and stuff, but you just got home from, what was it, a Texas race? Texas two-step, was it?
Yeah, it was 310s over at I-30, kind of a newer track. They're just reopening up, and a buddy of mine puts them on. But
is that
went over there. It's really the first race of the year I got to run. That is north of Dallas, or northeast of Dallas.
Is it Self?
It's a little older track, but they've redone it. Oh, Self, yes, it's Brian and Lump Self.
Okay.
He's the one that runs it, puts it on, manages the track. But went over there for our first race of the year, really. Tried to race earlier, but had some car trouble. So only got literally one round in. And so that was really our first race of the year, and it worked out pretty good.
You cracked them for 210s. That's a pretty great way to start your year. And some momentum going into Vegas. You're coming to the Spring Fling Million in Vegas?
Yeah, we'll be there. The rig's still in Dallas right now, so I'll leave here Saturday morning with a little car, stick it in the trailer in Dallas, and then take off.
Very cool. Well,
be over there Monday sometime, hopefully.
Johnny, and I'm reaching out to you. I picked you as a candidate to do this. This is I think you're a very interesting guy. I think you have a lot of talents, both behind the wheel and also building cars. So tell the audience who doesn't know you so well, tell them a little bit about yourself. What do you do for a day job? And tell us a little bit about yourself.
Well, most people think I drag race for a living, which if you try to do that, most people realize you can't. Like, it ain't, I don't care how much you win, you shouldn't do that for a living. But my main income is actually flipping and renting houses. We started that 4 or 5 years ago. And that's become, it was working on the cars and stuff, but the houses have become way more of an income. And like right now, we're redoing a shopping mall we bought. And then we do the houses or the cars too, paint them, wire them, build them. But I kind of do that for fun. Like most chassis guys seem like they're all bald, and I see why they're bald. So I don't want to do that for a full living. But I like doing it when I want to do it. Build a handful of cars a year and keep people going. Like I do it, paint them, wire them, kind of whatever people need when I want to do it type thing.
Yeah, it's definitely a cutthroat industry, a cutthroat business, and I agree with you. A lot of gray hairs in that industry. Talking to Western Race Tech and American and all the guys, it's tough, especially this day and age with the having a hard time getting the components. But so you
between that and there's so many good cars out there, and like the margins are so little. Like I feel for them. Like they got to build a lot of cars a year to make it, and I don't want to do that. I want to build mine.
So yeah, you have so you build your own cars, you paint your own cars, you assemble your own cars. You're also, in my opinion, not only one of the most talented racers of this decade, but the most interesting, because I watch how you race, and it's different than anybody. I mean, there's your spot droppers, there's your drivers that are putting the wheel on their opponent. There's your people who dial hard. You have without getting too deep into it, you have a style all your own, man, and it's very impressive. You hold a bunch of numbers and you start rocking a hood scoop at 300 feet, and you have an uncanny way of just putting it dead on. And I don't know, man, that song Frank Sinatra, I Did It My Way. I think I could relate to you a lot in drag racing. You have your own style.
Well, I appreciate it. It may not be mathematically the best style, but I don't know. Sometimes it works out.
Well, mathematically, what works out is if the wind light comes on. I don't care how the math adds up or doesn't add up, and you have a way of turning the wind light on. It's really fun to watch a race. So the one, let's dive into that a little bit. The one question that you probably get, or that I even get, is why does a guy like Johnny Ezell hold so many numbers? You want to touch on that at all?
Well,
I mean, it's no secret you're holding
like I said,
numbers, right?
Yeah, and for the most part, I could care less if people know, and that's part of it. But mathematically, I think like the way Luke races, that's the best way to race, and that's the way I tell people they need to race. Hold a number and a half, hold just enough to cover your light, and you're good. But I like the racing of controlling the race, and it may not always work out like that, but when you just make it look stupid, you get a lot of people messing up. And to me, I'm big on the percentages, and when you make it look stupid, your percentages go up, it seems like, because they don't know what to do, so their hands are tied. So even if they're holding, it seems like the guys that hold against me, they end up screwing up even more because they get so lost down, because you know it happens so fast. And so it's fun to really make it look dumb, but at the same time knowing where you're at to put it back dead on when you need to. And I don't know, plus it just makes it fun to race like that. Bottom line.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. And you know, a lot of credit to what you're saying, especially this day and age where 8th mile cars you can put a car dead on. You can call Johnny Ezell and order a whole combination and get a car that could be easily put dead on. So take what you're doing and try to get a little bit of an advantage in a different way by making the opponent uncomfortable, by covering them up so early in the run I think it's really smart. And I think it takes a lot of what's the word? I want to keep this rated G, but I think it takes a lot of guts.
I know what you're thinking.
Yeah, and I like it, man. I like it. I think it's different. It's cool, and like I said, I've watched a lot of people race over the years, and more so at our spring fling events. I watch the numbers. I watch how they drive, and you are one person that stands out from the crowd. I will tell you that, and that's in a good way. And I'm not just floating your boat. I mean that. So no, it's all good stuff.
I appreciate that.
Do you do anything mentally? Like, you have a really strong game, like nothing seems to bother you. You seem to have the same demeanor. I watch you. You seem to have the same demeanor whether you're running Joe Schmo in round 1 of a 5K or the final round of a 100K running against, let's say, Scotty Richardson. You seem to have the same demeanor all across the board. What do you attribute to that? Like, do you just go out there and say, I don't give a damn, I don't give a rat's ass who I'm racing, I'm just gonna kick ass? Or like, what's your mindset going into these rounds?
Well, normally I try to kind of play how the race is going to play out prior to the race happening. And normally it's about 3 scenarios that's going to happen. And out of those 3, really about 2 that's actually going to happen. So it's a 50-50 shot. So kind of play them out prior, no matter who you're running, and already know what you got to do at that time. And just the main thing is just to execute it like when it's happening. And that's the hardest part, but you just got to execute it. Even if it starts looking stupid, just get back to dead on no matter what. Like, that's the main thing.
And what would you say as far as on a scale of 1 to 10, how aggressive are you on a tree? I know you're good on a tree, but how aggressive do you set up? Would you consider yourself very aggressive, or like 1 to 10?
I would say if 1 was not aggressive at all, I'm probably about a 3 to 4. I don't set up too tight. Like, I set up for between about 10, 9 to 10. I ever say 8 to 12. I kind of set up for, because I feel like my strong suit is the finish line, not so much the tree. And I feel like I can win more rounds being 20 than I can being red. So instead of pushing it all the time, I'd rather be, because I feel like, what you may know these numbers, I don't really know these numbers, but I feel like at these big races, if you take away all the red lights, you take away all the breakouts, an average pass is probably between about a 18 to 20 total. It's kind of what I think. People think it's tighter, but I don't think it's any tighter than that. So if the average pass is already 18 total, just say, so if I'm 10 on the tree, take 5, I'm going to win every time. So it's like, all right, all I got to do is be 10 on the tree, which is, for me, is I can do that sometimes. But I feel like I can take 5 when I need to, so I'm not always pushing it. So don't push the tree so much, but push the finish line when you need to. Whenever they're 18 total and you're 10 on the tree and you need to take 7 or 6, you take it. But if they're going 1 above, you just ride them through there and try to just make sure you're ahead of them. So that's kind of the way I race. That's not the way I think most people race, but it works out sometimes.
Well, what you're saying is you're playing to your strong point, and that's the finish line. And as long as you have a respectable reaction time, you can make it happen at the finish line. You don't want to give it away in the starting line by going a few thou red, which makes sense for what you're.
I don't like going red, and no red. Try not to go red. Put it like that.
Yeah. You're fun to watch. So one thing that we could have a little fun with, and you I don't know if you originated this, but the flicker, the stage light flicker. Whether you originated it or not, there's a lot of people doing it these days. Talk about that a little bit. Is that, and if you don't want to talk about it, you don't have to, but if you do, I kind of love to hear what you'd have to say about your side of things on that.
Well, what two things kind of started it for me. The first thing was back in the day when we used to race local, they had a track. It's a Twin City Raceway in North Louisiana. And for whatever reason, it's been years since I've run there, but their pre-stage to stage beams seemed like they were 2 feet apart. Like it took, once you pre-stage, it took forever to get into the stage bowl. So that's when we kind of started backing into the pre-stage, so you don't have to bump in so far. Well, doing that, I realized if you turn the wheel, you can make it do things. And that's when I started staging. If you ever watch me pre-stage, like you can see I pre-stage differently than people. It's because you're right next to it. And we did that, or hell, I've done that for forever, it seems like. And one of my big the second part to it, one of the first big races I've ever gone to was a 50 grander, the Great American Race, when they used to have it at Belrose, which ain't but about an hour from us. And one of the Williams, I don't remember which one it was, timed the dude out by flickering it like that, but that was before anything was online or any of that, because this was probably back in 11, 12, something like that. And when I saw that happen, I immediately understood what happened, and I'm like, man, that's cool there, like that somebody knew that. Like that's the first time I ever saw it, anything about it, and this was 10 years ago. And after that, I was like, man, that's a cool thing to have in your pocket. Somebody's playing games, you can play right back at them, because it doesn't, and it doesn't get anybody that doesn't play games. It's, you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes, to me is a perfect like saying for it, because if you just do your thing, it'll never get you. But if you want it to get you, it can get you. So it's just a way to get people's head. 9 times out of 10, if they don't want to stage first and you just barely flicker, they're going right in, and then you go right in, or vice versa. But if they want to get hung out to dry, let them get hung out to dry. But it's all their fault.
and I think, I don't know how much you realize it caught on. I mean, I go up to New Media occasionally on the weekends, and there's these young kids, and they're staging, turning the wheel and bumping and back to straight, and you've created a I mean, you originated something that you have a lot of followers, whether you know it or not. I don't know if they all know exactly what to do when, but they're trying to be like Johnny Zell there. Yeah,
for me, it's mainly the bumping in. Like I do it every pass, because whether they pre-stage first or I pre-stage first, it doesn't matter, because it makes it where I don't have to bump in 15 times. It's literally one bump and you're in. So it's there. You're in the same spot every time. There's no waiting around. You know when the light's coming on. And that's why I like doing it. Not to time people out, that's just part of it sometimes.
Yeah, it's a lot easier to stage when you're that close to the stage bulb. It's a lot less work to do. I totally get that. Johnny Zell, gas or alcohol?
Everything I got is gas. My family races and everything they have is alcohol, but everything I run is gas. And the reasoning for that was years ago when I first started racing, I had a little coffin dragster trailer and a pickup truck with one car, and I couldn't bring a drum of fuel with me. Like I could only bring about 3 or 4 jugs with me, and that's what I brought. And even when I got the bigger trailer to haul 2 cars, which is still like a 26-foot trailer, like I didn't have enough room for a drum. So I was like, hell, I'm gonna have to stay on gas, because I knew alcohol at the time was better, and I still think at times it's better, but it's well, maybe not now because the engines are so much bigger now. But back then, we were running 490s, 5.0s. Like I still thought at a 490 5.0 car, like alcohol is better, but I couldn't bring it with me. And plus, where we're at, I got to drive an hour and a half to go get a drum of alcohol. It ain't very available around here. So for us, I just go up about 10 minutes from here, not even 10 minutes, 5 minutes from here to the airport and get fuel.
It sounds like it's a lot out of convenience. I think without you being boastful, I'll be boastful for you. I think you could win on either. So you just pick whatever's easier, and it's easier for you to run gas. I'll say it for you. So what, Johnny, what was your biggest win or most memorable win?
The one I remember, the biggest one obviously is the million, but the one I remember the most, and it was really the first. It was, and most people don't even remember. I've never really told this story to anybody, but it was me and Dad with my little coffin mini dragster trailer, which I still got, and half-ton pickup truck. We put the car in and it went up to Prescott Raceway. They had a 10 and a 2. And at that time, I never won a 10 grand. I won a handful of 5s, but we never really ran any 10 granders because this is probably back in 10 or 11, something like that. And we go up there, and it was supposed to be a 10 on Saturday, a 2 on Sunday. Well, I know you've never been to Prescott, but 2 hours from the track, you lose cell phone service, and there's no cell phone service anywhere around there. It's in the middle of nowhere. And they didn't tell us that they were starting time trials early because they were going to run both races in one day. So when we show up, time trials were over with. And which at that time, I never really double. We always one car, one entry. So we were like, all right, let's double to get some passes. Well, sure enough, like we show up at the track literally first round starting, unload this car, go up there and get by first round and end up rolling and ended up winning the 10 grander. And it was the first race, the first 10 grander I ever won. And we were so wore out, they started the 2 grander and we loaded up and went right back home and skipped on the 2 grander. And I remember at the time the check was because I won and I scored. And I got, I don't know, it was like 8 grand I got total. And that was the biggest check I've ever seen. Like at that, like it could be $70,000, $80,000 now. Like, but at that time, that was more money than I had in my whole operation. And that's the one that kind of won that one, the 10 grander, and it kind of, to me, it was the toughest. And it was like, I won that one, and it was like 2 weeks later, one another, then 2 weeks later, one another, then I won 2 in one weekend, and it was like damn, it kind of snowballed after that for a little while, especially the 10 granders, because they had a lot of them within a few hours of us at that time.
I'm not too sure it ever stopped snowballing since then, Johnny. You've been on a mission.
Sometimes it slows down a little bit when I don't race.
When you don't race. So let's throw everyone a bone here before we get off, Johnny. If your little brother, let's say, comes up to you and says, "Give me just one piece of advice, Johnny." Give a racer one piece of advice. If you could only give him one, what would you say?
I would say, don't be afraid to try new things. And when I say try new things, don't do it one race and give up on it. You tried for 6 months. You tried for a year. Like, all right, I'm going to hold numbers. All right, I'm going to be tighter on the tree. And doing it over and over again, it makes you better, even though it's going to cost you. You're going to lose a lot, but over time, it will make you a better driver overall. Because it takes the small baby steps to become the better one. But if you're afraid to make them and afraid to lose from them, you'll never get there.
I love that. I absolutely love that, and I couldn't agree more. Take yourself out of your comfort zone and try things, and you're going to grow from there. Johnny, appreciate you taking time. I know you got a busy schedule coming up, and fresh off 2 10K wins.
It's the old story. You do well, you win a couple of races, and then right away, everybody's against you, everybody's your enemy. It's not fair, but that's the way it is.
Watch carefully. These stock eliminator finals are always so close. And how about this? Sal Biondo takes the win. It's the 100th final for the Biondo family, and it's a winning one for Sal. Sal Biondo, Peter Biondo, many national event wins. Of course, brother Peter has won any number of sportsman championships. For the third time in the last 12 years here at Maple Grove, Peter Biondo, Sal Biondo both win their respective eliminators at the same national event.
Biondo Racing Products, a family-owned and operated business, now in the 35th year of racers, providing racers with over 50 years of racing experience and expertise. Please check us out at beyondoracing.com.
Meet the next generation of Autometer's legendary Ultimate Tachometer line, the Ultimate 3 and the Ultimate DL, which places the power of more advanced data acquisition systems in an affordable, convenient, and compact package. With the Ultimate 3, you can record the engine and drive shaft RPM at 100 samples per second with up to 60 seconds of available memory. Playback data right on the tach itself or easily download to the award-winning Data Pro Analysis software. Availability in black or silver dials in 9,000 or 11,000 RPM ranges. More advanced users should consider using the Ultimate DL, which adds the ability to record wideband air-fuel ratio and pressure channel data to the Ultimate 3, which can help you diagnose fuel delivery issues and improve tuning. For more information, visit us at autometer.com.
racers serving up the very best parts. That's what Mazir Enterprises is all about. Since our first product introduction in the 1980s, we have been in the relentless pursuit of excellence on the track and off, with a mission to produce the very best parts. Problem-solving parts for your high-performance vehicle. No matter if it's chassis and fabrication, water pump and cooling system, starters and the accompanying electrical, or full billet flex plates you're after, look to Mazir for the best solutions.
Grab the motion. You're going to take away the
Law Chevrolet Buick in Boonville, Indiana is a family-owned sales and service center proudly serving the tri-state area for over 10 years. Racing has always been in their blood, and over the past few years, they've been blessed with the opportunity to serve hundreds of racers from all across the country. All of the crew at Law Chevrolet Buick would like to thank each and every racer for the opportunity to do business. Remember, if you buy a vehicle anywhere else, it's not the tires you'll be kicking.
60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
All right, here we are at the ET Shack at the Summer Fling. It's $100,000 ATI Friday. I'm here with McKenna Brown. We're going to have some fun at the ET Shack. McKenna, you turned on the wind light. I'm going to give you $50 cash if you can tell us your reaction time. And I'm going to give you $100 cash if you could tell us your get the reaction time and the finish line margin of victory correct. So what was your reaction time?
Well, I felt like I missed a little bit. I actually bumped down 3 times, so I did take 12 out of my reaction time. So,
by the way, 4 in a bump, that's a jeggy thing.
Yep, I did learn that from him. I'm going to say I was probably around 12 on the tree.
Pretty close, 15 on a tree. All right, so how much did you get there first by?
Let's see. All right, well, it was double breakout. I broke out 3 thou. He broke out.
Oh, I'm sorry, wait. He got there first, my bad. How much did he get there first by?
Wait, what'd you say?
How much did he get there first by?
Let's see. So he broke out by 10 thou. I broke out by 3 thou. And I guess he had a pretty decent light. I'm going to say he probably took around 6 thou.
18 thou.
All right.
So McKenna, you got the win light, round 1. How are you feeling about your chances today? Did you win? And did you win in your first entry?
I did not win. I was 004, take 003 this morning for the L. I broke out 1 thou. I had Zach Fulcher. He was 001, dead 5. So it was a pretty good lap, but didn't turn on the win light. So I'm glad I got the win light on this one.
All right, she's 1 out of 2. I'm sure you're going to buy back in your first entry.
Yes, absolutely. And I'm feeling good about today.
So McKenna, tell us a little bit about when you started racing, how long you've been racing, and what you love about racing.
Well, I love this track because I actually started racing here when I was 10 years old. I got my license here, junior dragster, and I came out. I got my license on a Thursday. I came out on a Saturday morning, and I won my very first race here in a junior dragster that same weekend. So I've loved this place. I've won some track championships here in junior dragster, and then once I came into a big car, I really haven't come here very much. But every time I come here, I love it. So that's how I started racing, was actually here at this track, and racing with my family. I had my Uncle Jeg out here today and my Uncle John out here yesterday and the day before, and I mean, he hasn't raced in like 10 years and he was doing awesome. Like that's what I love about it so much, is being able to come out here and do it with my friends and family, and it's just, that's what I love most about it, is having the community that I've grown up with, people at this track, just being here and having a good time.
She said she was nervous about the interview. She talks like she's been doing this for years, interviews. So how do you feel about your chances the rest of the day? You got the home court advantage, so to speak. And also, do you approach a Fling race, a big buck event, any different than you approach, let's say, just a weekly bracket program event here?
I don't. I think of every single round as its own round. I don't see it as, I'm racing for 100,000 this morning. I see it as I'm just racing another person. As soon as I put the helmet on, I know I have a game plan of what I'm going to do, and I just try and stick to that. And if it works, it works. And if it doesn't, then I'm going to try it again. But no, I don't really look at it as a big race. I just try and take it one round at a time and focus on it like that. If I try and think of it as it's a big race, I get a little too nervous and I see my performance start to go down. So my grandpa Jeg, he taught me that a long time ago, to not really look at the flyer and just take it one round at a time.
I tell you, she is calm and she's cool. And at these events, sometimes it's that kind of attitude, it's that kind of approach that ends up standing in a winner's circle at the end of the day. Good luck today, McKenna.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Looking damn fine, pretty as a day. Wanna find your mister, shake it all on the street.
32 cars racing for that opportunity to take their pick between two of the best built cars on the planet.
32 car shootout. That means light up the scoreboard 4 times and you're gonna get a dragster chassis.
Light it up 5 times, you get to take your pick. This one's a big time matchup. Seems like round number 1 is going to be full of those. Von Butkowitz was 28 on the tree, dead on 7, and had no prayer. Jamie Holston, trip, zip, dead 7. 11 foul the difference between them in reaction time, and Jeg Coughlin puts up 8 total. All right, day number 1, we've had like 2 time trials, and we've already seen a 7-pack, now an 8-pack. It's going to be like brutal out here. Reaction time, and the win light's going to turn on for Griffith. 003, dead 9. Garrett Griffith moves to round number 3. Are you kidding me? All right, how about our third perfect reaction time of the race so far? Trip, zip, perfect bowl for Matt Schell, and dead on 6. Red light start for Garrett Griffith, hands the victory over to Joe Hoskins. Kyle Bigley here on the right side, 450 is the dial. Gary Williams on the left side, 467, so a 17 thousandths of a second split between the two. Again, pre-stage bulbs are lit, the two dragsters deciding amongst themselves who is going to go in first. Starting to see little flashes out of the bulbs at the bottom, and I mean, they are blinking them hard. Oh. Williams is in big-time trouble. You can see like a little trail of smoke out from behind the car as he got there to about the 330-foot mark, but it is no good. Kyle Bigley, 008 and 452 on a 450. Both drivers were dead on the dial. 4 dial separated. Out of Ohio, 487 the down for Bigley. Both drivers leave early. And this one is going to be a true start affair. Tree drops. We stay green. 11 foul the difference between the pickup truck and the dragster at the finish line. It's going to be Shell. Bill Webb is in and set. He's got the 89 body Cutlass on the left side. Bill Webb, the reaction time is 000. So with Bill Webb coming in from Ohio, running a home game here, and Matt Schell, Marco had pointed out, 2 cars that are very evenly matched. Just a 300th of a second split between them in the dial. All 4 on, tree drops. Red light start for Matt Schell, and Bill Webb is going home with his choice of dragster. Runs 590 on a 489 after getting out of the throttle plenty early. Was 029 on the tree and picks up the win light. APD Carburetors Wednesday, $15,000 to win is on the line for our warm-up Wednesday. So we are down to 5. The conversation back in the staging lanes was a fairly quick one. We'll see which one of them gets to make their way one step closer. 634 dial as Garrett Griffith gets himself staged up and set. Jeff Serra with a 472. Blinks on that second part of the lights, and here we go. Racetrack, and it's going to be Jeff Serra coming back. So Josh Lutke dialed in at 461. Chris Stein dialed in at 415. And Josh Lutke puts up a 10-pack. How about the margin of victory? And this one comes down to 6/10,000ths of a second. Josh Lutke, 10 on the tree and 461.0 on a 461. He's 10 total. Chris Stein was 002, dead 8 to be 10 total. And with a margin of 6/10,000ths of a second, Josh Lutke is headed back to the semifinals. We're down to 3. Wes is sitting in the 82-bodied Regal, sitting over the left side of the racetrack with a 681 dial. Showing up on his side of the scoreboards, and Jeff Serra. And the winner is going to be Wes May by a margin of 1/1000th of a second down at the finish line. Wes was 007 and dead on 5. And we're going to find out if it's going to be a door car kind of day or if it's going to be a dragster kind of day. Josh Lutke, the racer out of Boonville, Indiana. The Racecraft chassis ride dialed in at 461, and Wes May. Josh Lutke in control of this pair and will score the win. Josh was 028 on the tree and goes 461 on a 461 to get the win light.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more big round of applause for your winner here on Wednesday. $15,000 worth of APD carburetor money. It's Josh Lutke.
For those who don't settle when others do, who will give everything but won't give up. For those who believe in unlimited while others limit themselves. For those who are set free by performance and believe innovation can take you anywhere.
RAD torque guns are the world's most powerful and reliable torquing systems with the highest power-to-weight ratio. RAD torque guns are available in pneumatic, battery, and electronic drive systems with torque ranges from 500 to 15,000 foot-pounds of torque. RAD torque guns are being used around the world by companies such as Boeing Aerospace, Caterpillar Equipment, GE Wind Towers, the U.S. military, and many, many more. RAD torque systems are also very involved in the drag racing community, sponsoring many events, as well as a large fleet of RAD-sponsored race cars. For more information, visit radtorque.com.
looking for a guided light to lead me on my way. Yeah, lost, struggling to make the top. A slipping grip can't hold me up. It's the game of life we play. When everything comes crashing down behind your door, when I hear the sound, you say the word and I'll stay the night. You wouldn't text if you moved on. You wouldn't keep me in your phone unless you knew that you were wrong. Now, from this moment rolling up, a speeding train can't hold it up. You and I, we lost our way. You cheated, lied, and ran away, and I got stuck with a knife in me, and this pain won't go away, but still, when everything comes crashing down behind your door, when I hear the sound, you say the word and I'll stay the night. You wouldn't text if you moved on. You wouldn't keep me in your phone unless you knew that you were wrong. But I hold on, out of the frame, don't hold your breath. I'm used to the pain, but baby, don't forget. It's all fun and game until the final step. That's when you overstep. You know that I'm weak, you exploit that, yeah. I'm down on my knees when you place your bet. Keep telling myself it's the last of it, but I hold on. When everything comes crashing down behind your door, when I hear the sound, you say the word and I'll stay the night. You wouldn't text if you moved on. You wouldn't keep me in your phone unless you knew that you were wrong. But I hold on.
Jessica Cameron, who's already claimed that $500 bonus, thanks to the Manuel family and the West End Opera House. The last lady standing here on a Thursday, trying to get around Eric Paterka and the Dragster. We got door car versus Dragster, door car versus Dragster, and door car versus Dragster in the three pair that are left. Paterka's dialed in at 482. Cameron's dialed in at 631. Tree begins to drop, and a red light start for Jessica Cameron by 0.006 of a second. Now it's Cameron Manuel and Chase Mead, which, by the way, kind of had a little birdie tell me that if you want to ride along with Chase Meade and if you got Twitch, apparently that's the place to be to get kind of the in-car camera view from what Chase Meade is doing. 646 the dial for the Camaro and Meade on the left side of the racetrack. Cameron Manuel dialed in at 469 on the right side, and this time it's the dragster that goes red. Coming straight out of Indy, 582 the dial on the left side of the racetrack. Chris Bear has got that 466 for the dragster over on the right side. Pre-stage bulbs are on. There's going to be 2 door cars and a dragster, or 2 dragsters and a door car. We're going to find out right about now. Win light goes to Diagnolo. Chris Bear was 054 on the tree. And then goes 465.6 on a 466. Diagnolo dead on 7 to be 7 total. Get that man a 000 hero coin. Paterka's rolling out of the water box with a 482 dial. Chase Meade is rolling out of the water box with a 646 dial. And we've got lights dropping on the Christmas tree already. Red light to start. Chase Meade by 0.006 of a second. He clicks off a little early. Goes 599, 96 miles an hour. And by the way, he was better than 036. And we are about to find out who's going to be parking it in the winner's circle. Pete Diagnolo, Eric Paterka, the final 2 standing. Here on a Fuel Tech $30,000 to win Thursday. Diagnolo taking over the left lane, dialed in at 582. Eric Paterka, the dragster on the right side, dialed in at 483. 1 win light stands between each of these drivers and a big $30,000 payday. We stay green, 0.009 of a second, separate them in reaction time, and Pete Diagnolo goes back to back. Coming off of the win in Indy, rolls in here on Thursday and does exactly what he did last year on Thursday. Takes it all the way to the winner's circle.
We get the celebration underway here tonight. We'll be back at it early tomorrow morning. Ladies and gentlemen, huge round of applause for your winner on a Fuel Tech $30,000 Thursday. Let's hear it for Pete Diagnolo.
Performance Products $100,000 to win main event. Here at National Trail Raceway, I hear cars firing up. Locked, loaded, turn them loose. So as we roll into the Goodyear round number 7, it's going to bring Nasty Nick Hastings into Doug Linden. Hastings off the bottom, 25, 14th Alum up. Lou Greco, 13, then 7 to lay down at 20 total. Take 2,000. Kyle Bigley, 003, dead 9. And going into the semifinals for $100,000.
Hey Jeb, I'll tell you this, I was out in the staging lanes and you can cut the tension with the knife out there. These guys are pretty much at war with them out there.
And a $100,000 check is in sight for all 4 of these drivers. Who is going to the final for $100,000? K-Money and Nasty Nick. Hastings in control and Hastings with the win. Back-to-back $100,000 finals for Hastings in 2 weeks. And who is Hastings going to face in the final? Lou Greco or Kyle Contreras? Top of the racetrack, Kyle Contreras is going to the final. 24 up front, dead on 8. To take 3 thou through the stripe. So your final round for the ATI Performance Products $100,000 to win main event here at the JAG Summer Fling presented by Optima Batteries. It's going to be Kyle Contreras and Nasty Nick Hastings for $100,000. Backing up from the water box, put a little heat in the selected as he burns out all the way down to the 330-foot mark on the racetrack. Nasty Nick in the T1000, fresh off a 100-grander, coming in here and trying to do it again. Green lights both sides of the Christmas tree. Kyle Contreras is in control, and the scoreboard lights up for Kyle Contreras. 18 green and 454 on the 453 for Kyle.
$100,000 here at the Fling. You picked it up last year in Bristol. You picked it up again here tonight. Tell me something, man. The smile on your face. How are you feeling right now?
Very relieved.
High performance? When you want high performance, there's only one place to go. Jegs.com. Jegs.com has the largest selection of high-performance automotive parts on the web. When you need high performance, Jegs.com has the part you want when you want it. Want performance? You've got it. Jags.
Here at National Trail Raceway, getting set up for the Summer Fling. I'm with the starter here, Bill, and Bill is going to do an example of how stage lock can help you.
Okay, this is going to be an example of the no stage lock, and my car red lighted and it didn't move. This, we're going to say for the sake of argument, this is your left front tire. You've staged really shallow. You go on your rev limiter. The tire stands up a little bit, and it uncovers enough light to trigger the stage beam and give you a red light.
So the wheel didn't move. All he's doing is putting a little bit of pressure on the wheel, and that fraction of an inch of movement is can cause a red light. With stage lock, that protects you from the possible red light there. Starting line, I wanted to show you guys and gals the blinder setup that we bring to each Fling event. So it's a nice blinder, nice divider, but what I like about it the best, if you come around this side, you'll see some LED lights to keep the Christmas tree lit up. So at nighttime, you won't have any problem of picking out that top bulb. And we had a seminar yesterday. We spoke about how at nighttime some people struggle. I believe that that's a game changer. I think every tree, every track, every event should have that type of blinder that lights up the tree like that. So as we were getting going this morning, we did our usual track prep. They cleaned off all the beams, checked the rollout. The rollout is 11.5 inches in each lane. I watched them measure it. I actually measured it myself. So lane to lane, you guys have nothing to worry about there. At this track, they are a stickler for details. Ever since JJ and Jay Livingston took over at National Trail Raceway, that is why we come here. You'll see flat black. This is freshly painted flat black outside of the groove. And you say, well, that's not pretty. It's not shiny. You know, why is it there? Well, it's there to prevent false reds, to prevent shine. And every morning we'll paint it flat black to keep it fresh. And anytime we spray, when we do track prep, we'll put mats down so that it stays flat black. Hello racers, we are at National Trail Racer for the Summer Fling, and I'm here with track manager JJ and the starter and track prep guy, as they call him, Bill. The main reason for this discussion is to talk about stage lock. So, especially in the last few months, there's been a lot of controversial. It's a controversial topic, right? So, what I know about it is that it protects the racer from false reds. And what I mean by that is guys who stage really shallow, if they deck it and the car vibrates just a little bit and you don't have stage lock on, it can drop the red light. With stage lock on, it protects you from that. Bill and I were on the starting line yesterday and he showed me exactly how it works, and you have 1.25 inch rollback of quote-unquote protection. So with that said, if it's so good, why is it controversial? Bill?
I think the main controversy about it is guys think it affects their reaction time, which it can. The way it would affect your reaction time is if you stage and you hit the button and your car rocked back 1 inch out of the beams, you just gained 1 inch of rollout. The fact of the matter is, in that scenario without stage lock, you'd be red, you wouldn't have a chance. With stage lock, you're green. You're going to have a late reaction time on the slip, and you're probably going to be a little bit quick, but you still have a chance to run that round.
Yeah, and especially the rounds that, well, like I mentioned, the example of decking it and it vibrating, the car vibrating, and Bill showed me put just a little bit of pressure on a shallow stage tire, on a mock-up tire we had out there yesterday, and just a little bit of pressure of simulating the car vibrating from decking it, you can turn a stage light on and off, which it's real finicky. If with stage lock you don't have that. The second controversial point and is when you talk about the stage lock sender going across the track, there's a theory of people saying that, well, if you stage left to right laterally, it's going to affect your reaction time. What do you have to say about that, JJ?
Well, to stage laterally, to have an effect on your reaction time, you would have to stage so far out of the groove, you would be within a foot of either way, of either the inside or the outside. And at that point, that's not where anybody stages. So you'd have no traction compound. You wouldn't stage there because that's not where you would stage. So that to have an effect on your reaction time, you would be so far out of the groove, you don't see that. That's not happening. So to me, that's not as controversial.
And I'm not trying to sell stage lock. I'm trying to educate myself and the racers out there. I do, as I mentioned, use stage lock and have used stage lock at every single Fling event since 2010. NHRA uses it at all their events. So I believe in it. We have less false reds. With the amount of cars and amount of laps we have going down the track, we have less false reds with stage lock than if we didn't have it, comparing it to other events. Now, is there a perfect world out there? No. I'll say this, whether you're using stage lock or not, the track preparation is most important. So we went out there yesterday and painted flat black on outside and inside the grooves, per Bob Brockmeyer of CompuLink Specs. If you don't do that, you're going to have issues whether you have stage lock or not. So that's a must. Cleaning the beams is a must. When I ask Bob what's his biggest headache and that causes problems, he says that it's tracks that do not keep up on cleaning the beams every morning. Bill says spider webs. I mean, you have to stay on top of it. So stage lock or not, that's the most important, but I am a believer in stage lock. I, as a racer, raced for 20 years in NHRA, never felt like I had a bad reaction time. If it was, I felt like it was me. So with that said, I hope this video educates the general population a little bit. Marty?
Yeah.
Pretty good lap. Obviously you didn't get the win light, but we're gonna have a little fun.
I had a lot of fun.
You having fun already? Well, let's see how good you are, right? You're gonna get a K&N gift card regardless.
Okay.
$100 gift card. If you can guess your reaction time to the 1,000th, we're gonna give you a $50 bonus.
Okay.
Hey, hold on. If you guess it within 5,000 either way, we'll give you a $20 bonus.
Light was probably thinking a 6 or 7. Say a 7.
Which one is it? 6, 7. He got 7.
Say a 7.
He got it. Right on, baby. $50. I love it.
Cool.
Party Marty. I could have swayed you to a 6, but I played fair.
Well, cool.
Excellent. K&N gift card. We'll get that, and we're going to get $50 cash for guessing your reaction time right on the money. Hey, you get a loose lip, at least you have a little fun with it, right?
At least I'm home with the other one.
You hold that.
Okay.
I'll hold that.
level grounds. Don't know when to stop. Returning, it's not the way for me. Only a mile to go. Somewhere I belong. I'll see it clearer now. I a sign of the times. I do believe. And with Bristol sounding like an interrupted stream, once more I tell you, keep showing up. You just keep showing up. Yeah, you just keep showing up. You just keep showing up. Yeah, you just keep
Jags.
So after a lengthy delay for some rain, track drying process is complete. Track prep is complete. We have called cars into the lanes so we can resume Strange round number 1 here on Jegs $30,000 Saturday. All of my Group A door cars should be heading this way if you haven't already. And Group A door cars here on Jegs $30,000 Saturday. Let's get you up in the lanes if you would, please. After a lengthy rain delay and track drying procedure, just great to see burnouts again. Larry Hamby, Steve Collier. Larry out of Orlando, Florida, the 55 Chevrolet Bel Air. 610 the dial for Larry. Going to be alongside the birthday boy, Steve Collier. Celebrating birthday today. 653 the dial for Mr. Collier. 88S10 out of Huber Heights, Ohio. Off and away, 6 thou is the difference on the starting line. Steve Collier is going to get the win. 656 on the 653. Larry Hamby was 11 green, a little bit better at the starting line, but then 6 over the dial. Steve Collier was 3 over the dial. And 18 thou in front at the finish line. Steve Collier, the birthday boy, gets a birthday present there in round number 1. There's Jerry Lone, John Corbin, Big Chief, Rockville, Virginia. 68 Firebird left side, 586 the dial for Mr. Lone. Alongside John Corbin. Black 68 Firebird out of Waynesboro, Virginia. 590 the number for Corbin. He will have the opportunity to depart the starting line first. Corbin is 004. Big Chief is 12. Corbin 004 to be 18 thou in front. 591.5 on the 590 is the number for John Corbin. Jerry Lone 12 green, 2 above. And no good here in round number 1. Matt Daddis. Milner out of Laurel, Delaware. Pontiac Astra. 557 is the dial. Matt Daddis, Vermilion, Ohio. The 98 Grand Am for Mr. Daddis. He took the Starfire and last night's Mosier Engineering $100,000 Friday down to the ladder round. Final 6 cars was Mr. Daddis before bowing out. .616 the dial for Matt. These two were on the starting line when we stopped the first time, but right when we stopped, the tree was activated, lights flashed red. We had to get them back around. We are staged and away. Milner, Daddis, Pontiac on Pontiac. Matt Daddis, 22 green, 617 on the 616. Doug Milner wasn't going to get there. 657 was the dial, goes 660 all out. Or 560 all out, excuse me. After being 16 green, Matt Daddis covers up Doug Milner. Donnie Smith, Tanner Miller. Donnie out of Kentucky, the S10 left side. 647 will be leaving first, Tanner Miller. 635 the dial for the Vega Wagon out of Mooresville, NC. .009 in this group gets off the finish line second. But Donnie Smith with mechanical difficulties going down the track. Tanner Miller eases out of the gas and is going to get the win. 009. 653 on the 635 for Tanner Miller. Donnie Smith was 005 right down here, which was better of the two. But then 766 down track out of the gas early for Donnie Smith. Cody Spears, Blake Combs. Cody, the S10 over on the left side. Blake Combs, Wadley, Alabama over on the right side. Red light start for Cody Spears. By 11th thou, Blake Combs 30 green. And dead on one to get the win. Rick Needham Jr., Kendrick Roundtree. Rick out of Cleves, Ohio, 593 is the dial for Needham. Kendrick Roundtree, 565. The estimated performance for the racer out of Chapel Hill, North Carolina. In the Cobalt, 300 in front at the start, 500 in front at the finish to be good. 23 green, 4 above. Kendrick, a little bit late releasing the finger off the button, was 58 on the green light start and goes 575 above. After a few pair, my observation is it is slow. I'm not saying, I'm just saying. That's just perception. Trip McCarty, Taylor Rich. Trip out of Hazelhurst, Georgia, in the Olds Achieva for McCarty Auto Parts left side. Taylor Rich, Cookeville, Tennessee, the 39 Chevy Coupe over on the right side. Separate the two on the starting line. Taylor and Trip. Trip McCarty's going to get the win. Jason Rich breaks it out 0.03 of a second. Trip's 598 on the 597, 22 green. To move in around number 2 is Ryan Barnes and Joe Julesrud. Barnes, the Camaro left side, 620 the dial. Joe Julesrud, Stony Point, North Carolina, the S10. Over in the Motor Mile lane, that right side of the racetrack. Joe Julesrud. Ryan Barnes 004 and hitting the brakes down there at about 500 feet. Julesrud 003 and 1 above. And that entry is out for the RAD Torque Systems Fall Fling presented by Optima Batteries. Howard Westbury, Kylie Thaxton. Kylie made it down to the final 11 last night in the Chevette. Good run for Kylie. Howard Westbury, Harleyville, South Carolina. 67 Chevy 2 over on the left side. Red light start for Westbury by 10. Kylie Thaxton in the Chevette. Keeps moving forward. 633 on the 637 for Kylie. This is Nate Halsey and Tony Hall. Halsey, Claremont, Georgia, the S10. 619 the dial, Tony Hall, the 76 Nova out of Cedar Bluff, Virginia. Red light start for Tony Hall. Halsey is 20 green. 621 on the 619 for Nate Halsey. Tony Hall was 27 red and then 2 quick. Greg Walker and Noah Johnson. Walker out of Clinton, Maryland. For Wolfpack Racing. Noah Johnson, Wilmington, North Carolina. S10 over on the right side of the racetrack. Noah, last to roll in. 1,000 going to be the difference on the starting line. Noah looking over the left shoulder. Here comes Greg Walker. Win. Noah Johnson, 10 green. And 34 thou in front. And 689.8 on the 688 for Noah Johnson. Greg Walker was 11 on the starting line and over by 5. Hun is Garrett Griffith and Joe Nelson. Garrett out of Alexandria, Kentucky. 620 the dial for G squared. Joe Nelson, North Carolina, and that 94 Lumina. 532 the dial for Joe. 2 full bulbs and an itty bitty little bit of a third will be the head start for Garrett Griffith. Red light start for Joe Nelson by 6 thousandths of a second. Garrett Griffith, a free look at 640, 6.398 for Garrett. 106 miles an hour. Joe Nelson, after being red by 6, was in 2 thou too quick, is Logan Westmoreland and Brian Tolson. Westmoreland, a very talented young man out of Troy, South Carolina. The 68 Camaro left side, 541 is the dial. Brian Tolson out of Virginia. Black on silver, 70 Nova over the right side. 621 the dial in for Brian Tolson. Red light start for Tolson by 25. Logan 25 or 005 at the rip and 541-1 on the 541. 6 total for Logan Westmoreland. Brian Tolson was red and then 4 too quick. Sean Lingerfeld and Chris McGuire. Lingerfeld out of Greenville, North Carolina. The Beretta over in the left lane. Chris McGuire, right side. 3 thou separate as 007 leaves last, and 004. 563.0 is going to get the win. Lingerfeld was 007, taking 009. Breaks out by 2 thousandths of a second. Needed to get there 7 thou. Chris McGuire takes out Sean Lingerfeld there on the breakout. It's Jesse Edens and Jack Foster. Edens out of Elizabethton, Tennessee. Jack Foster, Belva, West Virginia. 63 Nova right side. 007, 008. Start finder group this morning. 671-1 on the 670 672-1 on the 672 for Jesse Edens. Was 007, that makes 8 total. Jack Foster was 008, needed to be dead 0 and rely on some of the little numbers to come into play. But Jack Foster was 2 above, and will be a first-round runner-up. It's Chris Hodge, Chase McKay. Hodge out of Rutledge, Tennessee, the 66 Chevy 2 left lane. 618, the dial for Chris. Chase McKay, Romulus, Michigan. 68 Camaro right side. Red light start for McKay by 8. Hodge, 30 green. 617-4 on the 618. But it was all over right off the bat as McKay was 8 red. And McKay was also too quick, 636. It's Caden Harrell. Lucas Walker. Lucas out of Murray, Kentucky, the Mustang. 602 is the dial. Caden Harrell, 667 the number. For that S10 over in the left lane. Red light for Harrell by 13. Lucas Walker, 17 green and a free run for fun. 602.3 for Lucas. Says he's going to run 602. 112 miles an hour. Caden Harrell, 13 red and dead on 5. Nathan Schroeder and Nick Hastings. Schroeder out of Iowa, the S10 over in the left lane. Mr. Hastings, Shelby, Ohio. The T1000 for Nick. 611. The dial in here in Strange first round on Jeg's $30,000 Saturday. Red light start for Nick Hastings by 2 little teeny tiny ones. Schroeder, 24 green, 1 above 7. Will get the win. Hastings, 2 in front of the green light. 3 under the dial, going 608 on the 611 is Barry Woods and Brian Adkins. Barry Woods out of Georgia, the 92 Camaro left side. 593 is the dial. Brian Adkins. Bluefield, West Virginia. 638 the number for the Blue Nova. Nova a hun ahead on the starting line. And 21 thou ahead of the finish to get the win. 6.392 on the 6.38 for Brian. Barry Woods was 39 at the start and 2 above. And a couple hun behind at the finish line. Brian Adkins takes out Barry Woods. Tim Johnson, the Beretta out of Roan Mountain, Tennessee. 564 the dial for Tim. And Andrew Sturck out of Amaranth, Ontario, Canada. Corvette Roadster right side. 575 is the dial for Andrew. Red light start for Tim. 4th thou in front of the green light. Andrew Sturck was 002. 5756 on the 575. So 8 total. Good lap there for Andrew. Tim Johnson, 4th thou red, will end that entry here for this week. Dustin Smiley and Victor Dukes. Smiley out of Piedmont, South Carolina, 554 the dial. Victor Dukes, Augusta, Georgia. 562 for Dukes. Win. Dustin Smiley. 25 green. 6 thou in front. Be 555-0 on the 554 to get the win. Victor Dukes was 002, 565 on the 562 and got behind by 6 thou. Jordan Arnold, Benny Ulmer. Jordan out of Knoxville, Tennessee, the S10 left side, 632 is the dial. Benny Ulmer, 525 on the board. 62 Chevy 2 for Ulmer. .005 and 002 right down here. How about Jordan Arnold locks out Benny Ulmer, who is 005. Jordan Arnold, 002, 6320 is 2 total. Benny Ulmer's 005 right down there at the starting line and just got squashed. David Young and Jared Pennington. David out of Philadelphia, Tennessee, the Chevy 2 left side, 587. Jared Pennington in Big Red, Slow Nova. Over there on the right side, 597 is what Pennington has thrown on the Nova this morning. Red light start for David Young. Pennington will move on. Jared was 27 and 599 on the 597. David Young, 12 red and 1 above. Pennington gets 1 entry at around number 1. That's Todd Whited and Lou Greco. Todd out of Cedar Bluff, Virginia. The Olds Cutlass over in the left lane, 536 the dial. Lou Greco. Pennsylvania. The GTO for Greco. Flickered that bottom bulb, it came on, turned off, flicker, and ends up costing him. Lou Greco, 13 green, dead on 6 19 total. Todd was 25 reacting to green and gets locked out here in round number 1 as Steve Cisco and William Rosenbaum. Cisco in the Nova, Adder, New Jersey. William Rosenbaum, Kingsport, Tennessee, the Malibu right side. Rosenbaum by 2 thou. Cisco, 17 green, 3 quick. 647 on the 650 there for Steve Cisco, but Rosenbaum, after being 002 red, goes right on the number. 655-0 on the 655, but turned it red by 2 little teeny ones. It's Cameron Atkins and Matt Cook. Cook out of Hendersonville, North Carolina. The Vega Wagon, 630 is the dial. Cameron Atkins out of Ohio. The 67 Chevrolet Camaro left side. Up and away, win light. Gonna go Cameron Adkins. Matt Cook was 81 at the start. And dead on 6. Gave up 0.06 of a second on the starting line. Cameron was 19 green, 4 above, and pretty comfortable down there to get the win. Brian McCown, Jack Clayton. McCown out of Whitesburg, Kentucky. 67 Chevelle left side. Jack Clayton, Chattanooga, Tennessee. In the Mustang. We are green and green. Brian and Jake. Jake and Brian. Brian McCown. 16 total. Lucks out Jake Clayton. 15 of the start for Brian. 634-1 on the 634 to make 16 on the combined numbers. Jack Clayton's 27 green, dead on 2. But there was nothing that he was going to be able to do to move the win light over onto his side of the racetrack. Is Robbie Breeden. Frankie Denton Jr. Breeden. And the Chevrolet S. Nickel and dime. 705 is the dial-in for Robbie. Frankie Denton Jr., Knoxville, Tennessee. Chevy 2 right side. Frankie, 519.7 on the 518 will get the win. As Denton was 33 on the combined numbers, Robbie Breeden was 34 green with no shot. Robert Holton and Chad Duke. Robert Holton, Monarchs Corner, South Carolina. 546 is the dial-in. 540 the dial for Chad Duke out of Wilmington, North Carolina, the Camaro right side. Chad Duke let go on nothing. Let go on nothing. Robert Holton is going to get the win. 17 and dead on 8 to get the win. Colby Jones and Jay Hill. Colby out of Cookeville, Tennessee. 572. Jay Hill, Mount Vernon, Missouri, in the Prelude. So Camaro, Prelude. So one Hun going to separate him on the dial. Red light start for Jay Hill. Colby Jones, 20 green, 570 on the 572. Jay Hill, after being red by 12, was in 4 Hun too fast. Noah Pollard and Ray Holmes. So Noah Pollard left side here in Strange, round number 1. Jegs $30,000 Saturday. Ray Holmes, 63 split window coupe is in. Noah follows. Away and away. Noah, the Camaro left side looking over at Ray and is going to get the win. 003, 633 on the 632. Ray Holmes was 18 at the start and 2 above. Shannon Waycaster and Heath Bambarger. Shannon out of Kings Mountain, North Carolina, 612 the dial. Heath out of Northport, Alabama. 617 the dial for the Nova right side. Green and green, 7 little ones. Separate them on the starting line, and the win going to go to Heath. 618 on the 617 to be 4 thou in front at the finish line. Shannon Waycaster. 14 green. 614.8, but 4 thou behind at the finish. TJ Luther and Aaron Vale. TJ out of Mooresville, North Carolina. 630 the dial. Aaron Vale, Fortville, Indiana. The Trans Am right side will have the opportunity to depart the starting line first. Aaron is green. TJ is green. And TJ Luther, 630, ran 630 with a 9 and 10 on the starting line. Aaron Vale was 007, 5 above. As TJ Luther will advance. Thomas Marlowe and Roy Sams. All right, attention to the pit area. Group A dragsters. Group A dragsters. Odd. Group A dragsters with an odd number. Need you in the staging lanes, please. Group A dragsters with an odd number. Need you in the lanes, please. Odd is if it ends in a 1, a 3, a 5, a 7, or a 9. Please come up for the lanes. Thomas Marlowe, Ray Sams. Red light start for Roy. In that 80 Trans Am by 4 thousandths of a second. Thomas Marlowe, 25 green, 1 above. 622 on the 621. But Roy Sams is going to bow out here in the first round because the red light. Kendall Little and Ken Clark. Kendall, Colleen, Texas, 610 is the dial. Ken Clark, Stewart's Draft, Virginia. The S10 right side, 650 is the dial in there for Ken Clark. Kendall Little has decided 610 is the number for me. It's where I want to live. But where Kendall Little does not want to live is with a red light on the bottom of the Christmas tree. 002 red for Kendall. Ken Clark was 18 green. 654 on the 655. Again, I need Group A dragsters with an odd number. Group A dragsters with an odd number. I need you up into the staging lanes if you would, please. We'll bring up Jesse Long and Scott Albrecht. Jesse out of Woodstock, Georgia, the Malibu left lane, 650 is the dial. Scotty Albrecht, Jackson, New Jersey, that gorgeous 67 Camaro ragtop that was awarded Todd Barton as the best appearing car here at the RAD Torque Systems Fall Fling. win for Jesse Long. Pretty good job for Jesse. 002 green, taking 002 at the finish line. Like a 96%er right there. Scott Albrecht, 23 green, 1 above 2. But 2 thou behind at the finish. Jesse Long will advance. Kevin Pollard and Cameron Fredrickson. Pollard out of Virginia in the love truck. 592 is the dial. Cameron Fredrickson, Riverview, Florida, the Malibu wagon. Then for Cameron, he'll be off and away first. Kevin Pollard will be doing the chasing. My Group A dragsters have started to file in, but we could use more of you. Group A dragsters, odd. Group A dragsters, odd. Pretty please. Staged and away. A red light start for Kevin Pollard by 0.03 of a second. Cameron Fredrickson. $13 green, dead on 0 in the Malibu wagon. Tracy Guffey and Troy Williams Jr. Guffey out of Shelbyville, Tennessee in the Camaro. Troy Williams Jr. The S10, 576 is the dial. Light start for Troy Williams Jr. Now this is one of those you should take a picture of. Troy Williams Jr. was 80 red. I can count the number of times that I've seen Troy Williams Jr. be 80 red on one finger. Tracy Guffey, 24 green, 622 on the 623. This T-Rock is big red. Jamal Woolridge and Shelly Elrod. Jamal out of Virginia, 659 is the dial. Shelly, 626 the number for the Chevy 2 right side. Pretty good right down here on the starting line, 005 and 006. And give it to the 005 at Jamal Woolridge. 005, 6604 on the 659, Shelly Elrod. Got to the finish line first by 25 thou, breaks out 12. Needed to take 13 or less. Did not do it, Jamal Woolridge. We'll be back around to round number 2 is Jonathan Edwards out of Ashland, Virginia, the S10 left side. 669 for Jonathan. Marco Abruzzi, 623 the dial for the S10 out of Warren, Ohio. Marco, Jonathan Edwards, 006, dead on 4. 10 on the total for Jonathan Edwards. Marco was 005, goes 625 on the 623. Cut Jonathan loose. Jonathan was dead on 4. It's Tanya Street, Nathan Hamilton. Tanya out of Richlands, Virginia, 639 on the dial, 560. The estimated performance for Nathan Hamilton here today in Strange, round number 1 on Jeg Saturday. You need that hoodie right there, Joe. left side, Nathan right side. Camaro S10, give it to the truck. Tanya, 30 green, 640 on the 639 will advance. Nathan Hamilton got to the finish line first by 58 thou. Needed to take 40 or less. Tanya Street will advance. Adam Bambarger and Chris Galitti. Adam had a pretty good run yesterday, took a couple entries, I believe down into round 4 on Mosier Engineering $100,000 Friday. The S10 out of Northport, Alabama. And I'm sure that all of the Alabama football fans are extremely stressed out about their game today, taking on that football juggernaut known as Vanderbilt University. Hope they can eke one out. Chris Galitti, 16 green, 3 above, and not gonna be good. Chris with Team RAD. Bamberger, 009, dead on 9 to be 18 total. Galitti needed to be dead 2 or less, and was not. Adam will move on. Cody Blankenship and John Pullen. I mean, Alabama today, I just looked a little bit ago, Alabama's only a 41.5 point favorite today.
Yeah, it's what happens when you play a tough schedule like that.
Yeah, Alabama, yep, Alabama, man, they have like one of the toughest schedules in all of college football. Cody, 12 green, and is going to break out by 4 thou in front by 15 at the finish. John Pullen, one of our new entry time runs today, turns on a win light. 14 green, 585 on the 585. Will advance. Kenneth Street. And Ivy Brannon. Oh, nope. Just kidding. Believe. Driver swap over on the right side. We will effort. Kenneth Street, left lane. That 02 S10, 664. Red light start for the Nova wagon right side by 1 thou. Kenneth Street, 22 green and 667 to move on. The most grisly of red lights, 1 thou over on the right lane. Caroline McCarty and Dalton McKinnon. Caroline out of Hazelhurst, Georgia, the Rambler wagon, 607 is the dial for the McCarty Auto Parts. Backed machine, Dalton McKinnon. Pearson, Georgia, the Love Truck right side, 645 is the dial. Dalton, 007 on the red light start. Caroline McCarty, 40 green. 604 for Caroline. Dalton, after being red, was in 2 above. Gonna bow out in round number 1. Brad Bussell and Dink Holmes. Brad out of Sherrills Ford, North Carolina, the S10 left side, 584. Dink, Richmond, Virginia, the 68 Camaro right side. And my A dragsters, odd number. Need you in the lanes, please. Away and away. Dink and Brad. Win light. Dink Holmes, 007, 592. 116 for Holmes. Brad Bussell was 23 green, 587 on the 584, who'll be a first round unwinner. Jeremy Bargo, left side. Barberville, Kentucky in the S10. 2 more door cars left before we move into our A category dragsters. Do you remember what happened at the end of How the Grinch Stole Christmas? 13 green right side. Fargo is 10 on the green light start and is going to get the win, being 13 total. 10 green, dead on 3 to be 6th thou in front for Jeremy Bargo, who will move on. Right side was 13 green, dead on 6. Had to be dead on 0. I hope some of the little numbers went their way, did not do it. It's Chad Axford and James Blankenship. Remember that the Grinch's heart grew 2 sizes that day? I mean, here's something else about How the Grinch Stole Christmas, right? The Grinch did not hate Christmas. He didn't like people. I mean, sometimes that's understandable. Chad, coming from somebody who literally likes everybody. Chad Axford red by 3,000 to the second. James Blankenship 009 and 639 on the 642 to roll out the end of our Group A door cars as we're going to roll in to our Group A dragsters. Fresh off a win in those Group A door cars. Got loosened up a little bit. Had to wait out a rain delay. What'd you do during the rain delay? Because obviously you were ready to go there in round number 1, Jared Pennington.
I did what I do best, Mike. I ate. I don't nap very well. Never have. I ate pretty much the entire time. And it showed with a very late reaction and a very slow ET. But that's all behind me now, no pun intended. You see what I did there? You see what I did there. Michael Needham in the left lane, going to be first up for me. 5'11" is the dial. Dale Thaxton in the right. Thaxton, dial 543, 3/10 or so head start going to Thaxton. As we begin the long cars in Group A odd. Thaxton must have done what I did during the delay. It's 49 up front, 8 thou under, no good there. Needham is 10 and 41 thou over. Thaxton got there 10 thou, broke it out 8 thou. Obviously needed to take 2 or less. You know, I just thought I was tired and run down until you handed me this mic. Then I realized, yeah, pretty beat up right now. Mike Nelson in the left lane. 503 is the dial. Haley Whited from Dublin, Virginia. I got Haley and Dublin all twisted up. 511 is the dial for Haley. 800 head start going her way. Got the big wing on it. I like wings. I like them medium. Just a little crisp to them be good too. Shout out to Loose Change. Ooh, how about 8 dead 2 for Mike Nelson. First lap out today for Nelson, a 10-pack. Dead 7 for Whited. Not bad there, but she left 30 thou too soon. Shout out to Loose Change. Hooked me up with a little bit of good bacon this morning. Little piece of ham, a biscuit, some link sausage. Jen Siegel threw some grape jelly on that biscuit. John Siegel heated up a burrito that John LaBouse brought over. Y'all starting to Starting to understand. I also had a Cajun chicken biscuit from Popeyes. Starting to get it now, Mike. That's what I meant. Bojangles. What'd I say? Bojangles? I said Bojangles. Was you not listening to me? Steve Hawkins in the left, Jaden Lawler in the right. Hawkins lights are 17 red. Lawler 21 up front. Would have had me covered. Goes 4th thou under. Did I just do that on a hot mic? Holy cow. That was as unprofessional as it gets. If you want to kick me out of the tower right now, Mike, I understand.
You need a cold Mountain Dew.
I just had a cold Coke, and it was real good. So, what I need is some ice cream. I had those itty bits from the NORADs last night. They were real good, but, you know, I need some real ice cream. Make it a double. Pete said he's in. Brad Core in the left. Rick Henry in the right. Rick's got 2 first names. He's bad news. Watch him. Watch him over here. I told you. I told you. Rick Henry. Got dirty blue jeans too. 5 dead 1 takes 3 thou. 6-pack for Rick Henry. 2 first names, just let them have their way. Brad Core 16 and 7 thou under and did not get there. That's showing 9 thou pack on the track and did not get there. Yes, Rick Henry's the kind that don't need a spit cup. He just eats it. Rick, what you got there, red man? Yep. You not spitting it anywhere? Nope. I just eat it, son. Christopher Snyder, Stainless Works. Entry, dial 473. Frank LeCates, dial 460 in the right. Y'all done got flat nasty here on Saturday. 006 take 34 to be 22 thou under. Had to take 12 or less for LeCates. Christopher Snyder advances into round number 2. How about 12 dead 6 for Christopher Snyder? Pretty nice lap right there. Sends him to round 2. Here's Brandon Barker, Bracket Life entry right here. Out of Belleville, Ontario, Canada. 504 is the dial. Marlos Goatz in the right lane, dial 484. Exactly a 2/10 head start. Scott George says, I have 3 first names. Yo, we know you're bad news. Yeah, thanks a lot, George Hoff. I could use some of that. Oh, ice cream sandwich. That is freaking awesome, and it's a Mayfield. Y'all going to have to pardon me for just a minute. How about 19 and 22 thou over for Marlon Goatz? Goatz into round number 2. Brandon Barker is 11 up front, gets there 42, breaks it out 12 thou, had to take 30 or less. Somebody call the police. I'm about to murder an ice cream sandwich. What's that? Oh, I'm about to kill it. Y'all lock me up. Fred Hagberg in the left, 492. Jimmy Chavis in the right, dial 473. Appreciate y'all taking just a second there, fellas. I needed just a little bit. Double reds and true start. Klondike bar from Tommy Plott. Y'all are the best racers ever. True start puts the wind light in Hagberg's lane. He left first, 003 red. Chavis left last, negative 155. So the wind light had fallen out of Hagberg's lane. Now it's back. I don't even care how I race today. Today, I eat. Jay Ralston, 464 in the left. Chris Garrett, 448 in the right. Only a foul difference up front. Chris Garrett, 11, take 11. He goes into round number 2. 18 thou above. That's 29 total. Jay Ralston is 12 and 28 a thou above. That's 40 total. So the math works out at the bottom of the screen. 11 thousandths margin of victory for Chris Garrett. That was a big bite, a real big bite. Robert Benson and Kayla Costello did me a huge favor right there. Gave me about an extra 15 seconds to get that big last bite of ice cream sandwich put away. Be honest in the chat, bleachers. How many of y'all just went to the fridge looking for ice cream? Even when you hear somebody eating ice cream, it makes you want ice cream. Costello, 6 thou red. That ticket is hated. Hated. Benson's 171 and 6 above. 230 package. Costello lights at 6 thou pink. Sam Hamilton and Jamie Holston. It's my dog over here in the right lane. My dog has trouble on his hands. Left lane, Sam Hamilton, 003, 10 thou above. Jamie Holston is 18 up front and goes 3 above to be 37 thou behind. Look, everything I've called out for this weekend, the NORAD family has responded big time, and I mean big time. This time I said, look, I just need some regular old spoon ice cream. Somebody brought up ice cream sandwich. Tommy Plott brought up Klondike bars, but the NORADs are back with Mayfield ice cream, and it's a big old box full of chocolate ice cream. Anybody in the tower that wants to come get some, holla at your boy. Oh, this has been cold too. Shallon Broussard and the champ, Stephen McCrory. .001 red for Shallon Broussard. Champ is 006 on the tree. Nice lamp for the champ. I'm a poet and didn't know it. I can rhyme every time. And champ lights is 71 thou under. Champ said you got to make sure you can run the dial in. I remember one time my podna, Luke Bogacki, we were racing somewhere together, and I didn't run the dial and come back. I was a little slow, and he said, what happened? I said, couldn't run the dial in. He said, then why the heck did you put that on it? That's a really good question. Should never put something on there you can't run. That's just asking for trouble. Jack Collier, last night's runner-up. And the 100 grander and Jason Rich. Collier got work to do. And Rich holds him off. 009. Dead on with a 3. For Jason Rich. Collier's 14 and 13 thou over. He's 15 thousandths behind at the stripe, and Jason Rich goes to round 2. Do it, Molly. Ice cream's good. You know, we give buybacks at our races here ice cream. We give them ice cream sandwiches and fudge bars. So I got Josh Owen and Keith Thomas. Thomas getting a little 12-hun head start. This is nasty right here. 006 and a 005. Oh, Josh Owens. 006 dead on with a 1-7 thou package. 7 total for Owens. Got their 9 thou. That was a nasty, nasty lap. Thomas was 005 and 11 thou above to be 9 thou behind. Adam Green just had a peanut butter milkshake. That sounds terrible, Adam, but, you know, as long as you like it, that's all that matters, because you're the one that had to drink it. Steve Collier and Colby Fuller coming up. 458 to a 469, Collier chasing. 7,000 is the difference up front. And the win light goes to Colby Fuller, 005 and 13 thou above, 18 total. As Collier is 12 up front, got there 17, broke it out 11, had to take 6 or less. Joe Gary next up in the left. And that was a big bite. Joe's down 451. Will Coffin in the right lane. Coffin on a 454. Gary chasing, but just a little, 300. Oh, Will Coffin. That's a burn barrel ticket. 001 red for Coffin. 33 thou under the dial. Gary goes dead one, but left 44 up front. Got away with one right there. Good afternoon, Youth Rock. Chris Ferguson in the left. 457 is the dial. A.J. Ash, and that Mullis chassis in the right. Dial 467. Ash is 003. 22 thou above, taking 30 at the stripe. Ferguson is 16 and 3 above, almost 4 above. A.J. Ash advances to round number 2. Here's Derek Hubbard next up in the left. 450 is his dial. Kendall Payne in the right. Kendall on a 461. Youth Rock, I'm pretty good right now. I'm destroying a bowl of chocolate ice cream. 200 advantage for Hubbard, and Hubbard gets the win. 12 and 31 thou above, gets by 32 and 25 thou over. 14 thousandths margin of victory for Hubbard. Like I say, we give ice cream at our World Foot Brake Challenge race, Labor Day 250K race, with all of our buybacks. If you buy back, you get ice cream. My old buddy Bones come up with that a long time ago. Said, you ought to give ice cream with the buybacks. Why would we do that? He said, because you can't be mad while you're eating ice cream. And you know what? I think he's right. I think he's right. I ain't really got anything to be mad about, but I ain't mad right now. Courtney Grise and Carrie Long coming at you. Courtney Grise, 008, 17 thou over, 25 total. Carrie Long is 23, takes 17 to be 15 thou under. Had to take 2 or less. Courtney Grise into round 2. Noah Rambo next up, 457 dial on the left. Donnie Burleson in the right. Dial 450 in that new Ultratech chassis. Burleson giving up a 7-hun head start. I could really use a staging battle right now. I mean, a long one. Two thou advantage for Rambo, Winlight, Burleson. Double breakout, 27 and 11 thou under, gets by 25 and 29 thou under. Rambo took 20, had to take 2 or less or get behind. Donnie Burleson in round number 2. Rambo with a hun advantage up front and then goes dead zero. That's a no-lose proposition. 11, dead zero for Brian Rambo. 11 total. Stallworthy's 21 and 44 thou under. Got there 34, broke it out 44. 11 pack in the left, 21 tree in the right. That math works out for Brian Rambo and sends him to round 2. Douglas Marsters, 490 in the left. Dennis Lithgow, 470 in the right. Reaction time advantage for Marsters, but a win light for Lithgow. 15, take a thou to be dead 1, 16 total. Marsters is 002 up front, goes 15 thou over to be 17 total. 1,000th margin of victory for Dennis Lithgow. Corey Gulitti next up, 459 in the left. Cameron Manuel in the right, dial 474. $1,500's head start, for Big Cram in the right lane. A thou red for Gulitti. 5 under the dial. Big Cram 14, dead 3. 17 total for Cameron Manuel as he rolls into round number 2. McKenna Brown in the Jags. Oh, no. That is not the Jags entry. Scott Jorgensen in the right, 15 red. McKenna Brown is 12. And 19 thou under. She advances to round number 2. My voice feels better already with that great ice cream response from the Fall Flingers here at the RAD Torque Systems Fall Fling, powered by Optima batteries. Brandon Hodge, I'm well. Hope you are. Y'all hear how much better my voice is? Mike Morgan in the left, Tim Thomas in the right. 26 thousandths advantage for Thomas and a win light. Double breakout. 004 and 15 thou under. Gets around 30 and 21 thou under. 6 thou more breakout in Morgan's lane. And Tim Thomas advances to round number 2. Ooh, rapid transit. Yeah, drumsticks are good. There's something about that cone when you get to it. It's just, I don't know, it's off the chain. Brittany Ulmer in the left, 492 is the dial. John Budakowski in the right, dial 452. 4/10 head start to Ulmer. Advantage Budakowski, win light Ulmer. 10 and dead 3. 13 thousandths package for Brittany Ulmer. John Budakowski is 004 up front, had 6 thou more to work with. Used all of that and then some. Took 15 thou at the stripe, broke it out 6 thou. Needed to take 9 or less. Ulmer, 13 total into round number 2. David Collins in the left, 503. KC Pesnell, that's my dog over here in the right, dial 459. K-Sizzle out in front, breaks it out. 14. Take 30 to be 11 thou under, needed to take 19 or less. Collins is 20 and 13 thou above, putting his entry into round number 2. At this time, we need Group A dragsters with an even car number. Group A dragsters with an even car number, we need you, please. All Group A dragsters have been called. All Group A dragsters have been called. We need Group A dragster even car number. They taking real good care of me, Brandon. Austin Thompson lights at 4 thou red. Jeff Taylor moves on, 23 up front, coast through for the win. Thompson 3 thou under and 4 thou too soon. Bill Ledger, I'm not a huge fan of that little hard piece of chocolate down in there. I guess they do that to keep the ice cream from melting and running out of the bottom. So it's a good idea as preventive ice cream leakage. But reality is, it don't last long enough to melt when I've got it in my hand. So, I mean, I'm destroying it. I wish they wouldn't put that in there for me. I'd rather just be a little ice cream down in there. And I just totally went off the rails there on ice cream discussion. Tanner Theobald. Good looking dude, dial 485. I apologize. I probably said that 17 times this weekend. J.R. Lockhart in the right, dial 486. Looks like someone didn't make it off the track, or not sure what's going on down there, but the red lights are on the tree, and whatever's happening, they're making it off the track now. So we're green lighted again and ready to go. Theobald getting 1 Hun head start, or giving up 1 Hun head start to Lockhart in the right lane. One thou red for Tanner Theobald. J.R. Lockhart advances to round number 2, 11 on the tree and 16 thou under. Double T, 1 red, 39 thou under. Lockhart powers into round number 2. Sean Parker in the left lane, 440 is the dial. Carol Click in the right, dial 448. Carol's a good dude. I like that guy. I think he's down there in Sevierville, Tennessee. Which is a beautiful place to visit. You're looking for somewhere you haven't been, and Sevierville's on the list. Make sure you go by there. Carol's getting 800's head start. Carol Click, 26, take 30 to be 14 thou under. Had to take 16 or less. Parker is 29 up front and 13 thou over. 42 total for Parker. Click got a little too much stripe. Needed to trim that back about in half. What's going on, Tom Worthington? I'm kind of a fan of them there door cars myself, sir. Ricky Harbaugh in the left, 468 is his dial. Cody Strickland, right lane, dial 462. 600's head start going to Harbaugh. It's your kind of race, Tom Worthington. No buyback. It's the way you like it. Big advantage for Harbaugh and a win light for Ricky Harbaugh on the double breakout. 007 and 6 thou under. Gets by Cody Strickland's 36 and 19 thou under. 19 thou breakout is 13 thousandths more than Ricky Harbaugh. And Harbaugh will advance to round number 2. Greg Hicks next up in the left from North Las Vegas, Nevada. 479 is the dial. Race Kid, oh man, from Idaho, dial 469. Couple of West Coasters. These fellas come a long way to square it up. Tom won't even spell buyback out on the screen. You hardcore, Worthington. $11,000's the difference. Advantage Race Kid, win light Race Kid. 008 dead on with a 6, 14 thousandths package for Kid. Hicks is 19 up front, no chance there. He was 22 thou behind at the stripe and 17 thou above. Whenever you're more behind and your opponent didn't break out, whenever you're more behind than you are above the dial, that typically doesn't work out very well for you. Greg Hicks all the way out from Nevada and Kidd all the way out from Idaho. Tough matchup for those guys. They'd prefer to come out here and whip up on the East Coasters. Brandon Williams and Peeps Pennington. Peeps is back, by the way. We're good again. You see how it works out for him? See what it did for Peeps? 10 and 10 thou above, 20 total. He came by this morning during the rain delay and rode me around on the Harley that his father David purchased and had delivered here. So I rode, well, I won't say what I called it, but I rode on the back on that Harley. He tooled me around here. But we're good again. Me and Peeps are okay. Brandon Williams is 19 and 32 thou under. Peeps was 20 total. Williams had to go dead on zero to guarantee the win. Patrick McMath, 467. Josh McDaniel, 470. Somebody left perfect, but did not get the win. That one is, oh my goodness. That one's going to hurt. Perfect reaction for McMath. Gets there 39, breaks it out a thou. If he takes 38 exactly, he makes a perfect run. But he breaks it out a thou, puts the win light in Josh McDaniel's lane. 11 and 27 thou above for McDaniels. Gets a big old break right there.
I mean, you're fully aware, but don't forget it's more higher round money for Saturday today. Down for the 30s. Save the big round money day.
Yep, I forgot about that. Very good. Thank you. Yep. Cortland Carter next up in the left, Cliff Carr in the right. Carter with the advantage and a win light. 10, dead, 8. Taking 10 thou at the stripe. Yes, very well said, Tom Worthington. I was riding Lady Dog. Cliff Carr, 28, dead 0, comes up 10 thou short. Cortland Carter moves into round number 2. Miss Emily just came in and reminded me something that I did not know. The round money mirrors that of yesterday's 100 grander and today's 30 grander. The round money ramps up in today's 30 grander. And it looks like yesterday's round money. How awesome is that? Very, very close. All the way through the 6th round, it's mirror image of yesterday's round money in a $100,000 to win race. Really cool deal here on Jegs Saturday. Like to thank the great folks at Jegs for all they do for us. Coughlin family's been a great supporter, and the hard-working associates at Jegs keep selling those parts and helping them make decisions to support these races. We certainly appreciate all they do for the Fling. 43 and 8 thou under beats 44 and 24 thou under as Brandon Lane advances to round number 2. Jegs also sponsoring the Motor Mania TV live feed along with the awesome folks at Mickey Thompson. So Jegs and Mickey Thompson picking up the tab and helping support the live feed. Jegs also supporting you on Jegs Saturday. $30,000 to win with ramped up round money. A big old car count. And Mother Nature slapping us around a little bit, but we took our best shot. And we're back to action. Jerry Hollingsworth in the right, Brody Cantrell in the left. Cantrell giving up 12 hun head start. Jerry Hollingsworth gets by 30 and 5 above. Cantrell was dead on with a 7 and still 82 behind as he left way late.
Don't slow it fast.
It's a good point, Jack. It's a real good point. Allison Lloyd, left lane, 456. 139P forever in the left lane, 477 down the right for Travis Colangelo. He's in his American chassis because that's what he builds. Allison Lloyd's in her American chassis because that's what she loves. Separating with Colangelo with the advantage, but Allison Lloyd, super good drop for Lloyd. Wow. Travis didn't catch that one. 13 takes 67 to be 17 thou under, had to take 50 or less. Allison's 29 up front and shawoosh at the finish line, disappeared. 34 thou above, 459 at 132. Allison Lloyd advances to round 2. Donovan Williams next up in the left. Okie dokie entry, dial 465. Right lane Lester Adkins, dial 447. I don't see Okie. Oh, there he is. He was finally able to get out of bed. By the way, y'all partied awful hard last night. I saw it under the tent this morning. Last call for hoodies and beanies and some event shirts available in select sizes. Hoodies, beanies, and event shirts for sale as we speak. Last call under the big tent. Lester Adkins moves on, 26 and 19 thou over. Donovan is 12, gets there 34, breaks it out a thou, had to take 33 or less. Tim Sansoni in the left, 444 is the dial. John Parks in the right, dial 408. Parks will advance to round 2. 28 and 14, thou under. Parks goes 406. How about this? A 101 60 foot. So Parks is not even throwing the world at it when it leaves. He's just kind of babying it off the starting line and then letting the big dog eat. 179 miles per hour. Red in the left lane by 14 thou. Josh Ludke, ATI Performance Products Thursday's winner. 30 grand to the good. 460 is his dial. Adam Russell out of Lena, Mississippi, also dial 460 in the right. Yeah, Tom, that 452 dial, if she could go under, she was probably running every bit of that low 150s. Perfect reaction for Ludke and 13 thou above. He gets the Kyle Seipel commemorative coin and $50 and a win light. 000 reaction, taking 29 at the stripe as Russell is 16 and 26 thou over. Ludke advances off of that perfect reaction and 13 thousandths above the dial. Keegan Hinkle, left lane, 536. Ken Batchelor, right lane, 439. This is not the day where I'm going to give you a whole lot of discussion about their chassis or their hometown. We've covered that. And my voice is wrecked right now. Advantage for Batchelor, win light, Hinkle. 14 did 9 for Hinkle, getting there 5 thou in front. Batchelor's 003 had 11 thou advantage there, but goes 25 thou above to be 5 thousandths in the hole as Keegan Hinkle advances to round number 2. By the way, happy birthday to Joel Maddox. Joel Maddox celebrating his birthday with us. Joel, congratulations to you on making a great choice of venues to spend your birthday at. And happy birthday from all of us here at the RAD Torque Systems Fall Fling. Excuse me, I almost said Hall Fling. Oh my goodness, I'm beat up. Powered by Optima batteries. Ray Miller, last night's Moser Engineering $100,000 champion. Back for more, dial 451. Right lane not on file, dial 466. Ray was a humble champion in the winner's circle last night. Great interview with him. Just a young man full of talent and enjoying life. Happy to see guys like him get the win light in such a significant event. He's 20 and 20 thou under. Average perfect, but averages don't count over here. Right lane's 005 red and 37 thou under. Ray Miller takes an entry to round number 2. Sounds like a fun game. The Hall Fling. Tom Worthington. David Parker, 498 in the left. Philip Pennington, no relation. Dial 470 in the right. He's easily the heaviest of the Skinningtons, and he's still in great shape. Nowhere close to us fat ones from Alabama. Nasty right here. Phillip leaves 008 and he leaves last, but gets a double breakout win. Pennington 008, 1 thou under, gets the win light. Parker leaves perfect on the reaction time, but goes 31 thou under. Got there 38, had to take 7 or less. Or get behind on the double breakout. Philip Pennington moves to round number 2. Kevin Burkett in the left, 489. Cody McDaniel in the right, dial 455. Oh, I see Michael George. I just can't even speak today. I'm a mess. Michael George is in the chat bleachers. Michael George was last night's dragster chassis raffle winner. His name was chosen of all of those names in the cup. Congratulations, Michael. Really cool deal there. 008 and 8 thou under for Burkett moves into round number 2, taking 9 at the stripe. Cody McDaniel's 20 up front. Needed to get more than 12 behind, but was only 9 behind to break it out worse by 11 thou. 8 is less than 11, and Burkett moves to round 2. Tony Owens next up in the left. 488 is the dial. Yep, Michael George, 2 first names. Those are the people that are going to make it. When the rapture happens, the 2 first name people are going to be the first ones chosen. Timothy Thomas, 461 in the right. Nasty, flat, Nasty. Thomas 7, dead 6. 13 total. Advances to round number 2. Owens 008, take 007. Breaks it out to Thou. Had to take 5 or less. He's 008 and needed to take 5 or less because Thomas was laying him down 13 in the other lane. I told y'all last night, Tim Thomas and Timothy Thomas find dead on often. Those guys know where it is. In all seriousness, Michael George, congratulations. Really cool deal. Very small investment for a very big prize. Really cool thing that they do here at the Fling on those dragster raffles. Brent Martin and Kyle Cotrera. Martin getting 2/10 head start on Cotrera as Cotrera occupies the right lane. Nasty. I mean, it's getting stupid out there. 003, dead 6 for Brent Martin, 9 thou total. 004 for Cotrera, bails out to go 18 thou above and puts a win light in Brent Martin's lane. He didn't really put it there. Brent just took it. Cotrera was shopping, picked up a win light, was putting it in his basket, and Brent Martin said, I saw it first, I'll take that. And he advances to round 2. Rail Sinkler in the left, 483 is the dial. Scotty Watts in the right, dial 484. Oh, great point, Joanne. Mark Walter. We know he'll be up front. We know he'll be one of the first ones taken home. It was 2 first name guys. Are there many females with 2 first names? What's a female 2 first name combination? Not nasty. In either lane. Win light goes to Rail Sinkler. 37 and a thou under beats 38 and 7 thou under. Rail Sinkler moves into round number 2. Robbie Hamilton, 487. Miss Ivy Brannon, dial 448 in the right. I'd like an example of 2 first name females. I think maybe they're pretty tough too. Like my wife's nickname is 2 first names. Her name is Jenny Pennington. Her maiden name is Moore. And people call her Jenny Mo. Mo is kind of like a first name. Jenny's certainly a first name. And let me tell y'all something. Don't tell her I told you. She's tough. I mean, tough. Miss Ivy Brannon out in front. And a win light for Miss Ivy. 009, dead on with an 8. 17 thou package for Ivy Brannon. 27 and 20 thou under for Robbie Hamilton. No chance as Miss Ivy laid down 17 total. Daryl Pender. Now that, I can't say that. Critter Gulch, I'm not saying that either. Y'all just gonna have to hush up. Don Lynn says, I got a sister named Sherry Lynn. Yeah, Sherry Lynn's 2 first names. She tough, Don. Coy Collier in the left, 458. Greg Showns in the right, dial 460. Chat bleachers, 1,045 strong right now. Saturday afternoon, almost 4 p.m. here in the Eastern Time Zone. We're in round number 1. It's going to be a late one. We know that. We're going to just fight hard and continue to get cars down the racetrack as quickly as we can. Red by 27 thou for Shounds. Collier, 19 and 43 thou under. As Coy Collier proposed to his girlfriend right here in the winner's circle last night, live on the hot mic. And by George, she said yes. Congratulations to that young couple. And we wish you many, many, many wonderful years together. Chris Wallen in the left, 494. Noah Lewis in the right, dial 451. There you go, Don. You know, maybe if any of you are about to have a child, maybe you do them a favor. You make them tough. Just go ahead and change their last name to a first name if your last name is not a first name. Do them a favor. Get them set up in life. Make them tough. $8,000's the difference. Noah Lewis got him cut in half, but the win light falls to Wallen. 15 and 24 thou above for Wallen. Sends Noah Lewis through. Lewis is 007, take 56. To break it out, 22 thou, had to take 34 or less. Hannah would be a good name, Keith. There's a young lady where I work named Taylor. And I tell her all the time, I'd like to see her meet someone with a last name Taylor. So she becomes Taylor. Or like her meet somebody with a last name Park, where she was Taylor Park. Jake Townsend and Jeremy York battling it out. Townsend with the advantage, York with a win light. 23 take 18 for York to be 19 thou above. That's 42 total. Jake Townsend's 19 and 41 thou over to be 60 total and 18 thou behind. Jeremy York to round 2. His bro Jesse York squaring up in the left lane from Muncie, Indiana, dial 477. Mark Price in the right lane, dial 482. Used to be a really good basketball player in the 80s, play for Alabama, named Mark Price. I don't think this is him. 500 head start to Price. Left lane York 11, dead 9, 20 thou package. Price got an ouch right there. 005 up front, take 24 to break it out, 9 thou. Needed to take 15 or less. Ian Woods in the left, 476 is the dial. Amanda Mastorovich in the right, dial 486. 1/10 head start going to Mastorovich. Loose change over there giving her some advice. Jerron Settles showed me a young lady named Taylor. That's good stuff. Well, this Taylor's from Alabama, so it'd be more fitting if she married somebody named Park and she was Taylor Park. 23, 4 above for Woods. Moving on, Mastorovich, 54 and 4 above. Amanda a little behind. And then missed the dial as well. Ian Woods moves to round number 2. Bart Nelson left lane, 476 dial out of Texas. Brian Cam in the right from California. Dial 5 flat. Win light to Nelson, both of them leave red, but True Star did not have to get involved. Nelson was the lesser of the 2 reds, and he left last. So he collects the win light. 003 red and 6 thou under beats 006 red and 3 thou under. Oh, Jenna Aldrich had a teacher named Christy. Now, if you got the same 2 first names, yeah, you're talking about tough. That's one thing to have 2 first names, but when they're the same name, that's tough. Robert Pettis, 461. TJ Harper, 459. Harper turns her red by 49 thou. 006 dead 4 for Pettis. Harper ain't even going to be mad. I mean, he's mad right now, but when he gets the ticket, he'll go, oh, okay. No big deal. Pettis was 10 total, 6 dead 4. Oh, James Kroll, anybody who's got Jean in their name, whether it's first or last, and they're female, if my last name was Jean, one of my kids would have been named Dirty Blue. Dirty Blue Jean. Because like I said, I rode the bus to school. We got Donnie Quisenberry in the left, Isaac Hill in the right. I rode the bus to school. When somebody got on the bus with dirty blue jeans, you let them sit with you or have your seat if that's what they wanted. You did not mess with the kids that had dirty blue jeans on. Isaac Hill, let's go on nothing. Quisenberry 006 and 13 thou under for the win. Quisenberry to round 2. Greg Duffield next up in the left, 485 is the dial. Wilbert Wooten in the right, dial 464. And that would have made a statement in roll call, just like Jared Pennington here, Mike Eames here, Dirty Blue Jean here. Well, that was man or woman, girl or boy. Always going to be a deep voice when they had dirty blue jeans on. And just flat mean. You wanted to make sure even the dirty blue jean kids didn't hear you wrong if you were saying something that could even be controversial. 10, dead 5 in the right lane for Wooten. Moving on, 20 thou at the stripe. Wooten to round number 2. Duffield is 12 and 23 thou above. But when you were talking to the kids with dirty blue jeans on, you were very clear with what you said because they punched you in the face first and then got clarification on what you said second. You had to be extra careful with the dirty blue jean kids. Yes. Oh, should I work first? Yeah. Marty Martin in the left. Mike Eames has a question about dirty blue jeans kids. Johnny Ezel in the right. Johnny Bracket Racer getting a Hun head start on Marty Martin. Ezel way in control of this one, 12 and 3 above. Johnny Bracket Racer, 17 thou in front at the stripe. He motors into round number 2. Marty Martin left 81 up front and 20 thou under. Marty, not a good run putting a win light in Johnny Ezel's lane. Brandon Taylor left lane, 460. Mark Kidd in the right, 469. This is a good matchup right here.
We got holes in that deal. Gene Kidd knock you out for that?
Well, Mike Eames is asking, did you tell the Dirty Blue Jean kids? He was talking about music. Talking about one song being better than the other. You let the Dirty Blue Jeans kids tell you what song they like, and then you complimented it. That's how you handle that. Brandon Taylor moving on to round number 2, 002, 29 thou above. Kidd is 20 up front. Brandon dropped him off. Kidd dropped as well, just didn't drop it hard enough and goes 3 thou under as Taylor moves into round number 2. Don Lynn wants to know if Dirty Overalls was meaner or not. No. Dirty Overalls was usually just working class folks that Dirty Overalls, no shirt, but you really didn't get that in school much. So when we're talking about school kids, Dirty Overalls was somebody that either that's really all they had, or they were planning to go straight to work somewhere in a field after school. Dirty Overalls kids were pretty good people. But you know, in my day, I graduated in 1989, so my day in the 70s and 80s, as overalls became popular, they were guess overalls. So they were designer overalls, and people thought that was cool. And I always thought it was like, well, that's silly. You don't wear designer overalls. Overalls are for working people, not fashion statements. Andrew Conrath in the left, 494. Cody Witt in the right, dial 490. Cody Witt with the advantage and a win light. 10 and 27 thou above, 37 total. Conrath had a chance. He's 22, take 26 to be 11 thou under, had to take 15 or less. Cody Witt moves to round number 2. Hayden Whited in the left, 486. Sugar, Shane Carr, 452 in the right. Whited, a younger talent out of Richlands, Virginia. Sugar, a legend in the sport, first ballot Hall of Famer, giving up 34 Hun head start. Ray Miller just sent me a nice photo he took of Peeps riding me around on that Harley in the pits during the rain delay. That was a serious bonding moment for Peeps and I. We were having a lot of trouble in our relationship, but that brought us back. He's really not been a great friend during this trip to Bristol. One ride on his daddy's Harley totally redeemed himself. 006 and 28 thou above for Sugar. He's into round number 2. Whited 20 and 49 thou over. Left way too much room in Sugar's lane. I mean, really, if you leave more than about 9 thou in Sugar's lane, he's going to take advantage of it. Whited left, half a tenth or so. Yeah, I'm a water killer there, bud. Michael Shoup in the right, Danny Bennett in the right. Met Danny outside this morning as I was calling for church service. Really cool dude. Comes up short there, 29 and a Hun over as Shoup lets go 10 and then goes 26 thou over to be 3 thou in front at the stripe. Michael Shoup advances to round number 2. At this time, we need Group B cars to the lanes for round number 1. Group B, as in boy. Group B, we need you to the lanes for round number 1, please. Group B, to the lanes for round 1. Jerry Brewer in the left, Tom Doyle in the right. Brewer giving up 8/10 head start. Tom Doyle, 20 take 3 to be 13 thou over 33 total for Doyle. Jerry Brewer, 14 and 22 thou over, gets behind by 3 little rotten stinking thousandths as Tom Doyle powers into round number 2. Kayla Needham in the left lane, 541 is the dial. Josh Baker, tough customer out of Kentucky in the right dial, 461. Josh always seems to be on a heater. I don't think he gets out and travels a whole lot, but when he's racing, he's a threat to win most any time. 15 red for Needham puts Josh Baker into round number 2. Baker's 18 up front. And then 43 thou under the dial. I see a lot of making sure I'm dialed up enough to get there dial-ins out there this morning or this afternoon. It's not morning. It's 4:13 in the afternoon. It does seem like morning because we're still in first round, but we obviously had quite a rain delay. Rachel Conrath in the left, 496. Nick Warren in the right, 464. .32 Hun head start going Rachel's way. $37,000's the difference up front. Big advantage for Warren. And a win light for Nick Warren, 002, take 13 to be 4 Hun over the dial. 39 up front for Conrath. Had her locked out of that one, basically. 41 total in the right, 39 tree in the left. Was not mathematically ineligible, but that 4 over for Warren was due to having a lot of room on the other end. Rachel goes 16 thou above to be 13 thou behind. You know, as I've sat here in the booth now for a little while calling a few laps, I've had an ice cream sandwich and a big bowl of chocolate ice cream, and I'm recounting everything I've eaten today because I haven't eaten great this weekend, and I mean like regular. I am miserable fat right now. Miserable fat. I've got my fat pants on. I was wondering why and they are, you know, they're tight right now. I've got my wear them anytime you want to be comfortable pants, and they ain't comfortable no more. 001 and 16 thou above for Steph Fuller. Nice lap there. Right side, the Canadian Jamie Bridge is 10, take 29 to be 22 thou under. Had to take 7 or less. Steph Fuller to round number 2. And these are your go-to pants when you're bloated and just feeling miserable. And I have surpassed that feeling into miserable fat. I do not even want to look at the scales when I get home. Yeah, bloated, you know bloated goes away. Fat does not. Miserable bloated is okay because you know at some point that's dying down. Miserable fat means I've added stuff to my body that's going to stay on my body or in it until you just decide you're going to get rid of it. Mike Coltrane moving on, 008, 16 thou under. Parker Dotson leaves 4 thou red. Dead on with a 6. That one's going to hurt a little bit. Mike Coltrane to round 2. Skylar Wagner, 482 dial on the left. Misty Unser, no relation to Bobby, dial 466. Misty out of Kuna, Idaho. I had an ice cream sandwich and a large bowl of ice cream. Mike Eames is eating some kind of protein bar. You know, people like you really bother me, Eames. 006 and 17 thou above for Skylar Wagner. 26 thou ahead at the stripe. Skylar into round number 2. Unser's 47, dead 2. Little tardy at the starting line, just left her too much of a deficit. Skylar Wagner rolls into round number 2. Mike says he's got to lose about 50 pounds. You've lost 50 before? Oh. I lost 110 one time. I have since gained about 15 to 20 of it back, and I think I've got another 6 more today. You need to lose 100 pounds? You don't need to lose 100 pounds. What, you want to look like Peeps? Eric Rollins, 455 in the left. Jerry McGraw, 445 in the right. 8 thousandths advantage for Rollins. Win light, McGraw, 17, 9 thou under. Rollins, 009, 14 thou under. Win light goes to Jerry McGraw, and Jerry McGraw moves into round number 2. You know, I love getting texts like this. Sal Biondo and Miss Sal, great to have y'all tuning in. Love you guys, miss you. Wish you were here. Perfect reaction for Lee Dixon. Last night's Brodix run for the SR20 winner. Got in with a 001 package. Won it with a 002 package. Comes out first entry with a 000 reaction. 5 thou under for the win. 006 and 13 thou under in the right lane, no good. Lee Dixon gets the Kyle Seipel commemorative trip zip coin and a $50 bill, y'all. Pretty nice run of runs for Lee Dixon. Ron Campbell in the left, Michael Pascal in the right. Campbell getting 11 hun head start. You know, Sal, that's not very professional to talk about being miserable fat and stuff on the microphone. Peter knew what he was getting when he called me, bro. I mean, can't be mad at me. He knew what he was getting. Ron Campbell, 17 and 3 under, moving on. Pascal, 2 thou red and 8 thou under. Jerron said you're eating that because if you eat bad, you'll spontaneously combust when you get back out west. Yeah, the flying airbrush, baby. Yes, he does. That's what he said. We talked about that last night. He don't like half-track racing, but he's watching. Must not be any good quarter-mile races on Motor Mania this weekend. Professional napper. I did not know that. Benny Domino and Zach Grant, 16 thousandths separate them. Domino with the advantage, Grant with the win light. 40, dead 0 for Grant. Into round number 2. Domino is 24 up front, gets behind 7 thou to be 23 thou behind. Or excuse me, to be 23 thou over. 7 thou behind to be 23 thou above. Jerron's a professional napper. I did not know that. I knew he was very good at spilling paint. I know he paints helmets very well. Have you seen my helmet? Oh, you would love my helmet. Yeah, I'm sure I would. It's straight up roll tide. Jerron did that many years ago. Looks like he painted it yesterday. Tim Markaglu and Joel Maddox. Happy birthday, Joel. Eames loves Alabama so much he's choked up over here. Maddox, 5 thou advantage. Markaglu, win light. 10, dead 4 for Timmy Markaglu, taking 5 thou to stripe. He rolls into round number 2. Joel Maddox on his birthday, 5 up front. Had a 5 thou advantage, but goes 14 thou over to be 5,000 short at the stripe. Last pair in Group A. This is Wayne Vernon. Wayne Vernon dialed 559 in the left lane. Jordan Willis Parker dialed 456 in the right. Eames says this is my last pair. Yeah, man, when you're this fat and miserable, you got to pull something out of the box. No way you can hit it fat and miserable like this. I mean, I'm lazy, fat, and sleepy right now. Jordan Willis Parker, 10 thou advantage up front. Win light goes in the other lane to Wayne Vernon. Vernon 17 and 27 thou above, 44 total. Jordan Willis Parker's 007 take 54 to be 17 thou under, needed to take 37 or less. And the win light goes to Wayne Vernon to wrap up Group A. Group B, you have been called to the lanes for round number 1. Group B.
Some people just think parts is parts, but not us. Because we know when you order any of the over 1 million parts at jegs.com, you get the whole company. Expert advice, day or night, from the pros who know how to make you go. From now on, get your parts and your smarts only at jegs.com. Selection, service, and sweet satisfaction. That is jegs.com.
Good job, brother. Here's the deal. You got the win light.
Okay.
You got a K&N $100 gift card.
Okay.
If you can guess your reaction time within 5 thou, I'm going to give you $50 cash.
007.
Bam! Right off the bat. We're already 50 light, guys. Good job. Hold on. I forgot my money. Hold on a second. That could be a blooper right there. So let's take it. All right. Noah, right?
Yes, sir.
Guess his reaction time within 5 thou. He said 007. He was 002, won $50 and a K&N gift card. Noah Pollard.
Here on Jegs Saturday, $30,000 to win event. Said we are going to hustle, get as much done as we can. We'll just see how the dominoes fall today. We started running basically at 2:16 p.m. was when, I mean, we ran 9 pair of cars before Mother Nature halted the festivities. We fired back up at 2:16 p.m. It's 4:27 here in the Eastern Daylight Time. And that's kind of where we're at right now. Completed all of Group A. All of our Group B door cars are in the lane. It's not a massive group of Group B door cars. And then we're rolling to Group C, Group D, and then into round number 2. Are we going to do 2? Round number 1, our strange round. on Jegs Saturday. And here on our Motor Mania Jegs Mickey Thompson live feed, we will be giving away an Optima yellow top battery to our friends in the Chap Bleachers. 3 o'clock Eastern, or I'm sorry, 5 o'clock Eastern. See, 5 o'clock Eastern automatically to me means 3 o'clock Mountain. 5 o'clock Eastern, and we do have a little bit of surprise that will come after that point when we do that Optima giveaway. Jake Baird, William Daniels. Baird out of Tennessee, the Z28 left side. William Daniels, Newland, North Carolina, and the Ventura, 21 green, one above is good to get the win. Jake Baird, 25 green, 4 over, and no good is David Holton and Jason Sizemore. Sizemore out of Kyles Ford, Tennessee, 606 is the dial for Jason. David Holton, out of Moncks Corner, South Carolina, 552 the dial for David over in the Mustang left side. Jason Sizemore, a Glot, was the recipient of our Kyle Seipel Never Give Up Award. We'll be giving away that honor today as well. Jason Sizemore, 11 and 2 over, will get the win. David Holton, 35 green, got to the finish line first by 7 thou, under by 2 thousandths of a second. It'll break out. Jason Sizemore moves in around number 2. Colin Estes and Michael Norrod. Colin out of Rockford, Illinois. Pontiac left side, 602. Norrod, Pegram, Tennessee. The S10, 628. The number for Michael. Estes in a good position off the starting lines. 007 and is going to get the win. 007 ahead by 8 thou at the finish line. Going 610 on the 602. Michael Norrod was 61 green and 4 over. And that combination of numbers does not result in a win light for Michael Norrod. It was Michael Osting and Jeremy Kessler. Osting out of Mount Vernon, Georgia. At GTO left lane. Jeremy Kessler out of Ohio. Over on the right side, 565 the number for Jeremy. So we're staged and away. Coin flip off the starting line. And a win for Mike Osting at the finish line. 12 green, 5483 on the 547 for Mike Osting to be 7th thou in front at the finish. Jeremy Kessler was 11th thou on the green light start. 1 thou better. Goes 567-1 on the 565, but is 7th thou behind at the finish is Jeremy Joyce and Tommy Cable. Jeremy out of Richmond, Virginia. The Monza left side, 620 is the dial. Tommy Cable, Hughesville, Maryland. Camaro right side. It's Tommy Cable. 19 green. 620 on the 619 to move on. Jeremy was red by 4 thou. Then dead on 5. Jeremy Joyce will bow out there in the Monza. Here in the B category, these are machines that have 1 entry. Mitchell McKinney, Newland, North Carolina. The black on yellow 67 Camaros had some good runs here. during the RAD Torque Systems fall fling, and I might have just jinxed him. Richie Brown, right side. Richie Brown going to get the win. 13 up front and 1 above 7 to be good. Mitchell McKinney was 47 on the green light and is going to be a first-round runner-up. Don Cox and Larry Mire. Don out of Tennessee. 55 Chevrolet, 532 is the dial-in. Larry Mire, Riley, Michigan. The Mustang Roadster right side. Well, word from the officials down on the starting line area as Mother Nature has decided to start spittling on us a little bit. So we are on a little bit of a holding pattern. We shut the pair off on the starting line. So hopefully there will not be any length here of consequence. It'll be just a matter of moments as we are in the middle of the B category. Here in Strange Round 1, we had a lengthy weather delay this morning. We ran roughly 9 pair before we had to stop for several hours. Started back up again 2:16 p.m. The first cars went down the track. We've been running along nicely, but racing officials down there on the starting line were like, okay, let's hang out for a second. So that's what we do. So we do really appreciate everybody's patience. We know it's trying for you guys. It's trying for the race officials as well. We're just in a little bit of a holding pattern.
Right here is Bug McCarty, well-known bracket racer. He's a hitter. Bug, I see you lost a round. We're going to give you a shot at some money and a prize. So regardless, you're going to get a $100 K&N gift card. If you can, you obviously red. If you can guess your red within 5,000 either way, we'll give you a $20 bonus. If you can guess it to the thousands, we'll give you a $50 bonus.
I feel like I was 15 red.
You missed it by 1,000, pal. 9 red. Let's give him a K&N gift card. Missed it by 6,000. Yeah. 1,000. So, yeah, he was now outside the ring. It's a beautiful car here.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Okay. Call the fire has been made. Dodging just a little spritzing, but we're good to go. Don Cox, Larry Mire. Don the 55 Chevrolet, 532 is the dial. Lucky Larry out of Riley, Michigan. The 16 Mustang Roadster. Just exactly how the Ford Motor Company designed it to come off the showroom floor. Roll cage and everything. $3,000 difference on the starting line. Mireille and the Mustang. No. Don Cox, 37 on the green light start, 535 on the 532 to get the win. Mireille got to the finish line first by 35 thou to break out 1 blanking thou. And everybody could take your time and use whatever adjective you would like for the blanking part. Billy Lever and Amanda Manuel. Billy out of Tonawanda, New York. Amanda Manuel, Louisville, North Carolina. Amanda looking over at Billy and is going to be looking at Billy's win light. 10 green, 1 above 5 is 25 total. Amanda was 35 on the green light start and was completely locked out. Hank Oozleton and T.G. Pascal. Hank out of Salisbury, Maryland. 608 is the dial. T.G. A Nova over on the right side. 008 at the rip for T.G. and going to get the win. Pascal, 008, 4 over is good. Hank was 23 on the start. 612 on the 608. Unfortunately, that entry is done for the day. It's Kelly Highnote and Josh Kessler. High note out of Nashville, Tennessee. Nova left side, Josh Kessler in the Cutlass. As we're off and away, high notes, 002 looking over to the right and is going to get the win. 002, 608 on the 606 for Kelly. 002 taking 004, which is pretty good. Josh Kessler, 13 on the green light, 505.9 on the 04. But is not going to get a win light in round number 1. This is Doug Moles. Todd Wood. Moles out of Morristown, Tennessee. The 67 Chevy 2, 546 is the dial. Todd Wood out of Virginia, 618 for the Nova. Red light start for Todd. 7th thou in front of the green light. Moles was 14 green and dead on the dial. Would have been tough for Todd Wood. This Doug Moles put down a pretty good lap. Chuck Griffith, Ernie Elam. Chuck out of Alexandria, Virginia in the S10 left side, 647 is the dial for Chuck. Ernie Elam out of Kingsport, Tennessee, the Camaro right side. Red light start for Ernie. Chuck is going to get a 000 hero Kyle Seipel commemorative coin and $50 as Chuck was perfect. And Ernie Elam was red. So congratulations to Chuck. Little extra good stuff there in round number 1. So all of our friends at the Motormania TV, Jegs, Mickey Thompson live feed, we will be giving away an Optima yellow top battery sometime after 5 o'clock Eastern, which is in 13 minutes. Felix Hutchinson and Jason Thompson. Felix is in a bad way. Jason Thompson, 14 green, 2 above 7 will get the win. Felix was Jackie Robinson on the starting line. .42 green and 590 with an 8. Jason Thompson had Felix completely shut out. Brian Canaday and James Hinkle. Canaday in the Corvette Roadster left side. James Hinkle, Danville, New York, the Grand Dam over on the right side. Starting line advantage and is going to get the win. Canaday was 002. Hinkle was 186 on the reaction time. And when your opponent is 002 in the other lane, 186 rarely works out. Like a 1/2 of 1%er. Jason O'Terry and Chuck Miner. Again, our Optima Yellow Top battery giveaway to all of our friends in the chat bleachers. Go down sometime shortly after 5 Eastern. Jason O'Terry, Firebird left side, 702 the dial. Chuck Miner. The S10, 617 is the dial. O'Terry, left side, Miner, right side. O'Terry stole a couple at the start and is going to completely freeze out Chuck Miner. 15 green, dead on 3 for O'Terry to be 18 total. Chuck Miner was 49 at the front, 4 under at the back, and just wasting fuel. Chuck Sanders. And Spoon Davidson. 534 the dial for Spoon. Chuck Sanders, Point Pleasant, West Virginia. Spoon a little bit better on the starting line. And Spoon, 10 total. Chuck Sanders is 20 green and completely squashed. Paige Smith and Troy Akers. Paige and the Mustangs, 641 the dial for Paige. Troy, out of Virginia, 68 Camaro right side. Paige bumps in last. We'll have the opportunity to lead first. Away and away. 7th out was the difference for the drivers on the reaction time, but the win light going to go to Troy Akers. 23 dead on 7 and is a 10th up front at the finish. Paige Smith was 16 green and a 10th plus above. Down at the finish line is Carson Brown and Kenny Underwood. Carson out of Bluntville, literally right down the road. Carson in that truck could literally just throw a canopy and a couple of tools in the back and just drive it here. Kenny Underwood, 613, the dial for the skinny one. Underwood is 002 alongside Carson Brown, going to get the win. 614 on the 613 for Kenny Underwood. Carson Brown was 10. He was decent and dead on 4, but skinny Kenny Underwood is 002 and 1 thou in front at the finish line. Good job by Kenny on both sides to get the win. Mark Payne on Austin Brown. Payne out of Waynesboro, Virginia, the 67 Chevy 2. 592 is the dial-in for Mark. Austin Brown, Jacksonville, North Carolina's late. And it cost him. Mark Payne, 12 green. 594 on the 592 is 16 thou in front. Austin Brown, it's 50 on the green light start. Dead on one. And no good here in round number 1. John Scott and Laura Bailey. John out of Pennsylvania. 591 is the dial for John over in the left lane in Vega. Laura Bailey, the S10 out of Hurt, Virginia.
Whatever it is, odd group C.
Okay. Breakout for Laura Bailey. Got to the finish line first by 15, under by 7 thou. John Scott, 009, 1 above 7 to be good. All right, Group C, door car, odd. Group C, door car, odd. Let's get you up in the lanes, please. Group C, door car, odd. Let's get you up in the lanes is Anthony Bertozzi and Gary Williams. That's right, that's what I said. Anthony Bertozzi, Gary Williams. Bertozzi in the Olds left side, 599. Gary Williams out of Florida. And the Boss Lady Camaro and Gary Williams takes out Anthony Bertozzi. 002. 554 on the 553 for Gary. Bertozzi was 10. 2 above 7 for Gary Williams. And the Boss Lady takes out Anthony Bertozzi. Trey Sasser, Scott Taylor. Sasser out of LaGrange, North Carolina, and the Gremlin. Scott Taylor out of Portage, Michigan. Camaro Roadster right side. 483 is the dial. Sasser. Give it to Scott Taylor. Trey Sasser, well off the gas early. Scott was 14 green and 502. Trey was 40. Then a second plus off the dial. We'll have to keep a little eye on the gremlin of Trey Sasser. Justin Logan, Lawrence Hinkle. Logan out of West Virginia, 634 the dial. Over on the left side, Lawrence Hinkle, Lancaster, Kentucky. 69 Camaro. Over on the right side, a red light start for Lawrence. Gift wraps a win for Justin Logan here in round number 1. 17 green, 561. 535 on the 534 for Justin Logan. To be on the good side is Jason Overstreet and Donald Brown. Loose change over there on the left side. 677 the dial for change. Donald Brown, 531. Here out of Curry, North Carolina. 7th out, the difference on the starting line. And Donald Brown's going to get the win. 20 green. 5:33 on the 5:31. Jason Overstreet was 27 up front, got to the finish line first by 24. Breaks out 0.03 of a second, needed to take 21 or less. As Trevor Denton and John LaBouse. Denton in the Grand Am. 6:45 is the dial. LaBouse, 6:39 on the board. Denton from right down the road in Bristol. LaBouse, Goodlettsville, Tennessee. We're way and away. Denton is better at the start. And 1 above 3 at the finish. 003 to be 11th out in front at the finish line. LaBouse was 14 and 1 above 3. And the difference was right there in the reaction time. 003 to LaBouse 14. That difference was the margin in the race. Kurt Harrington and the Chevette 608. Don Tipton in the S10 613. The dial in for Mr. Tipton. One driver is perfect. One driver is 3 total, and that is Don Tipton. Don, perfect at the start. 613.3 on the 613 is going to get a Kyle Seipel Tribute 000 Hero Coin. Kurt Harrington was 23 up front and had absolutely no chance. All right, Group C, door cars, even number. Let's get you in the lanes, please. That means all of Group C has been called. Group C, door cars, even. Let's get you in the lanes, please. It's Chad McKee and Shane Maddox. Shane in the Mustang, 006, 1 above 7 to be good. Takes out Chad McKee in the Cutlass out of Milton, Tennessee, who was 34 on the green light and had no chance, regardless of what the elapsed time was. Steve Breeden and the Sidewinder, Stevie Dustin. Steve out of Tennessee. The 80 Camaro left side, Stevie Dustin. And the S10 over on the left side. $5,000 separate the two. Stevie Dustin is going to get the win. 32 green, 2 above for the Sidewinder. Steve Breeden's 37 and 4 over. And no good. Steve Dustin will move forward. Seth Street and Tim West. So Seth Street, 582. Tim West, 494 is the dial. James, we were at 45 going into today, and we've given away 4 thus far this morning. Total of 49 Kyle Seipel Tribute 000 Hero Coins have been given out. Win for Seth Street, 19 green, 584 on the 582 to move on. Tim West was 32 and 2 above to be not good. So 49 coins, an additional $2,450 handed out by Peter and Emily as part of that program, which is really, really good. We got all of our friends in the Motor Mania, Jags, Mickey Thompson live feed. Sometime here in the next little bit, we will be doing our Optima yellow top battery giveaway to one of our great viewers. See, there's 1,166 watching right now, and there's 159, make that 160 likes. All y'all need to smash that thumbs up button. As a matter of fact, when we get ready to do our Optima contest, hold on, I got to stop, because Steve Cisco, Jeff Verdi right there on the starting line. This is a tantalizing matchup here in round number 1. Cisco out of Williamstown, New Jersey. The 70 Nova left side. Jeff Verdi, Glen Allen, Virginia. In the GTO, 619 is the number for $2 million 1 year. Cisco, 002. Verdi is 10. How's it going to play out? Verdi, 10 green, 1 above 2 as Steve Cisco got down there and woed it up. Sent Verdi through. Verdi ended up being 1 above 2. Jeff Verdi moves on. Steve Cisco moves out. That's Craig Mickey Rogers, 38 at the last race. So I think like one of the stipulations when we get ready to do our Optima yellow top battery giveaway, before you even get to enter the contest, you have to make sure that you've hit that thumbs up. That should be a rule. We should make that like part of the Constitution. Zach Fulcher and Tony Hall, as we have now rolled into our C category door cars. Fulcher out of Farmington, Kentucky. The Monza left side. Tony Hall, Cedar Bluff, Virginia. 631, the dial-in for Tony Hall. Red light start for Tony Hall. Tony's a $143 on the red light. And then goes 631.7, of course. Zach Fulcher with a free look at 589, 593.1. Is what Zach will look at when he grabs the time slip after being 16 green. And I certainly hope at this hour that Mike English has some type of supervision there at Famoso Drag Strip as he's tuning into the Motor Mania live feed. Howard Westbury and Kylie Thaxton. Kylie gonna bow out to Howard. 007, 565 on the 564 to advance. Kylie Thaxton was 004. Kylie had a great run last night in the 100 grander, took it down to 11 cars. I believe she got through in her A entry, but she's gonna bow out here in her C entry here this afternoon. Cody Wiggins and Landon Ely. Cody out of the state of Kentucky. And that's 78 Mino Camino. 634 is the dial for Cody. Landon Ely, 559 on the board. Wiggins, 002 is going to win as Landon is 9 red. Cody goes 633 on the 634. And is good. Landon's 009 red and then 2 over. But those numbers were inconsequential. It's Jeremy Bargo and Heath Bamberger. Bargo out of Barberville, Kentucky, 618 on the dial. 618 on the dial for Heath Bamberger as well. Heads up first to the finish line. We should just like comp eliminator. Heads up and just get there first. Red light start for heat by 32. Jeremy goes 6:15 at 110 miles an hour. And if that was a comp eliminator race, Jeremy Bargo, after Heath went red, would have shut the car off at about 400 feet. TJ Luther. And the Hutto-mobile over on the right side. And the Hutto-mobile is going to win. 6:05 on the 6:03 after being 14 green. TJ Luther was 24 green, one above 5, but 3 thou behind at the finish line to bow out Greg Walker and Norman Vaughn. Greg Walker. Clinton, Maryland, the 68 Camaro. Norman Vaughn, Bean Station, Texas. Norman this morning was our very, very first car out, and right when he went to deck it, the car completely died. Good for Norman to get off the starting line here. Looking at Greg Walker, big end of the racetrack. And a tough break for Norman as he was in a good position when he left the starting line, but the car just failed him. Walker, 62 green and a half a second above will get the win. Norman Vaughn was 32 up front and a lot over. To go 0 for 2 today. Ted Barnes and Jay Hill. That's right, Curtis Hodges. I know me some geography. A little bit. The most important geography lesson that I learned from my late aunt was never eat shredded wheat. Ted Barnes and that really super cool Datsun. We've been saying it all weekend. The only thing to make that Datsun cooler is if it stuck that nose way up in the air for a long time. Ted and Jay, Ted Barnes, as neither driver were remotely good on the starting line, but Ted Barnes gets away with it. 677 on the 676. He was 66 on the starting line. Jay Hill in the Prelude goes 568 on the 567. And every time I see the number 66, I get distracted very easily because it makes me think of the great outdoors and the guy that got struck by lightning 66 times. Ow, that's gotta hurt. That's what happens when you have like 80 different thoughts going through your head on a constant loop. Caden Harrell and Matt Dattis. Caden out of Madisonville, Tennessee, 667. The dial for Caden left side. Matt Dattis in the Starfire. He took it down to the final 6 last night. They're in the Starfire on Mosier Engineering Friday. Looking to take another deep run here on Jag Saturday. Dattis, Harold, Matt is in a good spot, stealing a couple up front, and going to get the win. 632 on the 29 for Matt Dattis. Was a 11th thou in front at the finish. Caden Harrell was 32 green, 2 above 4. and is going to be a first-round runner-up. Brian Jones and Chuck Roycraft. Brian out of Cookeville, Tennessee, the Camaro over on the right side. Or over on the left side. Okay, we're at that point of the entire week. I mean, I've been here since Tuesday. And I've been talking a lot. Uh-oh, now it's starting to get real serious. Okay. All of our friends in the chat bleachers, get ready. Chuck Roycraft, 006 out of Minnesota. Roycraft. Been pretty good yesterday, pretty good today. 006, one above 6 for Chuck Roycraft. Brian Jones, 27 green. 570 with a 6. It's Chris Hodge. And Thomas Marlowe. Chris in the 66 Chevy 2. 617 is the dial. Thomas Marlowe, Mesquite, Texas. The Camaro right side, 624. Wait a minute, you already spoiled the secret. I said there was going to be a surprise. Let's spoil the surprise. Yes, we're going to have 2 winners today, but Thomas Marlowe is our one winner in that one pair. 16 green, 624 to be 19 total. Locks out Chris Hodge. Hodge was 32 at the start and one above 2. That's right, all of our friends on the Motor Mania live feed. We are going to give away not 1, but 2 Optima Yellow Top batteries. Because you guys are so awesome, that's what we want to do today. Rick Needham Jr. and Michael Combs. Needham Jr. out of Cleves, Ohio. Michael Combs, Bluff City, Tennessee. And the S10 right side, 645 is the dial. Rick Needham, 595 will be doing the chasing in the Cobalt. Once again, we're going to give you the phrase, and you type it in one time and one time only. Michael Combs is 002, and the win, 2 above. 002 taking 7th out of the finish to get the win light. Rick Needham Jr., 16 green, 1 above 3 is not going to result in a win light. All right, the phrase, if you would like to win an Optima Yellow Top battery, you have to type this into the feed. You do it one time and one time only. It is Optima. Optima batteries are the ultimate power source. Optima batteries are the ultimate power source. Get that in one time and one time only. And we will draw 2 random winners. And then you'll have to message the Spring Fling Facebook page if you're the winner to get your prize. Jordan Arnold and Shelly Elrod. Shelly is going to get the win. 006 taking 006. To get the win. Chad Axford and Ken Clark. Axford in the Nova. Ken Clark in the S10. Off and away. Axford and Ken. Chad Axford, the salty one. 005 and 1 above 9 is good. Ken Clark's 11 green. 656 on the 653. Brad Bussell and Chris McGuire. Bussell out of Sherrills Ford, North Carolina. 585 is the dial. Chris McGuire out of Christiansburg, Virginia. The Race Tech machine, or the... the Pontiac over on the right side. McGuire is going to advance. 005 and under by 7 thou. Bustle was red by 12, and his entry will come to a close. Brandon Lane and Dalton McKinnon. Brandon Lane out of Winterville, North Carolina, 514 is the dial. Dalton McKinnon, 647 is the dial. Now, Dalton is already going to be a winner because his 70 Love Truck, for lots of clear and obvious reasons, is going to get the door car that needs a hood scoop the most. That great prize from K&N is going to go to Dalton McKinnon. And so if you take a look at that Chevrolet Love Truck, it doesn't have a hood. It doesn't have a scoop. So it needs a hood scoop. Absolutely positively, Dalton McKinnon. And Dalton McKinnon is way late. 9:31 on the green light for Dalton. Brandon Lane was 30 and a bunch above to be clear. But Dalton McKinnon and that Love Truck is going to be our winner of our K&N door car that needs it the most in regards to a hood scoop, as he has no hood and no scoop. Robert Holton and Joe Nelson. Holton out of Monarchs Corner, South Carolina, 548 is the dial. Joe Nelson in the Lumina, 531 the number over in the left side. How much longer? Just a few moments left if you want to get in on our Optima yellow top battery giveaway. Less than 2 minutes left, no pressure. So again, Optima batteries are the ultimate power source. Type it in once. If you type it in more than once, you're cheating and we don't like that. Robert Holton left side. Joe Nelson right side. Nelson is 003, stole 2 at the start, and is going to break out by 2 thou. Robert Holton breaks out by 1 thou. And on a double breakout, 1 thou margin of victory going to go Robert Holton's way. And do my eyes deceive me? Or is that sunshine out there on the racetrack? That's amazing. It's like George Harrison said, here comes the sun. Nate Halsey and Doug Milner. Milner turns on the grotesque, heinous, grisly, ghastly, ugly red light by 1,000ths of a second. Nate Halsey, 53 green, 619 on the 622. To move on, Milner, after being red, was in too quick. And Milner is out with both entries. Jesse Edens and Chase McKay. Edens out of Elizabethton, Tennessee. 672 is the dial. Chase McKay out of Romulus, Michigan. Lella, do you know what is the relevance of, for me personally, of Elizabethton, Tennessee? No, I'm born and raised in Utah. It's where my lovely wife was born. Way even better. She only lived there for a couple years before they moved, but still. 12 and 12 on the reaction time, both sides, and the win going to go to Jesse Eden, 16 total. 12 here, dead on 4 there to be 16 total. Chase McKay's 12 green, 2 above, and is going to be a first round runner-up. All right, friends, time's up in the chat bleachers. All the entries are closed. Lulla's over here getting everything tabulated. We'll announce our winners here shortly. David Young and Tommy Plott. David out of Philadelphia, Tennessee, 62 Chevy 2. 588 the dial for David, 538 for the Mustang of Tommy Plott. Away and away, David Young's red by 15. Tommy Plott will move on to round number 2. 537.8 for Tommy Plott. David Young, 15 red and 3 above. And I can say like David Young, that's one thing that I learned to my first visit to Bristol. I had no idea that there was a Philadelphia, Tennessee, which it is, in fact, a real location and not a typo. Sarah Major and Sean Carpenter. Sarah out of Tennessee in the Maverick. 604 is the dial. Sean Carpenter, 589 out of Elm City, North Carolina. Sean and Sarah give it to the blue oval. Sarah, the 71 Maverick, 008, 6053 on the 604 to get the win. Sean Carpenter was 15 on the green light start and goes 591 in that first round defeat. Shane Boney and Jared Pennington. Boney out of Bellevue, Minnesota, the 94 S10, 599 is the dial. Jared Pennington, Big Red. The Nova out of Alabama. Jared's all stressed out about his Crimson Tide today, only being 41.5-point favorites against Vanderbilt. Hoping he can help the Tide eke one out against that juggernaut. We are green and green. Jared a little better on the starting line. Gets to the finish line first by 12 thousandths of a second and breaks out 5 thou. Does Jared Pennington. Shane Boney was 30 up front, under by 3 thou. Jared Pennington ends up on the wrong side of a double breakout, but Jared got through in his A entry. And goes 1 for 2 there in the first rounds. Kevin Brannon and Nathan Hamilton. Brannon out of Gaffney, South Carolina, 569 is the dial. Nathan Hamilton, the Camaro out of Georgia, 557 the number. For Nathan, that's them. Okay. Right after this pair. All right, we have our winners. Everybody stand by. Red and red. And a true start win for Kevin Brannon. Kyle Seipel, every time it happens when he was up there smiling. Kevin Brannon left first, was 2 thou in front of green. Nathan Hamilton left second, was 5 thou in front of green, and via true start, Kevin Brannon will get the win. All right, our 2 winners, not 1, but 2 winners. 2 winners. Kevin Reed and Bill Mitchell. Kevin Reed and Bill Mitchell. Congratulations, you are 2 winners today of our Optima Yellow Top Battery giveaway. Kevin and Bill, the both of you need to message our Spring Fling page on Facebook so we can help you claim your prize. Kevin Reed and Bill Mitchell, make sure to message the Fling Facebook page so we can help you collect your prize. Noah Pollard and Jack Foster. Noah out of Greenwood, South Carolina, 12 green. Dead on 2 is 10 total. Jack Foster was 19 green and had no chance, was completely... Oh no, he had to be dead 0. And was 1 above 4 and 13 thou behind. Trip McCarty and Lou Greco. Sorry, Bill Ledger. I know that was mean. Trent McCarty out of Hazelhurst, Georgia for McCarty Auto Parts. That's Carol's kid. 603 is the dial. Lou Greco, 577 the dial. And Lou's GTO over on the right side. The Motor Mile side of the racetrack. Greco and Tripp. Greco better at the start and is going to get the win. Rip. 578 on the 577 was 12 green. Tripp was 29 at the start. Broke out by 5 thou, taking 5 thou. Needed to take nothing to move the win light over. Didn't do it. Lou Greco will advance. Jerry Lone and John Corbin. These two raced each other in the A category. It's wild how that can happen sometimes. I concur, Mopar, man. Everybody in the chat bleachers make this day go by better. Appreciate everybody that's watching both near and far that chimes in and gives us an opportunity to communicate with everybody in this great forum. Jerry Lone, Big Chief, and John Corbin. Firebird v. Firebird. Jerry out of Rockville, Virginia. Corbin out of Waynesboro, Virginia. So not only is it Firebird on Firebird, it's Virginia on Virginia, and John Corbin. 16 green, 1 above 2 to get the win. Jerry Lone was 18 at the start, and 2 above, 13 thou behind was Big Chief, John Corbin. We'll move on. It's Ryan Barnes and Stephen Dunn. Stephen Dunn, best appearing car. That Todd Barton designed best appearing car here at the Fall Fling. That 67 Camaro ragtop. The video literally does not do that thing justice. I mean, it is flat out just sick. The amount of work and the amount of detail on that bad boy. Pretty special hot rod right there for Stephen Dunn. Ryan Barnes, left side. 620 is the dial. Stephen Dunn going to be doing the chasing. He's got 569 on that Camaro. Away and away. Dunn. Going to get there first and get the win on a double breakout. Stephen Dunn under by 4. Ryan Barnes under by 6 hun. And a pretty big double breakout there going to go Stephen Dunn's way. Ryan Barnes, 51 green, under by 6 hun. It's Dustin Smiley and Benny Ulmer. Dustin out of Piedmont, South Carolina, the Grand Prix left side. 554 the dial for Dustin. Benny Ulmer. 529 the dial for Benny. That 62 Chevy 2. And the win for Benny completely just smashes Dustin Smiley. 006 dead on 3 is 9 total. Dustin's 24 green. And in NASCAR country, 24 is a very popular number, but when your opponent is 9 total, 24 kind of stinks. Brian Griffin and Nat Moore. Brian Griffin out of Trenton, New Jersey. Nat Moore, Atwood, Tennessee, the 69 Camaro for Nat. All right, Bill Mitchell. There in the live feed, Brian Griffin's big red. Nat Moore is going to move on. 586 on the 581. So again, Bill Mitchell, we need you to message the Spring Fling Facebook page to claim your prize. Kevin has already done so. We need Bill Mitchell to do the same. Jeff Burns and Nick Hastings. Jeff out of Lebanon, Tennessee. The S10 left side. Nick out of Shelby, Ohio, and the trusty T1000. 612 the dial for Mr. Hastings. They're off the bottom, looking at the left. Here comes Jeff Burns. Dropping that nose down was Nick Hastings, and rocking it all over the place is still going to end up locked out. Jeff Burns is 009, dead on 6 to be 15 total. Nick Hastings was 20 green and no shot. All right, both of our winners have messaged the Spring Fling Facebook page. Congratulations, you two. Once again, huge thank you to our friends in the chat bleachers. Then our Motor Mania live feed presented by Jegs and Mickey Thompson. The great part of the event, Kevin Pollard and Nathan Schroeder. Pollard in the love off the bottom. Looking over at Nathan Schroeder and looking at Nathan Schroeder's win light. 42 green and 2 above 1 to be 3 thou in front. Kevin Pollard, 25 green, 4 above 1, and got 3 thou behind. Nathan Schroeder takes out Kevin Pollard. Jesse Long and Taylor Rich. Jesse out of Woodstock, Georgia, left side. Taylor Rich out of Cookeville, Tennessee, the 39 Chevy with the hat over the level of the roof line. That's a 10 out of 10 in my book. 9 thou separated 2 on the starting line. Taylor, Jesse, gonna be Jesse Long. 35 green, 654. To be 17 thou in front. Taylor Rich was 44 at the rip and 3 over. And 17 thou behind at the finish line. Robbie Breeden and Frankie Denton Jr. Breeden left side out of the natty. The dime and the nickel for Robbie Breeden, the S15. Frankie Denton out of Knoxville, Tennessee. 518. The dial for Frankie Denton. Red light start for Frankie Denton by 12 thou. Robbie Breeden. 23 green, 1 above 6. Is good enough. It was all over right off the bat as Denton was red by a dozen. Tim Johnson and Matt Cook. Red light for Matt Cook by 2 thou. Tim Johnson's 30 green, 2 above 7. We'll get the win. It was all over right off the bat as that Vega wagon turned on the red light by Derek Jeter. 2 thou there for Matt Cook, Cody Blankenship, and Brian Tolson. Cody out of Grundy, Virginia, the IROC. So I remember, so I was born in 74, so like 88, 89 IROC Z28s, man, when I was like 14, 15. Those bad boys were the cat's pajamas. Cody Blankenship, 14 on the green light start, but Brian Tolson is going to turn on the win light. 22 green, 619 on the 618 to be 18 thou in front. Brian Tolson takes out Cody Blankenship in the Z28. It's Barry Woods and Cody Spears. Barry out of Georgia, the 92 Camaro left side, 594 is the dial. Cody Spears, 693. The dial-in, going to be leaving first. 2 bulbs going to be the head start. Barry Woods, big red. 82 on the red light. Cody Spears, a free look at 693. 6923. There for Cody was 16 on the green light. After Barry was big red, was then 2 over. Yes, T-Bird Racer. Yes. Everything you're saying. Yes on a fling. Yes, here at Bristol, but any of the Flings. But yeah, here at Bristol, this is a great place. Brian McCown, Noah Johnson. Brian out of Whitesburg, Kentucky. 632 the dial for McCown. Noah Johnson, 689. The runner out of Wilmington, North Carolina, the S10. McCown, 005 on the green light start, and the win light, 636 on the 632 to be good. Noah Johnson was 16 green and 7 over. And that combination of numbers will not work. You know, I've been pretty fortunate throughout. You know, I ran a racetrack for over a decade there in Salt Lake, and been pretty fortunate to announce for a while and several different racetracks. And people ask you, what's my favorite racetrack I've ever been to? This is the first time I've ever been to Bristol. If this isn't number one, it's way up on the list. This is a great place. If you've never been to Bristol Dragway and you can get here, full recommend. Garrett Griffith and Lucas Walker. Garrett out of Kentucky. 26 green, Lucas Walker off the bottom in the Mustang. Give it to Garrett Griffith. 26, 1 above 5 is good. Lucas Walker broke out by 6th out, taking 28 down there. It's Garrett Griffith. We'll move in around number 2. Todd Whited and Teddy Atkins. Yeah, Steve, you're right. Bristol is a world-class track. Todd Whited. Had the pre-stage bulb come on, red light. Relatively sure he got timed out. So tough break there, getting timed out. Tracy Guffey, Cameron Fredrickson. So Tracy Guffey, left side, Shelbyville, Tennessee, 622 on the prediction here in round number 1. Cameron Fredrickson, 621 in the Malibu wagon. Tracy left side, Cameron right side. Cameron off and away, Tracy Guffey Looking over at Cameron Fredrickson. Cameron Fredrickson, 18 green, dead, nothing. 621 on the 621. Tracy Guffey got to the finish line first by 11th out, a breakout 1/1000th of a second. Cameron Fredrickson will move on. Shannon Waycaster and Aaron Vale. Shannon out of Kings Mountain, North Carolina. 615 is the dial. Aaron Vale out of Indiana, the Trans Am, 643. The dial for AV. Aaron Vale, 26 green, dead on one to be 4th out in front of the finish line. Aaron gave up a little bit at the starting line, was 26 to Shannon's 12. Shannon got down there and went 1 above 9. Needed to be 1 above 4 to move the win light over into Shannon's lane. Did not do it. Aaron Vale, 4th out in front, and will get the win. Jamal Woolridge and Steve Collier. Steve Collier's birthday. Over there from the OHIO. Jamal Woolridge, 659 on the dial. 10 green for Jamal. 21 for the birthday boy. And the win light for Jamal. That's just rude. Jamal. 13 total. Steve Collier was 21 green. And that's like, Steve Collier, it's your birthday. Here's a nice piece of birthday cake, your favorite cake that you ever could have. And you set it down right in front of him, and right when he goes to take the fork to stick it in the cake, you yank the cake away from him. Completely locking him out like that, Jamal. It's just mean. Steve Collier, happy birthday, but Jamal, cake stealer. Caroline McCarty and Ethan Dean. Caroline out of Hazelhurst, Georgia, in the Rambler wagon. 605 is the dial. Ethan Dean, 681 in the Malibu. 13 and 13. Caroline McCarty. 13 green, 3 above is going to get the win. Ethan Dean was 13, 4 above. And no good. Caroline McCarty. Hey, that's Carol's kid.
All right, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We now need Group C dragsters with an odd number. Group C dragsters with an odd number. I apologize. I sent out I made a mistake on one of the texts. But we need Group C dragsters with an odd car number. To the lanes, please. Kendall Little and John Siegel. Good one here. 006030. Siegel's in trouble. And a big hole shot win going to the left side. How about B00 take 00? Kendall Little moves on. Logan Westmoreland and Andrew Sturck.
I got to keep you on your toes, Pete. Logan Westmoreland and Andrew Sturck. Sturck in the Corvette Roadster right side. Logan Westmoreland is going to bow out here in round number 1 in this entry. 25 green, 1 above 2 for Sturck. Snugged up 5th out at the finish line. Logan Westmoreland was 20 green and 2 above. But don't you fret, Boba Fett. Logan Westmoreland got his A entry through into round number 2. Is Rodney Fincham. And a missing driver over on the right side. Green and green. Hot rod, right side. Give it to Rodney Fincham on a double breakout. 22 green under by 14 thou. 16 thou under for the right side. True margin of victory is 2 thousandths of a second. Tanya Street and Chad Duke. Tanya out of Richlands, Virginia. The 91 S10, 640 is the dial. Chad Duke. The Camaro out of Wilmington, North Carolina, needs some redemption after what happened in the first round. As Chad Duke let go on nothing. Separate the two here on the starting line. Brake lights for Duke. And got behind Tanya Street, 16-2 above. As Chad Duke got down there and whoa, Nelly. Ended up 500 over. Sent Tanya through. Tanya was good and got the win. Sean Lingerfeld and Joe Julesrud. Lingerfeld out of Greenville, South Carolina. The Beretta, 557 is the dial. Joe Julesrud, Stony Point, North Carolina. The S10, right side. Sean left side. Joe right side. Away and away. Sean and Joe. Joe and Sean. Sean Lingerfeld. A little bit better at the starting line by a hun. Was 25 to Joe Julesrud's 35 thou green light start. 559.4 on the 557 is good enough for the win. Julesrud was over by a couple as well. But the difference was on that reaction time. As Larry Hamby and Roy Sams. So all of our friends in the Motormania TV chat bleachers, that great Jags and Mickey Thompson feed. Every once in a while, I try to give some advice, like things for you to do, etc., etc. If you guys haven't watched both seasons of Ted Lasso on Apple TV, I'm just saying it's the best show on television, and you should totally watch it. Roy Sams, Larry Hamby, green and green. Hamby in the 55 Chevrolet is going to bow out to Roy. 38 green, 1 above 6 for Roy. Larry Hamby was 27 green, 616 on the 611. And that 55 Chevrolet is going to be a first round runner up, and that makes me sad. Kenneth Street and Tanner Miller. Street out of Cedar Bluff, Virginia, the S10 left lane. And Tanner Miller in the Vega wagon. Yep, all my friends in the chat bleachers, Ted Lasso. If you don't watch it, you should. James, that is correct. Larry has not had the most success on the racing surface. Kenneth Street, red light by 1. Planking thou. Oh, Kenneth Street. Red by 1,000 goes 667.1 on the 667. That's not like a paper cut. That's like a cardboard cut. And then squeezing a whole bunch of lemon juice on the inside of it. Tanner Miller, 28 green. We'll move on. Those of you keeping track at home went 635. Adam Bamberger and Victor Dukes. Adam, 25 on the green light start. Victor Duke, 17 for the car out of Augusta, Georgia. Victor locks out Adam, 17 green. Said it was going to run 567, goes 5.671 to be 18 total. Cameron Atkins and Marco Abruzzi. Marco out of Warren, Ohio. The 03 S10. Cameron out of Mentor, Ohio. $651 the dial for Cameron. We're 12 green. Marco is 30 green. Cameron, 12, take 2,000 to be 2 above 1 and get the win over Marco Abruzzi. Abruzzi was 30 green, dead on 5, but 2,000 behind at the finish line. As Cameron Atkins takes out Marco Abruzzi's Michael Needham as we are in our transitional pairs. Rolling from door car to dragsters. Michael Needham and Jake Clayton. I agree with everything you just said. Jake Clayton, the 67 Chevelle. Good Lord, the Mustang. You just want to take this microphone and beat me in the face repeatedly with it. Jake the Mustang right side. Michael Needham. The dragster left lane, 512. Jake, 645. Here comes Needham. Jake takes the Mustang into round number next. 14 green and a couple hunt over. To be good, Needham was 17 and 4 over. And not good is Greg Hicks and William Rosenbaum. Rosenbaum, the Malibu out of Kingsport. It's like right over there. Greg Hicks, North Las Vegas, Nevada. That's like right over there. Isn't that right? Vegas is just like right over there. Like 3 days right over there. Hicks for Genco Plumbing. 673 the dial for Hollywood. William Rosenbaum. Turns on that big old ugly nasty red light. Greg Hicks gets a free time run. 24 green, 474 for Hicks. We'll get the win. Rosenbaum, after being 3 red, was dead on 3, and that's going to be a little painful. We were talking about, like, worse things than paper cuts is like a cardboard paper cut. Those always, like, rip you up real good. Steve Hawkins and Glenn Williamson. Hawkins left side out of Tennessee. Whoa, Stevie. Stevie picked a bad time to be 66 on the bulb, and it cost him. Glenn Williamson, 21 green for Team Canada, going to get the win. 680 on the 680. We'll move on. Hawkins was 66 and 1 over and still a bunch behind. down there at the finish line. Fred Hagberg and James Blankenship. Hagberg out of Charlotte, North Carolina, the dragster left side. Blankenship, the Camaro, right lane. Brandon, I believe that 100%. Hagberg left side. JB over on the right side. Hey, and BC, I miss you, by the way, my friend. Green, 11th out, the difference on the starting line. And Blankenship is going to get the win. Locks out Fred Hagberg in the dragster. 18 up front. Said, I'm going to run 640. Goes 640 with a 9 to be 27 total. Fred Hagberg was 29 green and just wasting fuel. I mean, Fred might be wasting fuel, but it's still fun to go 136 miles an hour in the 8th mile. I mean, even if you're locked out, there's got to be a little bit of a wee factor, right? Wee. Jared, when you're going down the track, do you ever say wee?
Never.
Never?
But I should.
Yes. Wayne Vernon and Gordon Wan. Gordon in the Vega Wagons, 001 down here. Oh, Gordon. Gordon's going to need, like, a real strong beverage. Got to the finish line first by 96. Breaks out 22. Wayne Vernon, 29 green, 4 above is good. Gordon was 001 and just did to the finish line what Jared Pennington is up here in the tower doing to those ribs. Chow down on the bad boy. Jeremy York and Dink Holmes. Is this a good matchup right here? This is all right. Jeremy York and Dink Holmes. Jeremy out of Indiana. It's a bad dude over there in the left lane. Dink Holmes, who took home the 100 grander when we were over at Galat Motorsports Park. Those guys were talking about in the chat bleachers about Bristol. You got to come here. Galat is another place you got to go to. Down there in Benson, North Carolina, Galat is a great facility run by some incredible people. Miss Dana, Ben, Christopher Lee, everybody down there is just A+. Dink is 006. Here comes Jeremy York. Jeremy York is going to get the win as Dink got over there and set it down. York ended up on the good side of the number, 448 on the 446 to advance. Dink is going to bow out here in round number 1. Sam Hamilton and Chris Smith, as this pair will be my swan song. My guy Jared Pennington has recovered from what happened in his second entry in round number 1.
No, I haven't.
Well, you're putting on a brave face there, little fighter. Hamilton left side. 524. Chris Smith, 008, and is going to get the win. Sam Hamilton, 19 green and under by 5 thou, taking 19 as Chris Smith will advance. You have the face you're putting on right now is like when you're dropping off your scared kindergarten kid to school and they're trying, you're putting on that brave face there, little buddy.
Thank you, Mike. I have been there for sure. It is not my best driving effort out there today, but all it takes is one round to turn it around. I've got another shot going into round number 2. Brody Cantrell in the left lane, 512 is the dial, right side the last door car in line of John Pullen. Pullen dial 585 in the Sten. the difference at the starting line. Pullen had the advantage, but the win light goes to Cantrell. 20 and 11 thou over for Cantrell. 13 thousandths in front at the stripe. 31 package gets by Pullen. Pullen's 12 up front, but goes 32 thousandths above to come up about 1.5 short. Jeff Taylor from Arizona next up in the left. 472 is the dial. Kerry Long, right lane. Long dial 472. Red in the left. Jeff Taylor just maybe have some trouble there. He gave up, but the car might have gave up on him. Taylor rolls over out of the groove. We appreciate that very much. We'll see what's going on with Jeff Taylor there in the left lane. Right side, meanwhile, Kerry Long moves into round number 2, 007 and 2 thou under. As Taylor turned at 41 red. Sends Kerry Long to round number 2. Taylor out of the car, checking it out. Not real sure what the problem is. Obviously, I wouldn't be able to know that from here. But hopefully it's not too bad. As Jeff is in Group C. Obviously has another opportunity somewhere. Hopefully got that one through. Once again, we do appreciate very much Jeff having the quick thought to move that car over out of the groove. And, you know, when something goes wrong with a hot rod, that's not always a something that you remember to do. You know, your first initial thought is, oh boy, something's broken, and you're thinking about what you heard, what you felt. Hard to remember to slide that thing over out of the groove just in case, but Jeff did that very quickly and safely, which is obviously what we want to see. We appreciate that very much. A good friend and Alabama football loving dude, Mike Eames, just let me know that Taylor broke a rocker arm in his first entry. They were working on it, trying to get it repaired, and this could be something related to that. Hopefully it's not catastrophic, whatever it is. And Jeff can get that repaired for his next event, wherever that may be. We are in Strange, round number 1. 606 on the mountain. I think I heard Peter say we've ran about 450 cars so far, and looked like somebody kicked over an ant bed out in the staging lanes. Dragsters everywhere. So we still got quite a few cars to run in round number 1. Going to be a late night here on the mountain. I saw the text during the rain delay. Going to run as long as we can, as safe as we can. Do everything possible to get lots of racing done today. And still have tomorrow as an option to finish. And from my view, I use the Dark Sky app. The weather does appear to have improved for tomorrow. So right now the plan is just keep on rocking and rolling, doing all we can while we can. We'll see where this thing lands this evening. I mean, this is Jeg Saturday. Could get into Jeg Sunday. There's $30,000 on the line, so this is pretty serious business. The round money has been upped for today. If you look rounds 3 through 6, it mirrors the 100 grander on Moser Friday. So Peter and Emily made this decision, I guess, in the off season, kind of put a feeler out, if you will. Got some opinions, and I believe this is what people really wanted to see, is the round money increased. So they did that for Jeg Saturday. The 30 granders got the same round money, rounds 3 through 6, as the 100 grander. Very, very cool and appreciated move on Peter and Emily's part. Makes it just a little bit better when things don't go your way. Collect a little more round money, and it's really good round money. We appreciate those guys very much. Huge day here yesterday. Ray Miller III put his name on his first winner's check at the Fling brand events as he won the RAD Torque Systems Fall Fling, powered by Optima batteries. Got that $100,000 Moser Engineering Friday payday. Then Lee Dixon, by the way, took out Jack Collier in the final. Tough matchup there. Then Lee Dixon collected a Brodix SR 20 heads from our awesome friends at Brodix. He represented the dragsters for the best package of the weekend. Matt Dattis represented the door cars, and Lee Dixon got around him win those Brodix SR 20s in that runoff last night. Oh boy, 5 foul separates him. Dale Thaxton, perfect reaction, but goes way above the dial. And Patrick McMath moves on, 005, 3 above. McMath getting there 28 in front. Thaxton leaves perfect on the tree, 000, but goes 63 thou above to be 28 thou behind. Cortland Carter next up in the left. 463 is the dial out of Lubbock, Texas. Zach Henry. Both drivers with 2 first names. This could get interesting. They might get out and fight in the shutdown area. 492 is the dial for Zach Henry, 463 for Cortland Carter. As my friend Sean Clark would say, Zach Henry is the highest hem percentage. He's the hemmest hem. 005 and 2 above for Zach Henry. That's 2 traditional first names, which overrides just having a first name as a last name and a non-traditional first name. So Zach Henry is more of a highest hem percentage, and he gets it done. 49, 1 above for Carter, no good. Zach Henry to round number 2. Robert Benson next up in the left, 507 is the dial. Will Coffin in the right, dial 454. Three dial red for Robert Benson. Coffin moves to round 2. 12 dead 2, pretty nice lap there for Will Coffin. 14 thousandths package. And Cawthon advances to the next round, courtesy of that 3 thou red light for Benson. Benson goes 25 thou under Cawthon dead 2. Mike Hoff next up in the left. 487 is his dial. 461 in the right for Jaden Lawler. '26 Hun, head start going to Hoff in the left lane. I really don't know why I say all that stuff. It's a bad habit, I think. I don't think anybody really cares how big the head start is. I think I got a bad habit, and I need to break it, but sometimes you're just finding something to talk about while they stage, so maybe that's what's going on. 14 thousandths advantage for Lawler. Lawler gets it done. 11 take 8 to be 14 thou above. 25 total, 25 tree for Hoff. He's dead 8 to be 8 thou behind. Jaden Lawler will advance to round number 2. Mike Morgan, 493 dial in the left lane. Jamie Holston, that's my dog over there, dial 438 in the right. 13 thousandths advantage for my dog, and that dog bites. 6 take 4 for Holston. Nasty lap right there to be 39 thou above. Morgan is 19 and 3 over. Jamie rolled him through nicely there. Chris Ferguson, left lane, 459 is the dial. Marlon Goatz in the right, dial 486. Goatz. You know what? Goatz leaves first. Let's just say that. I'm trying to break the habit. 19 thou separate them. And Marlon Goatz gets a Kyle Seipel commemorative coin and $50. Leaves 000. And then takes 10 thou to be 11 thou above. Really solid lap there for Marlon Goatz. Chris Ferguson is 19 dead 2. Comes up a dime short at the stripe. Brittany Ulmer in the left lane. 492 dial for Brittany. Jacob Stallworthy in the right, dial 454. I try to be the people's announcer, you know. I try to be real and just normal. What do the people want to hear? What do you want said while they're slowly creeping to the starting line? Back in the old days, Freddie Kane, whom I learned to announce from, Freddie would say, as a 62 Impala in the left lane. This car comes stock from the factory with a 2-speed automatic transmission and a 283 small block. Ulmer out in front here, and Ulmer gets the win. 008, take 004 to be a 10th above. Stallworthy 60 and 5 over. Stallworthy appeared to let that one creep in somehow. I saw the deep stage almost happen, which obviously is going to give you a slower ET, and the trans brake might not have set, might have had to just foot brake that bad boy. Either way, Brittany leaves 008, rolls through a 004 finish line. When you go a 10th above, taking 004 is tricky. Got to be careful there. But you know what? Looks like Brittany did it just right. Douglas Marsters in the left, 489. Out of Hartford, Maine, Carol Click from down here in Sevierville, Tennessee. Dial 446. 14th thou advantage in the right lane for Click, and Carroll gets it done. 17 takes 7. 16th thou above, 33 total. 31 on the tree for Marsters. And Marsters goes dead 9. 40 total, comes up 7 thou short as Carroll Click advances to round number 2. Jay Ralston, left lane, 465 is the dial for Ralston. AJ Ash in the right lane, his new Mullis chassis, dial 468. Only 4 thou difference. Ash had the advantage, but Ralston has the electricity. 16 take 4 to be 21 thou above. AJ's going to hate that ticket. 12 and 29 thou over for Ash. Gets 4 thou behind at the stripe. Courtney Grisey next up in the left. 424 dial for Courtney. Right lane is Michael Pascal. Pascal dial 473. Out in front, Grisey gets the win. 10 take 10 to be 13 thou above. 23 total. Pascal's 27 up front. Left him locked out of that one. Did all he could. Went dead on with a 6, but it still comes up 10 thou short as Grisey moves into round number 2. Haley Whited left lane. 512 is the dial. 484 in the right for J.R. Lockhart. Haley Whited moving on, 25, dead 8. She was well behind at the starting line, but she got there 3 thou in front at the finish, not the finish line, the finish line. Lockhart's 007 and 29 thou over and got 3 thou behind to send Haley Whited into round number 2. Here's Noah Rambo. Top 10 name. Dial 458 in the left. Austin Thompson in the right. Dial 487. .008 red for Thompson. Ends his day in that entry. Noah Rambo is 14 and 18 thou under. Rambo will be moving into round number 2. I saw the movie Rambo like 30 years ago. I don't remember any of the stuff from it. I would have kind of did a play on words right there if I remembered any lines from the movie Rambo. But I don't. Here's Brian Rambo. 422 in the left, Cameron Manuel, Big Cram in the right. Dial 474. Oh, 2 words describe that lap. Nasty. Rambo 6 dead 0 with a real Brian Rambo, please stand up. 6-pack. Right lane was 005, 10 thou above, 15 pack to be 9 thou behind. Brad Core, 486 in the left. Kobe Fuller, 471 in the right. Only 3 thou difference up front. Fuller had the advantage, and Fuller gets the win. 12 and 26 thou above for Kobe Fuller. 15, take 24 in the left lane for Core to break it out of thou. Had to take 23 or less. Jake Walker, does that mean it's okay to say this is how much one will leave in front of the other? Because I feel like that's not useful information. Maybe people want to hear it, but not real sure. Good one. Steve Cuthbertson. It's hard to say your last name, by the way. Nasty right here for Chris Garrett, 009. Dead on with a 4, 13 thousandths package, taking 17 at the stripe. Owens is 34, 4 thou under and didn't get there. Here's Jack Collier, last night's Moser engineer and Friday $100,000 runner-up. 448 is the dial for Jack. Frank Lacates in the right lane, dial 457. Advantage for Frank Lacates, 009, 17 thou above. Lacates gets to the stripe, 0003. It's 26 pack. Collier's 10 and 16 thou above. That's 26 pack. 3 10 thousandths is the margin of victory for Frank Lacates. Tough lap there for Collier. Jesse York, 478 in the left. Dennis Lithgow, 469 in the right. York with a 4 thou advantage and a win light, 29 dead 6, 35 total. Lithgow's 33 and then goes 33 thou above to be 300ths behind at the stripe. Jesse York into round number 2. Shalyn Broussard next up in the left. 496 is the dial. Keith Thomas in the right. Dialed 501. Slight 5 Hun head start to Thomas. Got a parts call. Got a parts call. Racer in need. They are at the American Chassis Trailer right there on the return road. Need a Star vacuum pump. Got a racer in need needing a Star vacuum pump. American Chassis Trailer is where they're at. They need a Star vacuum pump. They're right on the return road out there about midways of the poles. Go help them out, please. Racer in need, please help them out if you have a Star vacuum pump in the trailer. Took him a while to stage, but Keith Thomas was in a hurry to get off the starting line. He's 003, then 2 hun over, taking 33 at the stripe. Broussard dead 9, but left 47 on the tree. The wind light falls in Keith Thomas's lane. Keith advances to round number 2 with that entry. Last night's Moser Engineering $100,000 champion Ray Miller in the left, 452 is his dial. Donnie Burleson out of Texas in the right lane, dial 446. Separate them up front. Burleson had the advantage, but Ray does what Ray do. 16, dead 8, 24 total for Ray Miller. He gets to the stripe 5 thou in front, as Burleson is 13 and 16 thou above. 29 total, comes up 5 short of that 24 pack of Ray Miller. Brandon Barker, Bracket Life entry, 501 dial in the left. I probably said this the last time Brandon came up, but met Brandon in the tower maybe Thursday or maybe yesterday morning. I don't remember when it was. Super nice guy. Doing a lot of great things in the sport. John Budakowski in the right, dial 450. A 6,000 separation up front, and Budakowski makes it work. 43, take 3 to be 33 above. Barker's 49 and 3 over the dial. 3 little old thousandths. Margin of victory going to John Budakowski. David Collins next up in the left. I like that guy. That's a cool guy. 504 is David's dial. Scott Jorgensen in the right, dial 532. One thou separates them. Advantage Collins, win like Collins. David Collins 14, dead 5, 19 thousandths package, taking 11 at the stripe. Jorgensen is 15 and 15 thou above. David Collins into round number 2. McKenna Brown next up in the left, 471 is her dial. John Parks, right side dial 407. McKenna Brown getting 64 hun head start. leaves 25 thou too soon. 009 for Brown and 17 thou above, moving into round number 2. Kendall Payne next up in the left, 464. Troy Williams Jr. in the right, dial 472. Separate them up front. T-Rock with the advantage. Oh, breaks it out. T-Rock got turned loose. 40 and 10 thou over for Payne. Troy is 22. Take 38 to be 10 thou under. Needed to take 28 or less. And I am honored and blessed to have my amazing and beautiful wife joining me in the booth. We've watched Peter and Emily do it. And I asked, baby, if you would you come up here and get in the booth with me and do some announcing? And she said, oh yeah, I'll do that. I'll do that. Now the mic is right here staring at her and she's just a little bit nervous. So y'all just hang tight. Mike Nelson and Jordan White, J-Dub moving into round number 2. Nelson 16 red, White 14 and 21 thou under. Babe, how you feeling about this announcing that you're about to do? Are you nervous? You excited? What are you?
Oh, I'm excited. Very excited.
Very excited. Okay, well, that's wonderful. I'm very happy to hear that. Here's Allison Lloyd in the left, dial 456. Joe Gary in the right, dial 451. How much of a head start is Allison Lloyd getting there, babe? Yeah, you got to say it into the microphone. Yeah, they won't hear you if you just do hand signals, my beautiful queen. It's five something, yeah. Hundreds, maybe.
500?
Yeah. It's just 5. You had the 5 right. You're doing really, really good, baby. So proud of you.
More of the numbers.
Well,
my racing career is just now. Oh.
You have heard me announce 7.3 million pair. If you hadn't learned the numbers by now, it might not happen. Boy, I got a tough look right there. I'm going to calm down just a little bit. 2 thou advantage for Joe Gary. What did Joe run right there, babe? Tell us a little bit about that.
He was dead on.
Yes, he was. He was dead on with a 2. How much did he take at the stripe?
1.
1 what? that would be 1 thou.
1 thou.
Yes.
I knew it was 1.
Yes. The first number is tenths. The second number is hundredths. The third number is thousandths.
Got it. Okay.
So there you go. Great job. I didn't even look to see what happened in the left lane, but it really didn't matter because Joe Gary won. You got Chris Galitti and Ken Batchelor. How much separation right here, babe? 16 thou separate them. Galitti 11 dead 0. That's 11 pack. Batchelor 27 dead 7. That's a 34 pack. What was that margin of victory there, my love? You got to talk into the, yeah, 23 thou, yes. You are crushing this, my love. We will now take Group C dragsters with an even number. Group C dragsters with an even number. All Group C has now been called. Group C dragsters with an even number. We need you now, please. Jessica Spears is on the chat bleachers, and she said, go, Jenny Moe.
I'm thinking Peter's going to hire me soon. And
there's no doubt.
kick you to the curb.
There's no doubt. You got a future in this business, baby. Kevin Burkett, 489 in the left. Donovan Williams, 465 in the right. What you see over there, babe? What'd Donovan do?
Was 07 on the lot?
007, yes he was. And then he ran.
He ran a 466 off a 460 dial.
He did. He's 16 thou above. He got to the stripe 12 thou in front. Burkett is 12 and 23 thou over. Babe, I got to say, I think you're a natural. I think you are a natural announcer. You are doing a fantastic job. Corey Gulitti in the left, 456. Jason Rich in the right, dial 428. How much of a head start is that Gulitti's getting, babe? There's smoke coming out of her ears.
2,800.
He did leave too soon. Very good, babe. 17 on the tree for Gulitti and 10 thou under. Gulitti moves into round number 2 with that entry. 23 thou above for Rich off the 5 thou red light. What's it like when I'm 5 thou red? What's the vibe back at the trailer when I come back from being a little bit red? How do I mean, am I okay? Do I act bad? Do I pout?
No, you don't pout at all. Now, if you're like 001 red, then you're a little frustrated. But other than that, you're pretty good, actually.
Okay, well, that's good to hear. I'm very happy to hear that. Derek Hubbard, 451 in the left. Tim Thomas in the right, dial 476. $2,500 head start going to Thomas. Right lane, Tim Thomas, 12 and 15 thou above. That's 37 pack. Hubbard, 10, 20 or 17 thou above. That's 27 pack. Margin of victory, 0, 0, 0, 2. 2 10,000ths margin of victory for Tim Thomas. That was a tight one.
Hang on, what, bro? On Kylie's car?
Coy Collier, 458 in the left. Jimmy Chavis, 470 in the right. 1,200 head start for Chavis. Jenny had to take a very important phone call about our junior dragsters back home.
Kylie was staging. Bro.
We got a cam broken in one of the engines in the dragsters back home. Junior dragsters, that is. Tough break there for us. 3 thou red for Coy Collier. Chavis, 43 and 26 thou above. Chavis in the round number 2. Got baby girl in the booth with us too. Jenny's on the phone call. Baby girl, you want to do some announcing? You good? Emma Kate said, no, I'm good. Keegan Hinkle, 536 dial on the left. Tom Doyle, look at this, baby girl. He's dialed 5 what? 33, that's her favorite number. 33, 533. 33? That's not your favorite number? What is?
1X.
1X, that's the real favorite number. That's what I'm talking about. That's my baby girl right there.
She must want something.
No chance of that. Hinkle getting a slight 300s head start. Cody Spears said, if you take over the mic, I can let the dog out. I think you were dogging me out, no pun intended, for not letting the dog out yesterday, but I let the dog out yesterday. Nice lap for Tom Doyle. 004, dead on with a 1. What pack is that, baby? 4 dead 1. What kind of pack did he have?
5-pack.
That's a 5-pack. That's my girl right there. 005 for Keegan Hinkle. 36 thou above. You my baby girl. She's my girl. Tanner Theobald in the left lane. 483 is the dial. Who's in the right lane, babe?
Sizzle.
K Sizzle. KC Pesnell lives a mile from us down there in Gardendale, Alabama. He's dialed 454. What's going on, Barn? He's talking to you, babe. He says, hello, Miss Jed. Barn? That's Barn.
10 foul.
10 foul, separate them. KC got work to do. Theobald dropped him off. 004, 44 thou above on the drop. K Sizzle 14, take 47 to be 13 thou under. Had to take 34 or less. Ain't that the truth, Mike English? Ain't that the truth? Steve Collier from Louisiana, dial 455. The champ, Stephen McCrory in the right lane. Babe, what's Stephen's dial?
He is dialed a 468.
So he gets how much of a head start on the left lane? Yes, exactly, 1300s. It's close. You were so close. One thou did separate them, very good. Left lane is 12, dead 5. Collier moving on to round number 2. 17 total, getting 13 at the stripe. Right lane, champ is 13 and 17 thou over to be a little behind. Send Collier to round 2. Jerry Brewer, Big Brew in the left, dial 453. Cody McDaniel, dial 453 in the right. What kind of race we call this, babe?
This is going to be a heads-up race.
This is going to be a heads-up race. You are killing it on the mic. There's no doubt I'm losing my job.
I'm already hired.
Michael Frizzy, that is KC's newest car. And Joshua McDaniel, we wish you were too. Nasty right here. 004 for Brewer, taking 003 to be 13 thou above. He moves into round number 2. Cody McDaniel is 005 and 15 thou over. He's 20 pack to be 3 little ones behind. Jerry Brewer into round number 2. Bart Nelson, 476 in the left. Josh McDaniel, 470 in the right. What kind of head start is that for Bart Nelson, babe? Or 600s. Hard to get a 6 thou head start. 11. You're killing it. 11 thou separated them. Nelson with the advantage and a win light. 12 and 12 thou above. That's a 24 pack. 23 on the tree for McDaniel. So he had a chance, babe, because there was 24 pack in the left, 23 tree in the right, but McDaniel goes 22 thou above. We add the tree and the above together, that's 45 total, and it put him 21 thou behind. And Bart Nelson goes to what round?
Second round.
Yes, round number 2. Josh Lutke. You remember Josh Lutke? He won ATI Performance Products Thursday, 30,000. He won all the rounds where I only won just a few of them. That's why he got 30,000 and I got nothing. 459 is his dial. Who's in the right lane?
My boy.
That's your boy. I've been mad at Peeps all weekend. He's finally back, but he comes up short. Lutke. Can't get by with that on Lutke. He's 15, take 5 to be dead on with a 7. Peep Show leaves 33 up front. And that cost him any opportunity at a win light. He goes 6 thou under, but he was still 5 thou behind. Hate to see Peeps go like that, babe.
Me too, but y'all sure did look cute riding the motorcycle together.
Yes, we rode his daddy's Harley. Never thought I would say that I rode somebody's daddy's Harley with him. But I was riding Lady Dog on the back of that boy. And I felt good out there this morning. Brent Martin, 481 in the left. Cliff Carr in the right, dial 489. Cannot call that what it was. 13 thou advantage for Martin and a win light. 30 and 15 thou above. He's 45 total. Right lane cars 43. Get there 7. Breaks it out 5. How much did he need to take to get that win, babe? He got there 7, but 5 of those were a breakout. So what does that mean?
Screen clear. Now I can't look at the numbers.
Well, just all you had to do was listen to me. He got there 7. 5 of those were, which you don't do well. 5 of those were a breakout. So that means he needed to take 2 or less. He needed to get rid of those 5 that he broke out, and he had to take 2 or less. Tim Markerglue in the left, 455. Adam Russell in the right, dial 460. Oh, this is nasty. Very good, babe. Oh, and the lesser of the 2 reactions gets it done. Timmy Markerglue, 006, dead on with a 4s. What kind of pack, my love? What? 006 dead 4s. What kind of package was that?
10 pack.
That's a 10 pack. That's right. 001, 33 thou above for Russell. Comes up well short by 24 thou as Timmy Markerglue rolls into round number 2. 464 dial for Parker Dotson in the left. Sean Parker dial 441 in the right. Rarely do we get a pair, babe, where one racer's first name is the other racer's last name. This is really kind of special. Where's Sean Parker from? Do you mind telling us where Sean Parker is from?
Now I think you're really like trying to embarrass me because you know
I just wanted you to read the screen.
Kalamazoo.
Or Kalamazoo, yes. Kalamazoo. That's what kind of car you got, it's a Kalamazoo. Dodson 17 thou behind, but gets the win light. 20 dead 8, 28 thou package. Parker leaves 003, had a significant advantage there, but goes 32 thou above to be 7 thou behind. Parker Dotson moves in to round number 2. Did you say Kalamazoo? The L was slightly in front of the M there. But that was such a good guess, babe. I'm so proud of you right now. I am so proud of you. Benny Domino in the left lane. 464 is the dial. He's out of Staten Island, New York. We love Big Vin. Jeff Serra, that's our webmaster for WorldFootBrakeChallenge.com. He's out of Adamstown, Pennsylvania, and he's dialed 480. Sarah appears to have not been able to set the trans brake or something weird there. Not real sure what happened. Domino's 19 up front. Out the back door, 12 thou under. Yeah, Sean just coasting right on through. I meant Jeff Serra. We was talking about Sean Clark in the tower. Our old buddy Sean Clark used to work the Flings with us. We're missing him. And Jeff Serra finally exiting the racing surface or very close to it, and they're starting the burnouts again. Ian Woods in the left. 475 is the dial. Ivy Brennan in the right, dial 448. Miss Ivy giving up 2700s head start. You've put the mic down, my love. Does that mean you're done? Oh, okay. Just getting a little bit of that wellness drink you got there. Who ate those 2 ribs off of that plate? We got to find the culprit. Thou separate them. Miss Ivy in control, but Ian Woods gets the win. 13 dead 0 is what kind of run, babe? Easy. Well, you got to say it into the microphone. It helps a whole. They hear you so much better when you talk into that.
I'm not used to
Yeah, you had that in the garbage can.
mouth that I don't need.
When you got the microphone in the garbage can, that makes it really tough for everybody to hear it. Terrell Sinkler, left lane, 483. Who's in the right?
Johnny Izell, down to 456.
Very good. Johnny Brackett Racer. $10,000 advantage for Ezel, and Ezel gets the win. Tell us a little bit about that run, babe.
He was dialed 456, went a 457 with a 4.
How far over is that? 14 thou. Yes, very good. Very good. 7 thou ahead at the stripe. Ezel. 5 takes 7. Nasty lap. Sinkler. 15 and 11 thou over 26 pack. Johnny Ezel into round number 2. Ricky Harbaugh, 468 dial in the left. Kenny Snyder, 456 in the right. You started to say something there. I'm letting you talk, babe.
Right lane was 004 red.
Very good. 005 on the good side for Ricky Harbaugh and a win light. 17 thou under. Snyder's 4 red and then goes 9 thou under to end his day in that entry. Ricky Harbaugh will advance to round number 2. Nice 005 bulb for Ricky. Ron Campbell next up in the left, 485 is the dial. TJ Harper, 462 in the right. My batteries are getting low in my cordless over here. You think you just take this over for a little while? Go ahead. Ron Campbell, 10, takes 16 to be 3 over the dial. 40 pack for Campbell. Harper is 25 and then goes 31 thou above. Win light goes to Ron Campbell, and Ron advances to round number 2. Robert Pettis next up in the left, 462 is the dial. Kyle Cotrera in the right, dial 459. I'm still good for a little bit. I'm down to 1 bar, so pretty soon I'll shut the mic down. I'm gonna wait till I think you're good and warmed up and ready. I'm gonna shut the mic down and just let you take it over.
Oh man, I think I'm ready.
Okay, go ahead. Not ready? Ready, not ready?
Ready, not ready.
Okay.
Next year I'm coming for revenge.
You're gonna be good next year?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, so we're coming back? Cotrera 8 thou red, Pettis 24 and 10 thou over. Into round number 2 is Pettis. 8 thou red for Kyle, and then 32 thou under the dial.
Though might tell you not to bring it back.
Oh no, there's no chance of that. Peter knows that I don't make it back if you don't make it back. Who's in the left lane here, babe?
Bonnie Quinsonberry.
Or Quisenberry, but yes, yeah, you
I like giving them my own name.
right. You're getting some of those letters in front of the others,
Name
but
is Cody Strickland.
very good.
That's out of 443.
So the left lane is getting how much of a head start?
25.
Or 35, yes. You got, you got 3,500. Mike Eames could have said anything right there, and you would have repeated it. 006 red for Strickland. Quisenberry is 004 and 17 thou above. 21 total for Quisenberry. What you eating, baby girl? Icy pretzels? 006 red dead 2 for Strickland. That one is going to leave a mark. All Group C cars have been called. All Group C cars have been called. If you're in Group C and you have not run, be a good time to head on up to the staging lanes. Kayla Needham in the left lane, 541.
I even knew that one, babe.
Did you? Who's in the right?
Philip Pennington.
No relation. They're real skinny. The Penningtons that you're married to are not real skinny. I think you know that. $4,000's the difference up front. Phillip was behind the whole way. 16 dead 7 for Needham. 23 total. Pennington 20 and 15 thou above. He's 12 thou behind at the stripe. He was behind on the starting line.
Yes.
And then behind at the finish line. I say he's behind the whole way. I guess he could have gotten in front somewhere in the middle, but at the starting line and the finish line, he was behind. So that's why I said what I said. We know both of these guys. Who we got?
We got Brandon Taylor in the left lane, out of 458, and Shane Carr. For Shane. In the right lane, out of 452.
Very good. I love it. You're doing awesome.
Perfect.
I like it. Nasty lap right there for BT. Perfect take 4 to be 26 thou above. Sugar, not a bad lap, but he got in the way of something nasty right there.
Brandon gets a coin, don't he?
Brandon does get a Kyle Seipel commemorative coin for his 000 reaction time with a win light, and he gets $50, which is about 50 more than I've won so far this weekend. So that's really good. I'm going to let you handle this. Baby girl's asked me to tie her shoe, so I'm going to let you handle this pair, babe.
We got Chris Wallen in the left lane, out of 494. Travis in the right lane, out of 466. Oh, right lane is perfect. Dead on with a 7.
For what?
Perfect, and dead on with a 7 for a 7-pack.
Wow.
Right lane.
You are so good at this. Travis Colangelo lays down 7 total. Wallen's 19 and 1 above, no chance. 22 thou behind. Colangelo, back-to-back runs, is getting a Kyle Seipel commemorative coin for his trip zip and his win light. Very cool. And $50. There's Rachel Conrath next up in the left lane, 497. Who you got, dear?
Right lane, Owen Duffield, out of 494.
Okay, I like it. I wonder if anybody back home is listening to your announcing debut.
I hope not.
You look like you burned a gasket trying to figure that one out, so I'm going to step in. 18 thou separated them. Both of them 1 above. Left lane 1 above 9 with an 18 bulb. Right lane 1 above 3 with a 36 bulb. 12 thousandths margin of victory going to Rachel Conrath in the left lane, and she advances to round number 2.
Some people just have this gift. Numbers just pop in their head and just blurt it out. I, on the other hand, definitely do not have this gift.
Are you saying that that's a gift that I possess?
Yes.
Well, that's one of the nicest things you've ever said to me, because nobody keeps me in line like you do. So I know that was probably painful for you to say something so nice about me, my love.
Of course it was.
Tim Sansoni.
Jump in the race car and race. You tell me what to do.
Tim Sansoni in the left, Mark Price in the right. Price with a significant advantage up front and a win light. 006 and 16 thou above, taking 11 thou at the stripe. 27 dead 6 for Sansoni, but the tardy reaction time had a deficit he couldn't make up in Mark Price. His 22 total is going to beat the 27 tree every time. 11 thousandths margin of victory for Price. He moves to round 2. Eric Rollins in the left, 453.
Timothy Thomas in the right, down to 462. Bobby Joe's.
I doubt Bobby Joe's listening.
He's good with the numbers, just like you are.
He's pretty good. He's
Jay obviously gets it from you.
Bobby Joe Pennington has done well with the numbers, and he did teach me the numbers game. Shout out to Bobby Joe. 9 head start going to Timothy Thomas. The good thing about this is they can go back and watch it when we tell them you announced.
Oh boy, I'm excited.
How about this? Call that one out, babe.
5 thou, separate them from the tree. Left lane went dead on with a 6. Right lane went 1 above with a 3.
Yes, 004 dead 6 for Rollins, 10 thou package. Thomas is 9 and 13 thou above. Behind 12 thou at the stripe, Rollins moves in to round number 2. Rollins. 10 pack, nice lap. Andrew Conrath in the left, 491.
Isaac Hill in the right lane, down 495.
Thousandths advantage for Conrath, but the win light goes to Isaac Hill. 27 dead 1 is what kind of package, beautiful pack, but you were so close. It's okay, you get that close, that's good enough. When you look as beautiful as you do, you can miss the numbers. I can't miss the numbers. I don't look good enough to miss them. I have to get them just right.
I think you need better glasses.
18 and 22 thou above is a 40 pack, comes up 12 thou short. Isaac Hill into round number 2. Steph Fuller's 474 dial out of Plattsmouth, Nebraska. You ever been to Plattsmouth, Nebraska?
I have not.
Sounds like an awesome place to go to. I got in trouble out there. There's some Nebraskans listen. I might have made fun of their football just a little bit yesterday. Kind of got in trouble out in the staging lanes. It was a big old corn-fed Nebraskan too. I didn't want to get whooped up on, so I apologized, and he let me off the hook. But I got to be real careful. Nebraska football, go Huskers.
There you go. You got Brian Cam in the right lane.
200's advantage in the left lane for Fuller and a win light. 17 take 12 to be 13 thou above. 30 pack for Fuller, 37 tree for Cam. He was 7 thou behind right there. Add the dead on with a 5 to it. That makes him 12 thou behind. The win light falls to Steph Fuller. Go Huskers. I think they say go Big Red. I think that's what they say out there. Go Big Red. Skylar Wagner in the left. 484 is the dial. Ain't even playing yet. Wilbert Wooten in the right, dial 462. Wilbert appears to be having some trouble. They've got quite a crew out there working on the hot rod. Not real sure that they're going to make the call. That's going to send Skylar Wagner, I think, on a single. What's up, CJ Tap? My old buddy Red, tuning in from Greer Dragway. Greer's on my bucket list. I gotta get out there to Greer Dragway. Too many good racers there. I really don't have a reason I'd want to go there and race, but I do like the people that race there. Good to have you tuning in, Tap. So unfortunately, Wilbert Wooten had to be backed off of the track, had a leak. They could not get it resolved, so Skylar Wagner is going to take a single into round number 2. Skylar, 16 thou under and 1 thou red. Skylar Wagner will advance to round 2 with 0 stress. A little bit of cleanup there, not real sure what was coming out of Wilbert's hot rod. Got a little bit of cleanup to do. They'll get that cleaned up. It doesn't appear to be major damage to the racing surface. Fairly small stream, if you will.
Jegs. Nobody beats Jegs.com. Choose from millions of name brand parts and support from experts who know and love cars. 24/7 for life. There's only one place to go. Jegs.com.
Debut. How do you feel like you would, what grade do you feel like you would give that?
Definitely in the negative.
Well,
I mean, the first thing, she believed a word that came out of my mouth. That's like...
yes, that's not a good thing if you believed anything Mike Eames said, but I mean 1 to 10, 1 being the lowest.
1.
You know, wait a minute.
Y'all just wait.
I would never let my wife give herself such a low grade at anything. No, it's your debut. Nobody's a 10 on their debut, but you're not a 1. You're a solid.
You
solid.
were 10 on your debut.
No, I wasn't. You're a solid 6.3. Solid 6.3. No, you've learned already what pack they are. Sometimes you might have missed it by 1 or 2, but you're really close, and you know that there's this much difference.
You told me you have to.
That's why you didn't get a 10, baby. That's why you're 6.3. You got so much difference on the tree. This much separates them. You know when somebody goes red. Of course, our screen shows it in red. That helps a lot. And there's a red light on the tree out there. So you got some resources, but you're using them. The most successful people in life, baby, are the people that use their resources more gooder than everybody else. Like a baseball bat. Somebody hits a home run, uses that baseball bat as a resource. They hit a home run. That's hard to do, but they make it look easy. This is a hard job, but when you make it look easy, that's why Peter's paying me $20,000 to be here this weekend. When you make it look easy, you can just name your price. Peter said, man, I need you. I said, Peter, is 20 grand. You want this or not? And he said, I'll take it.
Well, with your wife announcing with you, I'm sure it's going to be more now.
I'm going to give you 19 of it. Oh, sorry, Mike. I forgot they just give you ribs and spicy pretzels. My apologies.
Mike, we're trying to figure out who ate these 2 ribs right here. Stuff on Jared's mouth.
Who it wasn't. 100% wasn't me.
Okay.
Shout out to Charlie Allen. Thank you for the kind words, Charlie. Charlie asked me to relay a little Roll Tide to you, Mike Eames. So you're welcome.
Charlie Allen. 1-0 against Charlie Allen.
1-0. He's undefeated against Charlie Allen.
He made a very, very big mistake.
I'm sure it was a classic matchup. Okay, so apparently in the burnout, the leakage began there, and it did not stop. So there's a little more cleanup than I gave it credit for.
for high performance? When you want high performance, there's only one place to go. Jegs.com. Jegs.com has the largest selection of high-performance automotive parts on the web. When you need high performance, Jegs.com has the part you want when you want it. Want performance? You've got it. Jegs.
RAD torque guns are the world's most powerful and reliable torquing systems with the highest power-to-weight ratio. RAD torque guns are available in pneumatic, battery, and electronic drive systems with torque ranges from 500 to 15,000 foot-pounds of torque. RAD torque guns are being used around the world by companies such as Boeing Aerospace, Caterpillar Equipment, GE Wind Towers, the U.S. military, and many, many more. RAD torque systems are also very involved in the drag racing community, sponsoring many events, as well as a large fleet of RAD-sponsored race cars. For more information, visit radtorque.com.
So I don't know if I ever will be.
This is going to help you. This will make you more gooder at math, and I'm looking forward to you getting there. Gooder's not a word. Emma Kate, are you sure? You might want to look that one up, darling. I think that's a word. Not on.
I did go to summer school for math.
In what grade?
It was
Okay.
geometry.
You had advanced geometry?
Yes.
I don't know why I seem surprised by that, but that is a bit of a surprise. Oh, it might not have been advanced geometry. It might have been basic math. Either way.
Well, you know, it's the old story. You do well, you win a couple of races, and then right away, everybody's against you, everybody's your enemy. You know, it's not fair, but that's the way it is.
Watch carefully. These stock eliminator finals are always so close.
And how about this? Sal Biondo takes the win. It's the 100th final for the Biondo family, and it's a winning one for Sal.
Sal Biondo, Peter Biondo, many national event wins. Of course, brother Peter has won any number of sportsman championships. For the third time in the last 12 years, here at Maple Grove, Peter Biondo, Sal Biondo both win their respective eliminators at the same national event.
Biondo Racing Products, a family-owned and operated business, now in the 35th year of racers, providing racers with over 50 years of racing experience and expertise. Please check us out at BeyondoRacing.com.
Racers serving up the very best parts. That's what Mazier Enterprises is all about. Since our first product introduction in the 1980s, we have been in the relentless pursuit of excellence on the track and off, with a mission to produce the very best parts. Problem-solving parts for your high-performance vehicle. No matter if it's chassis and fabrication, water pump and cooling system, starters and the accompanying electrical, or full billet flex plates you're after, look to Mazier for the best solutions.
Then I'll get out there. If it's not too much trouble, I would appreciate you doing what you do amazingly well and maybe fuel up the hot rod.
Already done, baby.
And let's get those tires up to about 9.3.
Fan of that.
and then it'll be ready for me to get out there and get after it in round number 2. So thank you. I appreciate you coming up in the booth. It was a blast.
Oh, I enjoyed it, baby.
Calling some laps with you. I'm not really kicking you out. I'm just wanting you to go get my car ready. That's really, I had some motive here. I was trying to get to it a roundabout way, but I'd really like you to get the race car ready.
School's done.
Okay, well, that's not going to take you very long, so that's a good thing. I appreciate you very much.
Embarrassing myself.
You did not embarrass yourself. You did phenomenal. I haven't really read the chat bleachers, but I'm sure everybody in the chat bleachers has thoroughly enjoyed your work and can't wait to have you back.
Are they just...
No, there's 1,190 people watching. 1,190. And every one of them have heard you in your debut. And I haven't had one person on here. I can't find one person that said, take her off the mic. So I think you've done an incredible job. And if anybody feels differently out there, then it's probably best that they don't.
Definitely agree.
It's probably best that they don't tell me. I will not have anyone telling me my wife didn't do an amazing job on the mic.
Okay, well, I'm going to go get these reds ready.
Okay, well, thank you so much. You're amazing. You're wonderful, and I appreciate you. So, you are very good at math. The tractor's backing up. I think they have it ready to race out there in the right-hand lane. We'll get back to action here in just a little bit. It looks like they're giving the signal out there to fire them up. And we are back.
That was fun. I'll have to do it again if you win.
Yes. So before you get going, you just saw the text that I got and you wanted to give a shout out.
Hey, Hodge. How's it going?
Jenny's calling a few laps with me, Jake. She's about to go get the hot rod ready, but before she exited, she saw the text and she said, I got to give Jake a shout out.
Are you going to fire him to announce that
Babe.
here's race and hire me?
Babe, we're live on the internet. We're live on the internet. And if I'm letting Jake go, this is not the place to do it.
Oh, we can go ahead and tell him right now.
I need to do this over text like a professional. Christopher Snyder in the left 473, Jerry Hollingsworth in the right dial 524. 13 thousandths difference. And Schneider takes the Stainless Works entry to round number 2, 16 and 2 hun over the dial. Schneider advances. Hollingsworth is 29 and 6 above. Left him out of the game as Schneider packaged him up and moved forward. Lee Dixon, last night's Brodix, run for the SR20 winner. 469 is the dial. Cody Witt, dial 491 in the right.
In there with you, Jeff, for a little bit?
Please do, Mark.
All right, I'll be color if you like.
I would love that. And now, I'm so blessed. I got Lee Dixon, Cody Witt getting after it right here. Witt with a head start. Here comes Dixon. Dixon gets it done, 20 and 3 above, taking 7 thou. Witt is 29 and 3 above, not taking 7 thou. Lee Dixon advances to round number 2. I was blessed to have my beautiful and amazing wife in the booth with me for her debut. The gentleman sitting with me now, this is not his debut, as he has quickly become a pro at this game, but got Marco Pervalaris in the booth with me, ready to, he said, I'll just do color, Jed. You offer way more than color commentary, my friend, so come on in, get in where you fit in. We'll go left lane, right lane, if that's okay with you.
That works for me, and I gotta tell you, just sitting back in the control room, just listening to yours and Jenny Moe's commentary, I got one word for it. That was epic.
Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it, my friend. It was a good time for me, for sure. I got Marty Martin over here, dial 452.
Noah Lewis at 448 and Coase.
13 thou good for Marty Martin, and he goes 15 thou under. But he takes a win light into round number 2. Appreciate you, Plumbers 56 and Alan Boykin. Appreciate you guys. I was really proud of my baby girl there. She did a real good job for her debut. Hayden Whited next up in the left, dial 490.
Warren gonna attempt to chase him down. He is dialed at a 463.
Jake Hodge, yes. Jenny Moe is in the 3.1% that likes you a little bit. They say the second mic isn't working. I'm not sure. I think there could be just a tick of a delay on that one. So.
Win light to Nick Warren. 10 on the tree, taking 2 out the stripe to be 5 above. Group D. Attention in the pit area. We need Group D as in Delta to the staging lane. Round number 1.
All right, as Marco said, Group D, it is your time. Group D, we need you now, please. Group D to the staging lanes, Robbie Hamilton next up in the left lane. 484 is the dial.
Oh, Marco. Well, the switch is on. Kate Townsend. Dialed at a 575. They're in and set. 15 thou separate them and the win light. 006 get their 31 to be 12 thou above, Jed.
Pretty nice lap there for Townsend. Marco, they're saying they can't hear you. I have no idea what's going on. Are we sure that thing's got a good forward click on it? Might want to try. Let's try this other cordless over here and see what we get.
We're going to keep experimenting till we get it right, Jed.
So next up, Jordan Willis Parker in the left lane, dial 454.
Right side, Erica Baker at a 455. Both drivers in newer American chassis dragsters. Slimmest of margins separate their dial-ins. 454 on the left to 455 on the right.
Y'all give us some feedback on that one. Let's see if you got a little bit better sound quality.
8 thou separate them, win light to Parker. 005 and 1 above. Jordan Parker, I believe he was in the round of 6 last night, continuing his streak. 005 and 1 above, 15 total. Jed, that's going to turn on a lot of win lights.
That will turn on a lot of win lights. Very solid lap. It left Erica Baker a chance. She was 13 up front, so she had to go dead 1 or dead 0 to guarantee the win. Dead 2 would have been a dead heat at the stripe to see if it got it done. But Erica goes 32 thou above to be 30 thou behind. Mike Coltrane next up in the left lane. 455 is the dial.
Michael Shoup in the right, dialed at a 478. Got a little bit of West Coast, East Coast matchup. Coltrane from Idaho. Much success out west. Michael Shoup been turning on a lot of wind lights between Ohio and Bristol at the Flings. 2 foul, separate them. Wind light. How about Michael Shoup gets their 001 to light up the scoreboard. 11 on the tree and 2 above is going to get it done. Coltrane was 13. Probably just couldn't run the number. Goes 458 on the 455 out the back door.
So both racers were 33 package. And the wind light falls in Shoup's lane by 110 thou.
Based on the math that we were talking about, Jed, 110 thou, I bet you that is less than 1 inch, no matter how you do the math.
Yeah, it had to be somewhere in there for sure. 2-1 separates them. The advantage is in my lane, but the wind light falls for you, Marco.
Geez, pretty soon here, we're going to have to play JJ's game. Might have to keep the tally marks of who turns on how many wind lights in what lane. And I'm telling you, JJ seems to win those every time. He always picks the correct lane, but also plays the game whenever he's confident that the wind lights are lighting up in his lane. But Zach Grant behind on the tree, but was able to get to the stripe first. Overall, had the better package. Moving on. We got an Idaho versus Idaho matchup. Unfortunately, not very good planning in the staging lanes for these two. Okay. So Misty Unser at a 465 and Race Kid with the 467. Race has his work cut out for him. Gets behind, but Misty Unser was 10 and 3 above. Race just behind at the start and 4 above. Misty moving on. Race been on an absolute tear. I believe he's still in his first entry. See if he can turn that around, Jed.
I'm sure he'll be just fine with all that talent. All he's got to do is let a little bit of that out, and it works really good. So they're saying that's better on the mic, Marco. You are young. Your voice is powerful. It is still fresh. And I think that microphone just can't handle the power, my friend.
Well, usually on the microphone, it's the other way around. Either I don't have it close enough, but you know, as long as it's good now, we'll keep doing what we're doing, and we'll just roll with it.
That's right. We're adjusting on the fly. Lester Adkins over here, dial 445.
Greg Maddox at a 475, cousin of Shane Maddox. Oh, big trouble. Jed?
Left lane, Lester Adkins is 34 and 7 above. Maddox did not get off the starting line in time and then goes half a second over the dial. Left him no chance at all. 7/10 in front at the stripe was Lester Adkins.
Well, when you have a 475 car and have a 1.21 60-foot time, that indicates that there's an issue somewhere in the drivetrain all the way down track. So I'm going to say Greg did not let go late. The car had problems. All right, Mark Kidd, a heck of a story. Breaks an axle, replaces both axles and a third member, and doubles at round 6 yesterday. And he is in control just a little bit. Will he light it up? Yes, he does. 19 takes 7 to be dead 9. Mark Kidd moving on as Jamie Bridge was 23 and 12 thou above.
Pretty nice lap there for Mark Kidd. He's a first ballot Hall of Famer when we get a bracket racing Hall of Fame for sure. Legend in the sport. Jamie Bridge, one of the many tough Canadians that make their way down to race this event, comes up a little short right there by 7 thou.
And we appreciate those Canadians that made the trip, and everybody. This has just been, we've been over the moon. This is awesome. Final pair, Jed, of Group C before we get into a little bit of track prep. We got Loose Change and Ray Holmes. Change 488 in the dragster on the left-hand side. Right side, Holmes is going to be dialed at a 580 in the split window vet. Holmes is in control. Can he light it up? He waits out the whole round to see if he got the bye. He didn't get it, but no harm, no foul when you turn on the win light.
That's absolutely true. You know, sometimes the bye run works in your favor, sometimes it does not. But the main thing you got to do is turn on the win light anytime you're given the opportunity, and Ray Holmes did just that. Nice 10, take 37 to be 3 above. He knew he had done plenty. Loose Change a little late and a little over right there left him out of the game. Definitely the reaction time deficit was the challenge there that he couldn't overcome. So that does wrap up Group C. That wraps up Group C, where that was double entries for our door cars and our dragsters. Now we're rolling into Group D, which are the single entered dragsters, or maybe someone that was driving a dragster and another car, such as a door car or whatever. So it's not the same car twice, basically, is where we're at there with Group D. We do have our Group D cars in the lanes, and we are 7:34 p.m. here on Saturday night at the RAD Torque Systems Fall Fling, powered by Optima batteries. And we are working our way towards the end, yes, the end of round number 1. It has been quite a long day with Mother Nature interfering in our fun. She sprinkled down on us pretty good there several times today. I think that's all behind us for the evening, and we've got it all dried up, and we're racing, going as hard as we can go. Round 1 not quite over yet. It is getting there as we got Group D cars coming in the lanes.
Joanne, we got about
Well, race fans, good morning, and welcome to Las Vegas Motor Speedway as we get ready to go with the 2022 version of the K&N Spring Fling Million presented by Optima Batteries. We've got racers that have joined us from across 3 different countries, from the United States, from Mexico, and from Canada, coming in to race for big money here today. And once again, we are going to crown a champion who will join the prestigious list of those who have gone before to claim the title of Million Winner here in Vegas.
Get your Million Tech card. You never know. You never know. You could be the one standing in front of that Spring Fling Million banner today, holding up the trophy, joining the ranks of Bo Butner and Scotty Richardson, Peeps Pennington, Randall Reed, Luke Bagaki, and Jeff Verdi. Jeff Verdi, the OG of the Spring Fling Million here.
The official car count is 260 today.
It's going to be $285,000 to tonight's winner.
Who's ready? 285K, showgirls, limousine, cosmopolitan suite. Let's roll.
Racers, the time has come. The Spring Fling Million is about to get underway. Racers, let's go racing.
And as our good friend Kyle Seipel would say, let's roll. Round number 1, life-changing money.
Kevin Brannon and Spencer Massey. Coming in the Nova out of Texas, the tree begins to drop. Spencer's down in at 647. Kevin's down in at 460. 5,000 separate them in reaction time, and the win light belongs to the Rabbit. Kevin Brannon on a double breakout. Kevin was 005 on the tree. Take 2,000 at the stripe to beat 2,000 under 459.8 on the 460. Spencer Massey was right behind him and ends up 5,000 under the dial. Massey with a 10,000 light breaks it out by 5,000, but Kevin Brannon, the Rabbit, is going to claim the victory and will become racer number 7 to etch his name on the wall of history here at the Spring Fling Million.
Sizemore, he was the winner of the Kyle Seipel Never Give Up Award in Galat. He actually put his door car on its side, and he hopped in his dragster and turned on some wind lights. That was, I mean, talk about a scary situation, and he just wanted to keep driving, and this is a single enter dragster, so in reality, no double entries here. 2 go down, 1 comes back. You lose here in your single entry, and that's it for the weekend.
Left lane going to have a slight advantage, but the wind light falls for you, my friend.
Jason Sizemore was behind on the start. He was 26 on the tree, but snugged it up to 3,000 to be 3 above, 300 above, that is. David Dean was 17 on the tree and goes 4 above. He was, as Brad Plurd would say, I think he took -3.
Yeah, that could be the case. That 514 at 131 sounds pretty close. So David just might not have been able to run the number. Who knows? Either way, Sizemore gets the win. The story you told about his Never Give Up award sounds just like something our friend Big Nasty would have done. I bet if he laid one on its side, he would have said, "Get me out of this thing, get me to my next ride."
That is certainly no doubt.
Got Steve Witherow over here, dial 458.
Mark McKay at a 473, and Mark has his work cut out for him. Witherow with the advantage. Jed?
This is my man over here, Steve Witherow. I called a $50,000 perfect run for him in the run for the 50K that they did here several years ago. He was perfect, dead zero on a 467, won $50,000, Marco, on a time shot, and he just laid down 19 total, 15 dead 4, a 16th stripe to get a win light in round number 1 against Mark McKay's 34 dead 1.
You know, Jed, now that you mention it, there are certain moments in sports, like whether, you know, football, basketball, baseball teams win championships and you hear the commentary you just have ingrained in your head forever. I'll never forget, you just, all of a sudden you're like, oh, there it is. And then you could hear Kyle in the background say, no.
Yeah, it cost him 50 grand, so I'm sure that was a little painful. Katie Kirby over here in the left lane turns it 10 thou red, puts the win light in your lane, Marco.
Mike Laws was 25 and a thou under. Gonna be good enough.
Next up in my lane is Keenan Myers. Myers out of Tennessee, dial 494.
Right side, Sidney Wiggins. Talk about going back to never giving up. They've had their share of challenges. Brother Cody blew up his motor and put another long block, bolted the blower on, got it all done before first round. And Sidney broke a rear end yesterday, and they got that fixed. And she's going to be dialed at a 447.
Yeah, you got to love the spirit and enthusiasm in the pits when someone has a parts failure at the big bracket races. Everybody comes together and gets them back up and going. Loaning parts, giving parts, labor, and everything else. It's really cool to watch. 12 red for Myers. You got the win there, Marco.
Well, the Wiggins family, they got 1 for 2 fixed. Sidney was 009, 13 thou above. Is going to light up the win light. Would have been a tough lap to beat either way. So Sidney, going to move on.
I got Rick Johnson over here in the left lane from Johnson City, Tennessee, just down the road about 15 or 20 minutes. He's dialed 473.
Right side, QJ Arnold. He's going to get the head start by 1/100th of a second, the slimmest of margins in the head start. QJ at a 474.
Just a slight 100th head start going to QJ Arnold in the right lane. Won't really be noticeable on the tree. These are as close to heads up matches as you get. They're typically one at the starting line.
QJ is 31 thou on the red side. That's a good lap in your lane, Jed.
Yeah, solid lap, 11 total, 10 dead 1 for Rick Johnson. You know, he was flat-footed there, making sure he gets the car dialed in, and he had it nailed. Assuming he was looking for a 73 and he didn't think he was holding anything, it ran exactly what he had it dialed, so pretty good lap there all the way around for Rick Johnson.
11 total will move you on to round number next, let's go with. You know, we don't want to necessarily, you know, remind ourselves that, you know, we're still in first round. We've had a lot of adversity with the weather and stuff. So, Jed, let's just go with round number next from now on.
That sounds real good. I know some people are here and going to round 2 this late in the night, and it's reminding them that we are a long way from the finish, but we're getting there as quickly as we can. Michael Harbaugh and Denise Young, you got that one, Marco.
Denise is 009. Get there first quite a bit to go 2 above. Good lap.
48 and 7 above for Harbaugh. Not at all what he was looking for. It was 474 at 127. So I'm assuming that was not a drop. That could have been a failure of some kind. Nonetheless, it cost him the round. An opportunity to go to round next. Colin Estes in the left lane. 505 is the dial.
How about
$100 to your
Bill Dempsey? Bill Dempsey, 80 years young, dialed at a 472, was the winner of the Kyle Seipel Never Give Up Award last year here at Bristol. Had some part failures, and I believe last year, one of the rounds, he was 1 total, and Bill has his work cut out for him as Colin has the advantage. Jed?
Win light over here for Colin Estes, 11 and 44 thou above, 55 total for Estes. It left Dempsey a chance, Marco.
Dempsey was behind at the start, got there 13th thou to break out 10 thou. Bill needed to take 3 thou or less, Jed.
Yeah, it was a tall task there. Had to trim 10 of that 13 away, which is a challenge for sure. Dempsey comes up a little short there. Not real sure what's happening out on the racetrack, Marco. My old eyes are not a very good resource at the moment, but yours could possibly be.
Well, Bristol staff is on it right away. They're just going to check a few things out, just make sure it's good to go for the next pair. Let's check in with Motor Mania TV. How's everybody doing tonight?
We got the Jegs and Mickey Thompson Motor Mania TV live feed up and running here in the tower. It looks really busy, Marco. 1,198 watching right now. We know that there's multiple countries as well. So got a lot of people tuning in to the action here on a early Saturday evening at the moment at Bristol Dragway. These things always bring a lot of interest, and people from everywhere want to dial in and see what's happening here on the mountain or anywhere else we are with the Fling brand.
Well, absolutely. And, you know, between everybody tuning in and everybody here at the track, you know, whether everybody is here with us physically or not, we're all together in spirit.
That's a good point. It's all one big family, whether you're watching on Motor Mania or whether you're here in the pits with us. We certainly feel like we've pretty much got everybody that owns a race car here this weekend from coast to coast, as the crowd is absolutely massive. And it is going to be that way again today when we are able to announce the first round car count. Incredible, incredible crowd again here on day number last, which, you know, is most likely to carry us into tomorrow sometime, Marco. So it's going to be quite the marathon when it's all said and done. But as a racer, I appreciate the promoter doing everything possible to give us the flyer that we signed up for. And that's exactly what Peter and Emily are doing.
Both of you guys sound really good right now, so I'm going to weld this damn box shut so nobody can touch nothing.
Track manager Jack Coughlin just walks in, and he says that both of us are sounding good, so he says he's going to weld that sound system together right where it's at, so we'll take his word for it, Jed.
Well, if that's what Jack says, that's what I believe, my friend, so we are definitely taking his word for it. Getting a little bit of love out here on the Motor Mania TV live feed, brought to you by Jegs and Mickey Thompson. Thank you to those legendary brands for their support of us here on the Fling, on the mountain. We've got Matt Reclitus and TG Pascal.
TG doing what TG does. 007 on the tree, take 13th out the stripe to be one above. That'll move TG on to round number next, Jed.
That's exactly where you want to be. Reclitus is 22 and 17 thou above. Comes up a little short right there. Sends TG Pascal to round number 2. Joanne Walter with Motor Mania TV wants to know, what do we think of their new friend Nightbot? Now, I've seen Nightbot posting. I really wasn't sure what that meant, so I'm a little confused about what Nightbot is. Is that a person? What is Nightbot, Marco? Do you even know?
I didn't have any idea when that question was asked. I'm glad you said something before me, Jed, because I have no clue.
But nonetheless, Nightbot seems to be bringing good content, Joanne. So I'm a people or whatever lover.
Oh.
So I love Nightbot.
Hey, Jed, there's Nightbot. As Allison needs his 009 on the red side and goes way under. Jed, that's a good lap in your lane.
Yeah, Seth Street, very solid right there. 004 and 2 thou under. Probably exactly what he was looking for. Seth Street advances that entry to round number 2, which is not far away, but it's not real soon to happen either. We still got quite a few cars in the lanes.
Well, how about that? Nightbot, it appears, is providing us with all the necessary weather conditions on a regular basis. Nightbot, we appreciate you.
Yeah, Nightbot's like some kind of, obviously robot, but here it says, Nightbot, I'm MTV Span Protector. So protecting from the spammers. I like that a lot. Love that.
Neither driver with reaction times to brag about. Mike Griffin gets to the stripe first, 25 thou to be 3 above. Minter had the advantage on the starting line and goes 5 above. Drivers, the sun has officially gone down, so we ask you all kindly if from here on out you can turn on your tail lights. Thank you.
Alan Bird next up in the left lane. 472 is the dial.
Right side, driver not on file at a 476. Now, Jed, when a driver's not on file, that usually means we could potentially find out really quick how well they drive, and eventually we'll find out who they are, but unfortunately not this time, as not on file is 11 thou red and dead on 8.
Dead on 8 in my lane as well for Alan Bird, but Alan goes 20 thou green, which is exactly where you want to be when your opponent's red, and Alan Bird advances to round number 2. Excuse me, round number next.
There you go.
I've got Paul Rich here. Paul is from Pleasant Shade, Tennessee. Sounds like an awesome place to be. 470 is the dial.
That'll be good, thank you. Dustin Light is dialed at a 475, also from what sounds like a desirable place, Greenville, Tennessee. I would imagine Greenville, there's got to be some green there.
Greenville is the home of former Pro Stock World Champion Alan Johnson, and it's about 40 miles south of here, Marco.
No way. That is even more desirable at that point. I will keep that in mind for the future. Wow, 3 thou separate them. Both drivers are 00 on the tree. Dustin Light getting there second and lights up the win light. 006 and 15 thou above is going to get it done.
Paul Rich got a tough one right there. He's 9, take 13 to be a thou under. Had to take 12 or less. That was a tough lap right there.
John Siegel in the house, making the trip up from Florida. John and Cameron Fredrickson, big supporters of the Fling. We appreciate you guys.
How did security not catch that? How did Siegel make it into the tower? Jack Ostrowski in the left, 474 is the dial.
Couple of New Media Dragway ringers. Scott Albrecht on the right side at a 459. These drivers may have seen each other in the other lane a time or 30. Squaring off. Round number 1. Oh, both drivers separated 7 thou, 11 thou combined on reaction time. Jack Ostrowski, how about 2 take 4 to be 25 thou above? Albrecht, 009 and drops to be 2 above. That could have gone either way.
Yeah, that was a very tight lap end to end. Worked out for Ostrowski with some good driving on the other end. Left lane, speaking of legends, this is a pair of them. Anthony Bertozzi over here in my lane, dial 463. Probably a 25-time world champion between the two largest sanctioning bodies, Marco.
Yeah, that's probably only give or take a couple. I mean, that's... And Severn Johnson, very accomplished long-time bracket racer at a 470. Severn is 3 thou red and goes 14 thou above.
Bertozzi's 10 up front, and then goes 21 thou under the dial. Probably exactly where he thought that was going to land, and he advances that entry into round number 2. Got Trevor Denton. Trevor went deep in yesterday's program in the door car. 494 is his dial from right here in Bristol, Tennessee.
Right side, Jessica Hoff from Pennsylvania, dialed at a 469. Up to 1,200 on Motor Mania TV. After the sun went down, the viewership just keeps going up, Jed.
Yeah, folks starting to come in from their Saturday activities and dialing in to Motor Mania TV. We've got quite a few people probably at the races this weekend or tonight, Marco, watching it on their phones and everywhere else. So got a lot of people tuning in. They've got a lot of racing to watch if they're going to watch us, because we're going to be here a little while.
4th out separate him. Win light to Jessica Hoff. She was 4th out in front, taking 11th out the stripe to go 469 on the 469.
37 and 13 thou above for Denton, 50 total. Comes up a little short there by 11 thous. Jessica Hoff advances into round number next.
Hey, Jed, heads up.
Oh, a heads-up race, absolutely. Yeah, Steve Law over here in the left lane.
Yeah, what'd you think I was talking about? Trust me, Jed, even on my worst day, I would never throw anything at you.
I thought something was behind me, Marco, to be honest. 474 is Steve Law's dial, just like it is for Don Butkowitz in your lane. This is a heads-up race. Again, typically one right here on the starting line. This one's probably another case of that.
Take it away, Jed.
002, dead 8 in the left lane for Steve Law. 10 thou package as he packaged up Don Butkowitz. Don's 22 up front, goes dead 9 to be 31 total, and 21 thou behind Steve Law into round number 2. Brian Kennedy next up in the left out of Odessa, Texas, dial 474.
Right side from the northeast, Billy Lieber is going to be dialed at a 454.
I see radio tire cars to the front, my friend, is in the house. What's up, radio tire? 2/10 head start going to Kennedy in my lane.
Billy Lieber going to move on, 14 on the tree and goes 3 under, but doesn't matter as red light on your side, Jed.
Yeah, Kennedy let her go 18 thou too soon, then goes 76 thou under the dial. 466 at 148. Looks like a flat foot, so he must have just been bagging all of that, Marco.
Would have been interesting if both drivers were green.
Blaine Mayer over here, 471 is his dial.
Blaine was Wednesday's APD 15K winner. That was his first big win, hoping to keep it going today. Scott Taylor on the right, out of Michigan at a 442. 442 for naturally aspirated on the mountain. That's pretty stout.
That ain't no puppy, Marco. advantage over here for Blaine Mayer, and Mayer gets it done. 17 dead 7 for the win, 24 total. 34 and 18 thou under for Taylor. Got their 8 thou but could not win. Mayer's 24 total, Taylor's 34 up front. So dead 0 has him 10 thou behind, even if he was able to do that.
Now I've thought about this, Jed, you know, thinking about different engine combinations and what kind of speeds and ETs they can go. I would say that if you got a dragster naturally aspirated that goes 440, aluminum block and the whole bit, that's got to be about 650 cubic inches to get there.
That sounds like a really big engine, Marco. I don't think Big Red can handle anything like that. Drew Smith and Matt Grice very tight on the starting line, and Drew Smith, how about this? 003, 3 above. That's 33 pack. Right lane 008, 25 thou above. That's 33 pack in each lane. Margin of victory 0.005. 5/10 thousandths going Drew Smith's way, and he motors into round number 2 after a very solid lap. 3 take nothing. That's going to get you a lot of electricity, Marco.
Take nothing, take no prisoners.
Todd Zeller. Todd's Extreme Paint in the left lane out of Milan, Michigan. This guy's got paint jobs all over the world on hot rods. He is as good as it gets, and he's dialed 454.
It's a Copo engine in that dragster. Tommy Norton on the right, 450 is the dial. Norton going to have some work to do. And at 19 dead 5 is not going to get it done. Jed, that was a lap in the left lane.
Very solid. 5 dead 3 for Todd Zeller. That's an 8 thou package, taking 16 thou to stripe. Tommy Norton was 19 dead 5. That is a solid run, but it holds no candle to an 8-pack like Todd Zeller just laid down. Zeller into round number next. Got Jeff Kreider tuning in from Famoso Drag Strip, Marco. Says his daughter just run it up Super Pro. Let the fellowship begin. Appreciate you listening, Jeff, and congratulations to Jeff's daughter.
Well, Jeff, good job to you and Krista on the runner-up. Hope you guys are doing well. Great to hear from you. Tommy Cable and Kenny Underwood. What a matchup here. Jed?
That was nasty right there, Marco. 13 dead 1 for Mr. Fling, Tommy Cable. This guy's turned on a ton of wind lights at Fling events. This was another one, solid lap for him. Underwood, very impressive. 14 take 4, but the 4 that he took was 4 thou under the dial. He had to go dead 0 and hope it worked out, but he took 4 thou to be 4 thou under, putting the wind light in Tommy Cable's lane.
Would have had to take nothing. He would have had to duplicate what the winning driver on the last pair did.
Yeah, it would have had to been a 000 finish for sure. Chris Johnson over here in the left lane. Go Falls, dialed 472.
Right side, Dennis Long, 470 is the dial.
Only a 200s head start going my way to Chris Johnson.
Dennis Long has a 4 thou advantage. Will he light it up? Yes, he does. 14 take 11 to be dead 9 to move on to round number next.
18 and 16 thou above for Johnson's 34 total. It comes up 11 thousandths on the wrong side of the finish line as Dennis Long advances to the next round. I got the Red Rocket right here, Marco. Tom Dauber, another legend in the sport, first ballot Hall of Famer out of Medford, New Jersey. Tom runs around all over the place racing the Fling events. We appreciate him, and he's dialed 473. Tom's experienced racer, Marco, but he's no pushover.
Well, Tom's had his work cut out for him this weekend. Just put down a lot of good laps to be on the wrong side. He's got Barry Brown just down the road from Bluntville, Tennessee. 477 is the dial. Barry and son Carson, they tear it up out here. separate them. Win light to your lane, Jed.
The Red Rocket gets it done, 20 and 12 thou above, taking 31 at the stripe. Dauber is 32 total. Brown 26 up front, and then goes 37 thousandths above the dial, leaving way too much room in Dauber's lane, and Dauber takes advantage of it and moves in around next. Brian Jones next up in the left lane. 444 is the dial for Brian. He'll be chasing the 480 dial of Gary G-Dub Williams in the right. G-Dub out of the FTI group, and he is getting 3600 head start.
I need your help, buddy. Go card, odd. Take go card.
All right, at this time, you got a text that might say one thing, but what you need to hear is Group A door car's odd number. Group A door car's odd number is all we need at this time. Group A door car's odd number is all we need at this time, as Gary Williams gets to win 15 dead 3. Group A door car's odd number is all we need at this time, please. Shout out to Chris Marin, my man watching in. Appreciate you, bro. That's going to wrap me up. Sound like I need to run out and get the hot rod, Marco. I'll leave it with you. You can help Mr. Eames take care of a little business up here. Thank you for joining me, buddy. It was a pleasure.
Jed, it's always a pleasure. Go get him. I know Jenny Moe said she was going to have Big Red ready for you. So, again, that was awesome to hear you both on the mic. Go get him, Jed. Mike Eames, how you doing?
I'm always good. It's a good day for a good day. Justin Harrington, Muncie, Indiana is going to get the win in that pair. 26 green, dead on 3. Marco, you had Matt Weston over there.
Matt Weston was 23 on the tree, take 21 at the stripe to break out 15 thou. If he'd have snugged it up to 6 thou or less, he would have lit up the win light. Meanwhile, Justin Harrington runs dead 3 to move on.
Samantha Rogers Thornton out of Virginia. The Miller chassis for SMT, 472 the dial over on my side.
Right side, we got the Professor, Thomas Baer. 499 is the dial all the way from Cherry Valley, California. Tom won back-to-back NHRA Top Dragster National Events in Sonoma and Seattle and made to the semis at Indy. Been hot in Top Dragster. Gonna try and keep that streak going. Try and get something going here tonight, Mike.
Yeah, Baer for Lucas Oil and that Tom Baer School of Drag Racing.
Tom is in control and lights up the win light. 15 dead 9. Mike, your driver was dead 1, but unfortunately a little behind.
Yeah, 64 on the green light start for Samantha Rogers Thornton, and when you have Tom Baer in the other lane, and you're sitting there in the burnout box and you're like, okay, what's my plan of attack here? If your plan starts with B64 green, that's rarely a good plan. John Edwards III, Chesapeake, Virginia, left side, 495 the dial for JE3.
Right side, Troy Henry, going to be dialed at a 486.
Red light start for my side. John Edwards III kicks it red by 13 thou.
Troy Henry was 14 and 8 thou under. Gonna move on to round number next.
As we're still in strange round number 1. Seems like I've been saying that since like 2:16 this afternoon. As we're nearing 8:12. As Ricky Harbaugh for the Harbaughs out of Maryland, 483 the dial for Ricky.
Jasmine Madden, 485 is the dial. That's why Jed and I started a trend about 20 minutes or so ago. We just, to make everybody feel better, we're just saying round number next, Mike.
I like that. Red light start for Ricky Harbaugh. 2 little teeny tiny ones in front of the green light. And goes 485. But that number is quite insignificant. The one that is the red light by 2 thou.
Jasmine Madden is going to move on. Was 34 on the tree and 18 thou under. Going to be good enough.
Ray Fordyce Jr. Williamstown, Tennessee over on the left side. Ray, 459 on the dial. Be doing the chasing.
Right side, Carson Brown, 482 is the dial. Just down the road from Bluntville, Tennessee. His father, Barry, ran about, 4 or 5 pairs ago.
Literally right down the road. Like, literally roll the cars out and drive them over here.
I mean, technically, I want to say the condos that the Fling staff are staying this week, I want to say it's technically in Bluntville.
They are, yep. Fordyce, better at the start, and is going to get the right side of a double breakout. Ray, 004, got to the finish line second to be 7 thou under. Carson Brown got to the finish line first and was under by 4 hun. Gave up a couple of hun on the starting line, but Ray Fordyce Jr. takes out Carson Brown in a double breakout. As we are now going to call Group A door cars even, which means all of the Group A door cars up in the staging lanes, if you would please. All of the Group A door cars. Let's get you up in the lanes. Marco, who you got over there?
Wallace Wilson, 440 is the dial.
Ronnie Whitlock, Lake Mary, Florida. Danny Nelson assembled machine over on the left lane. 446 is the dial. Wallace Wilson is an incredible name to announce.
It sure is, but if you say it too fast, it could be a tongue twister.
The late, great Bob Shepard, who was the public address announcer at Yankee Stadium for like 60 years, in his memoirs, they asked him like his favorite name to announce, and he mentioned several, but he said his favorite name to announce coming up to the bat was Mickey Mental. That was his favorite, just because how it rolled off, how it set up. It was the Y at the end, and then the Hardy at the end of the last name. That was his favorite.
Very well explained, Mike, as Wallace Wilson has the advantage, and Wallace Wilson turns on the win light. 447 on the 440. Might have been some problems in your side, Mike.
Yeah, Ronnie Whitlock was $1.10 on the green light and then over by a couple of tenths. And Ronnie Whitlock is going to bow out to Wallace Wilson. Dale West, Asheville, North Carolina. Mullis dragster over on the left side, 474 the dial.
Right side, James Hinkle, 469 is the dial.
Again, Group A door cars, all my Group A door cars. Get you up in the lanes if you would, please. Group A door cars. All y'all, let's get you up in the lanes. Hinkle cuts Dale West in half. But Dale West is going to move on. 18 dead, nada. 4740 on the 474 for Dale West.
James Hinkle was 009. Looking at the mile an hour at 145, he just wasn't quite able to run the number. Dale West, based on that scenario, had to take 13 thou or less. He took exactly 13 thou. If he took 14, would have been a different result. Scotty Watts Coming up on the right side, getting the head start. 480 is the dial.
Coming alongside Shane Maddox. Maddox out of Piedmont, South Carolina, the 20 model year Maddox dragster. And Shane turns on the offensive, villainous red light by 0.02 of a second. And then drops it dead on the number. 449.3 there for Shane Maddox.
Villainous.
Villainous.
I like that. Scotty Watts, 10 on the tree and 3 above. We'll get it done. Tough break for Shane Maddox. I mean, you have all these adjectives to describe just really how, frustrating a red light could be, but villainous might rank at the top now. That'll be my new favorite.
I like villainous. Joe Kerner, Merritt Island, Florida. 494 the dial over on the left side.
Right side, Aaron Roberts. Going to try and chase him down as he is dialed at a 455. Advantage to your lane, Mike. Oh, but the win light in my lane. Aaron Roberts was 29 and parks it to be 3 above. Ouch.
Joe Kerner was better at the starting line. He was 11 on the green light start, under by 4 thou, taking 52. And I was really hoping that Aaron was going to make a mistake down there so I could say, you done messed up, Aaron.
Well, Aaron, as you say, is going to move into round number next.
We just need a D Nice and a Jaqueline, and then we'll be in good shape. And a Balake. We need a Balake. John LaBouse. Caboose. Goodlettsville, Tennessee. The Race Tech Dragster 473.
And the always dangerous driver not on file is going to match the 008 reaction time of LaBouse. Turns on the win light. Not on file is 8, dead 4 to be 12 total. There might be a chance we will know who not on file is in round number next.
LaBouse got to the finish line first by 18 thou to break out 14 thousandths of a second. It was LaBouse. Both were 008. Breaks out by 14, needed to take 4 or less, did not do it. It is Johnny Carter. Johnny out of Hobbs, New Mexico. 483 is the dial.
Right side, just talking about him at the beginning of the group. Blew his motor yesterday. Got the other long block. Bolted the blower on. Got it in the car in time for first round. And here he is, Cody Wiggins. Not going down without a fight. Here we go. Cody is in control, rocking the scoop and the win light. Neither driver had a reaction time to brag about, but Cody got to the stripe first, goes 459 on a 455. And that, when you light up the scoreboard after all that work, I'd say, Mike, that was worth it. Take us through the buy run.
Yeah, well, Cody Wiggins there was Jackie Robinson on the starting line, and if you're going to be 42 on the bulb, you better make sure that your opponent in the other lane's a $123, which is what Johnny Carter was.
Yeah, well, I will definitely say that, when you got a whole different motor in the car, want to make sure that everything's tight, you triple check everything, there's definitely some nerves on the first pass that you make. I mean, you at least want to make a test pass.
Yeah, absolutely. Todd Barton on our round 1 solo. Todd Barton design. Todd, Gray, Tennessee. We'll move into round number 2. 474 was the prediction. He goes 473.9 at 146 to close out.
You can tell that's the end of the first round, but Joanne, we're going right into round 2.
Round number 1 here at 8:22. We started first round at 2:16. 6 hours, 6 minutes to complete round number 1.
6-6.
Joanne, we're going right into round number 2.
Jags. Nobody beats Jegs.com. Choose from millions of name brand parts and support from experts who know and love cars. 24/7 for life. There's only one place to go. Jegs.com.
I'm gonna complete some duties in the staging lanes. Here you go.
Marco, good job. Marco's other duties as assigned. He'll be back here in a minute. Pinky swear. TJ Luther and Jeff Verdi. Mr. Verdi in the Top Gun Firebird, Glen Allen, Virginia, right side. TJ Luther, Mooresville, North Carolina, left side. Verdi is out in front. Rip, 602 on the 596 for Mr. Verdi. He was 23 at the start. TJ Luther, 39 at the rip, and 6 over and no good alongside Mr. Jeff Verdi. Rick Needham Jr. and Kylie Thaxton. Rick Needham Jr. out of Cleves, Ohio. I always hoped, like, if I ever had like a whole bunch of money and I had a personal assistant that helped me do, you know, things in my life to keep everything in order and flowing smoothly, that personal assistant would have the first name of Cleves. Cleves. Help me book that airfare. And it's funny because Kylie Thaxton is out of Butler, GA. Cleves, Butler, Georgia. Kylie was late getting her finger off the button in that 81 Chevette, and that's going to lead to her demise here in Beyond Racing Products round number 2. Kylie was 65 of the tree. Rick Needham Jr. was 18 up front and 2 above, and pretty comfortable. Chris Hodge and Chuck Roycraft. Hodge out of Rutledge, Tennessee, 66 Chevy 2. As well as 617 Index Racing. Roycraft out of Minnetonka, Minnesota, is 10 green and 1 above 8 to be good. I'm really going to date myself. So Minnetonka, from the Prince movie Purple Rain, that's what he told Apollonia. He had to cleanse herself in the waters of Lake Minnetonka. And she went out and jumped in the water, and he said that that wasn't Lake Minnetonka. Random bits of information that float around on my gray matter. Zach Fulcher and Lou Greco. Zach out of Farmington, Kentucky. 593 will be leaving first. Lou Greco in the 70 GTO. Fulcher will have the opportunity to depart the starting line first. 593. The number for Zach. Lou Greco, 577 on the board. Seven and 11 are the reaction times. Zach Fulcher, 7 on the start, 594.7 on the 593 will get the win. Lou Greco was 11 green, got down there and stopped it to be 3 above and behind at the finish. It's Nate Halsey and Tommy Plott. Absolutely Curtis Hodges. Halsey, and Plott. 2 thou's the difference on the starting line, and a win for Tommy Plott as Nate Halsey is off the gas early. Plott rolls out of it, 550 on the 537, but Halsey was down there ripping and ended up being 7/10 over. So he had to get out of the gas. That got all sorts of sideways and squirrely. Tommy Plott will advance. Jeremy Bargo and Frankie Denton Jr. Jeremy Bargo, Barberville, Kentucky. The S10 left side. Be leaving first by almost 2 full bulbs. Frankie Denton, 518. For the young man out of Knoxville, Tennessee. Wheels up for Jeremy Bargo. Green and green, breaks for Frankie Denton, is going to get the win. 001 snugs it up to 2 thou at the finish. Good job, Frankie Denton. 00 up front, taking 002 at the end. Jeremy Bargo was 18 green, 3 over, but 2 thou behind. There at the finish line is Jesse Edens. And Heath Bamberger. Jesse Edens, Elizabethton, Tennessee, 673 the dial for J.E. Heath Bamberger, Northport, Alabama, 617 the number for Heath. Rolling in the Nova. Jesse for Team AMC. Red light start for Jesse Edens by 2 little teeny tiny ones. Heath Bamberger, 18 on the green light and dead on 6. Pretty good lap there for Heath. Jesse was red and quick. It's Nathan Schroeder. And Mr. Matt Dattis. Schroeder out of Iowa, 605 the dial. Matt Dattis out of Ohio. They're in the Grand Am for Mr. Dattis. Matt Dattis is a very, very, very talented man behind the wheel of that race car. Matt Dattis' favorite movie in the history of movies is Caddyshack. And that says everything. Green and green. Nathan Schroeder, Matt Dattis, win light for Dattis. So, Matt Dattis, how do you compare yourself against other drag racers? By height. Nathan Schroeder was 40 green, 2 above 1. And no good. Matt Dattis moves on. Steve Collier and Danny Miller. Don't sell yourself short. You're a tremendous slouch. Steve Collier and Tanner Miller. I mean, this morning when it was really raining, I mean, it was like, you know, I'd keep racing. I don't think the heavy stuff's going to come down for quite some time. But the heavy stuff was coming down. Steve Collier, the birthday boy, over in the left-hand lane. Tanner Miller in the Vega wagon right side. Give it to the young man celebrating a birthday. 004, 4 above for Steve Collier. Tanner Miller's 14 green and 4 over to be 10th out behind at the finish line. Steve Collier gets to move out of round number 2. Tanya Street and Dink Holmes. Tanya out of Richlands, Virginia. The S10 left side. Dink Holmes out of Richmond, Virginia. 594 for Dink. He was our 100,000 winner down at Galot Motorsports Park. Okay. Neither driver has found the pre-stage beam yet. That seemed to be unnecessarily long. Especially how it's 8:34 at night and we're just barely starting second round. In. And away. Tanya. Dink. Tanya Street, 20 on the green light. 3 over will get the win. Dink was 31 at the start. Got to the finish line first by 29 thousandths of a second to break out by 6 little ones. It's Kevin Brannon and Blake Holmes. Brannon out of Gaffney, South Carolina, the Rabbit. The Rabbit is 002. Blake Holmes is 47. And the recipe for beating Kevin Brannon does not ever start with B47 on the green light. Kevin Brannon, our million winner down in Las Vegas, moves into round number 3. Logan Westmoreland, Thomas Marlowe. Westmoreland out of Troy, South Carolina, the Camaro left side, 541 the number for the young man. Thomas Marlowe, Mesquite, Texas, 622 the dial for Thomas in the Camaro. Identical reaction times. Both drivers are 39 on the tree. And the win going to go to Logan Westmoreland. 541.3 on the 541 to get the win. 39 on each side of the racetrack. 625 for Thomas Marlowe. On the 622, Logan Westmoreland. We'll see round number 3. Robert Holton and Ken Clark. Robert out of Monarchs Corner, South Carolina, 547 the dial. Ken Clark, Stewart's Draft, Virginia. 652 on the board for Ken. 2 bulbs and a little bit of a third will be the head start for Ken Clark. Holton left side will be the one pursuing. Ken Clark looking over the left shoulder. Here comes Holton. Ken Clark, 008 to be 14th thou in front and get the win. 654.3 on the 652. Robert Holton. 549 on the 547 to bow out here in round number 2, the Biondo Racing Products round number 2. All right, dragsters. Group A, odd. Again, dragsters, Group A, odd. Let's get you in the lanes, please. Round number 2. Group A, dragsters, odd. Thank you, Michelle Newton. Garrett Griffith and Brian Atkins both are James Bond right down here. 6:44.5 for Garrett Griffith to be 6th thou in front at the finish. Both 007, Brian Atkins. 6:41 on the 6:39 and 6th thou behind at the finish line. Garrett Griffith. We'll be back in round number 3. Kenneth Street and Noah Johnson. Street out of Cedar Bluff, Virginia. 667 is the dial. Noah Johnson. Wilmington, North Carolina. 697 the dial. Noah is away. Kenneth is away. Noah stole a little bit on the starting line, but Kenneth Street is going to pay it off at the finish line. 669 on the 667 was 12 green. Noah Johnson was 002 and 6 above Kenneth Street. We'll move forward. Colby Jones and Ethan Dean. Colby out of Cookeville, Tennessee, the 68 Camaro right side, that red hot rod. Ethan Dean, Church Hill, Tennessee, the 79 Malibu for Mr. Dean. Again, Group A dragsters, odd. Let's get you up in the lanes, please. Colby cuts Ethan Dean in half on the reaction time and shows Ethan Dean the win light in his lane. Colby, 12, 3 above 6 to be good. Ethan Dean got there first. Breaks out 13,000. Needed to take 23 or less. Colby Jones will advance. Jamal Woolridge and Chris McGuire. Jamal out of Evington, VA. 658 the dial. Chris McGuire, Christiansburg, VA. Trans Am over on the motor mile side. 561 the number for McGuire here in round number 2. 11 is the difference on the start. McGuire, Woolridge, Chris McGuire. 12 green, 563 on the 561 is good. Jamal Woolridge, 23 green, 2 above, not good. Jonathan Edwards and Lucas Walker. Edwards out of Ashland, Virginia. The S10 over in the left lane. 668 the dial. Lucas Walker. They're off the bottom in the Mustang. 602 the dollar for Lucas. Lucas is pretty good. Couple of rips down there. 606 for Lucas Walker to move on. Lucas was 009, taking 003. Jonathan Edwards, 56 up front and in quite a predicament. Dustin Smiley and Cameron Fredrickson. As Strange, round number 1 has finally concluded. Carson Brown had the best losing package of Strange first round, being 14 total. He wins $500, courtesy of Strange and a small Fling check. Dustin Smiley, Cameron Fredrickson. Dustin Piedmont, South Carolina, the 95 Grand Am left side, 554 the dial for Dustin. Cameron, 619 the number, Riverview, Florida, the Malibu wagon right side. Fredrickson gave up 2 to Dustin down here. And Smiley is going to get the win light down there. 007, 555 on the 554 to be good. Cameron was 28 green. Dead on 7 and 14 thou behind at the finish line. Dustin Smiley takes out the Malibu wagon of Cameron Fredrickson. Jordan Arnold and Jared Pennington. Big Jed and Big Red. Jared's put 599 on the scoreboard. Jordan Arnold, the S10 out of Knoxville, Tennessee, 634. The dial for Jordan. About 60% of one yellow bulb is the separation. Jordan looking over at the right. Jared looking over at the left. Tap of the brakes for Pennington, and he's going to get the win. 14 green, 601 on the 599 for Jared. Jordan Arnold, 36 on the starting line, 2 above 1. Jared Pennington moves in around number 3. Noah Pollard. Tim Denton. Noah out of Greenwood, South Carolina, the 78 Camaro left side. Tim Denton. Milan, Tennessee, 69 Camaro right side, 595 the dial in for Tim. Away and away. Noah's 004. Tim's reaction time has 2 of those 4s in it. And Noah Pollar's got the win light. 633 on the 632 to advance. Tim Denton was Reggie Jackson and dead on 0. 44 green for Denton, dead on 0, and completely locked out by Noah Pollard. It's Cameron Adkins, John Corbin. Adkins, Mentor, Ohio, 653 for Cameron. John Corbin, Waynesboro, Virginia, 593 is the dial. Cameron, I'm so disappointed that all week I have not thrown any Ferris Bueller Day Off references whenever Cameron comes up to run. Cameron, you're not bored. You just can't think of anything good to do today. Oh, Cameron is probably going to have to find something else to do because Cameron is a $180 on the green light start, and John Corbin takes him to task. 009, 599 for John Corbin. Cameron, $180 up front. 649 under by 4 and still crosses the finish line second by 7 hun. Corbin will move on. Tracy Guffey and Andrew Sturck. Guffey out of Shelbyville, Tennessee. Andrew Sturck for Team Canada, the Corvette Roadster right side. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, kids of all ages, Group A dragsters. Group A dragsters. Even. Let's get you headed this way too, please. So all Group A dragsters have been called. Tracy Guffey, Andrew Sturck. Guffey, 007, 624-4. Is 31 combined. Andrew Sturck was 31 on the green light start, needed to be dead nothing and rely on the little numbers. Andrew Sturck was 1 above 6 and 16 thou behind. Brian McCown and James Blankenship. Blankenship. Red by 9 thou. Brian McCown, 003 and a free look at 636 goes. 635. Under by 1. Blankenship red by 9 thou. Jesse Long and Gordon Wan. I don't trust that Ferris Bueller kid any further than I can throw him. Well, Ed, you shouldn't throw anybody with your bad back. That's right, at 8:48 on day number last, and we're not through second round, we can quote Ferris Bueller. And it's perfectly acceptable. Jesse Long, Gordon 1. Gordon in the Vega wagon is 006, 300 advantage on the starting line, and is going to get the win. 631 on the 628 for Gordon 1. 37 green for Jesse, and 1 above 3, but is going to be shy. There on the win light, Gordon 1 will advance. Do you realize if we played by the rules right now, we'd be in gym? It's Ryan Barnes and John Pullen. RB in the Camaro left lane. Really, really good young driver over there. And the American water heater side is Ryan Barnes, John Pullen, Arden, North Carolina. The 94 S10, 588 is the dial for JP. Red light start for John Pullen by the ghastliest of amounts. 001 on the red light start for John Pullen. Ryan Barnes is 20 green, 608 on the 612. As we bring up Lane Dickin, an AJ Ash, which is our transition pair. A smattering of Dork RV Dragster. And I'm going to do a couple more pair, and I'm going to move on out of the way and hand the mic over to 7 time. That I've really, really, really been pressuring to be 8 time. Red light start for AJ Ash. That gorgeous Mullis Dragster is going to be done in round number 2 by 2. Little teeny 1001, and then he runs 467-2 on the 467. Cush is going to be very upset. Lane Dickens 10 green and 2 over. AJ Ash bows out in round number 2 is Steve Cisco and Zach Henry. Steve Cisco. Yeah. Steve Cisco. 647 for the Nova over in the left lane. Zach Henry. Junction City, Kentucky. So, Peter Biana, one thing that I learned this week working with Jed for the first time in a little bit, I totally forgot about how people with 2 first names, they're bad dudes. I totally forgotten that. Cisco, left side in the Nova, is 004. Zach Henry trying to chase down Steve Cisco. Does so. Cisco on the drop. Let Zach Henry go, and Zach was dead on 4. Cisco 004 and over by 6 as he parked it down there. Zach Henry drove it on around and dead on the numbers. Caroline McCarty and Donnie Burleson. Pretty good matchup right here. Caroline out of Hazelhurst, Georgia, in the Rambler wagon from McCarty Auto Parts. Donnie Burleson, Richmond, Tennessee, and one of those super trick Ultra Tech dragsters. They've done a really, really good job with those Ultra Tech cars. Pretty nice piece they've been putting together. Burleson, 445 is the number. We are off, we are away. Caroline looking over her shoulder. Here comes Donnie Burleson. Burleson, 18, taking 006. to get the win. 4:48 on the 4:45 for Burleson. Caroline was 33 at the start. And a couple over. Burleson squirrels on by 6,000 as Trip McCarty and Jaden Lawler. Two very, very good young racers right here. Trip out of Hazelhurst, Georgia, 596 the dial. Jaden Lawler, Jacksonville, North Carolina, 461. If you added the ages of the two young men that are down there on the starting line, I believe it's right around 34. 34, 35. Trip in the Oles, 596 on the board. Jaden Lawler, 461 on the number. Red light start for Trip by 4th out. Jaden Lawler, free look of 461, 4622. To get the win. Trip was red and then off the gas early. Adam Bambarger and John Parks. Bambarger, Northport, Alabama, the S10 left side, 648 is the dial. John Parks, Cadillac, Michigan, in that gorgeous Ultra Tech that was awarded Best Engineered here at the Fling. That scoreboard is right, 408 for that Pro-Charged behemoth. When we were talking out in the pit area, Parks told me that thing can get way down in the threes. They have it kind of soft leaving the line. Red light start for Parks by 14. 409 at 178 miles an hour for Parks. It went over 180 earlier this week. Adam is going to get the win there, 19 green and 2 above to advance. Michael Needham and Chris Garrett. Last pair for me.